Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 2 of an awesome What If Deku was the one to stop Shigaraki at Kamino story. If you want to see part 3, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. The devastation is immense here in Kamino Ward. The two hideouts of the League of Villains were hit late last night by a group of top heroes including Best Jeanist, Endeavor, and All Might. Much of the surrounding blocks were leveled as fighting broke out between the heroes and the League as well as the 𝐻𝐻𝐽, which we are being told are genetically engineered creatures under the League's control. Thankfully both locations were in the less populated sections of Kamino, but as you can see no buildings were left standing after All Might took on the League's leader. Little is known about the mysterious mastermind behind one of the most dangerous groups of villains Japan has seen in decades. Rescue operations are ongoing, but current statistics have the death toll at over 50 and hundreds more were injured, leaving local hospitals overwhelmed. Staff from larger nearby hospitals have been called in to assist, and patients with minor injuries are being transferred out to help keep space for the more grievously wounded. The city has come to a halt and public transportation has stopped for the first time in over 6 years as the fallout from the Kamino Ward incident continues to ravage the people of Japan. In this time of crisis, many are looking to our nation's heroes for guidance. The symbol of peace is currently undergoing treatment for the injuries he sustained during the fight, and the hashtag #StillOurSymbol is trending on social media to show support for the injured #1 well, Takashi. To be honest, I'm not sure we've seen a villain attack of this scope since All Might debuted. It begs the question, what are we to do now that our nation's symbol will likely be forced to retire? Can we really survive without him? 3 members of the League of Villains along with dozens of the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 creatures were captured yesterday. The villain known as Shigaraki Tomura, who was involved in the original attack by the League at UA's campus, the villain known as Mr. Compress, and the as of yet unidentified leader of the League were all scrayed to Tartarus early this morning, where they will be held until trial dates are announced. Heroes 𝐻𝐻𝐽 and Endeavor were initial estimates from city officials put the property damage in the hundreds of millions of yen. Who was the boy that fought alongside All Might? Why was he there? All Might's mysterious successor and where is 𝐻𝐽 during all this? They had 2 students kidnapped by the League. All Might is being forced into retirement because of their negligence. How can anyone support them after all this? Shouldn't the students of 𝐻𝐽 been allowed to use their quirks in self-defense in the first place? Why are we restricting their quirks at all? These are our future saviors. If they had been allowed to use their quirks from the get-go, would All Might have retired? This is Takako Honda of Shueisha Publishing, live from Kamino. Izuku turned off the television and leaned back in his hospital bed. His mom was asleep in the chair at his side, hands still clutching at his leg. She hadn't left his side since she had arrived at the hospital, and Izuku couldn't be more thankful for it. His mom just had a way of making him feel better. She called it a mother's secret quirk, but Izuku thought it was all her. A quiet knock at the door roused 𝐻𝐻𝐽 from her sleep. A tall man with black hair and a pair of glasses entered the room dressed in a pair of scrubs with a white coat thrown over them. "Pardon the intrusion. Is now a good time for us to speak?" 𝐻𝐻𝐽 sat up and rubbed her eyes. "Yes, doctor. Now is fine." "Excellent. It's good to see you awake, Midoriya-kun. My name is Dr. Kyoya Otarai. I'm the head of orthopedic surgery here at Central Hospital. I was the surgeon in charge of your recovery along with Recovery Girl. You are a very lucky man, Midoriya-kun." 𝐻𝐻𝐽 bristled. "My son had to fight for his life before and after being kidnapped by villains, doctor. I would hardly classify that as lucky." "My apologies." He dropped into a quick bow. "I did not mean to offend. What I mean is that your son is lucky he got to us when he did. My understanding of the quirk that the villain Mr. Compress used is that it placed Midoriya-kun in a state of suspended animation while imprisoned. Because of that, his body was able to receive medical attention sooner relative to the time that passed out here. Effectively, if he had spent as much time outside of the quirk as he did inside, his prognosis would look much worse than it does now. That is not to say you are out of the woods yet, Midoriya-kun." The man adjusted his glasses and fixed Izuku with a piercing stare. "Simply put, you cannot allow such an injury to occur again. You broke your arm in 16 places in addition to the severe dislocation and damage to the joints and ligaments. Recovery Girl managed to heal most of the actual breaks themselves as well as the major structural damage to the muscles, but the tendons and ligaments were weakened significantly. If you had injured it any further, we would have had to amputate it. Izuku looked down at the cast-covered arm. The third's quirk was that powerful. He would have to use it sparingly. He would also need a way to protect his arm. Maybe you'll retain full use of the limb after some physical therapy. We'd like to keep you for the next few days in case there are any lingering complications from Mr. Compress quirk. The majority of your physical therapy can be handled at you after you return, so this will just be a precaution. You'll regain full function of your right hand after a few sessions with Recovery Girl, but I urge you to take this seriously, young man. Far too often we see young heroes with bright futures cut tragically short because they didn't take care of their bodies well enough. I'm sure the people who care about you don't want the same thing to happen to you. Thank you, Dr. Otarai. I truly appreciate everything you've done for me. It was my pleasure, Midoriya-kun. Hopefully the next time I see you will be a social visit rather than having you as my patient again. I'll do my best, sir. See to it that you do, young man. A nurse should be by in a few minutes to get you a solid meal. You used up a lot of your stamina from Recovery Girl's quirk, so it will be important to eat well and rest over the next few days. There are a few visitors here who would like to speak with you if you're feeling up for it. Yeah, I feel up for it. Excellent. I'll send them in then. Rest well, Midoriya-kun. And you as well, Midoriya-san. With that, the doctor left the mother and son alone in the hospital room. Inko balled up the sheets in her fists. Izuku. Another knock interrupted her. She sighed. We'll talk later, darling. Come in. The door slid to the side to reveal Nemirai, casually dressed in sweatpants and an oversized knit sweater, with Principal Nezu riding her shoulder. The principal had a somewhat more serious expression than he was used to seeing on his face. Ah, Midoriya-san, Midoriya-kun. What a pleasure to see both of you. Before we get down to business, I would first like to apologize on behalf of you, high school, that this incident came to pass. We have failed you for a second time. I appreciate your apology, Nezu-san. I would like to know, however, how it has come to be that my son has twice been forced to fight for his life at a school-sanctioned event. We are investigating at the moment, though the most distressing theory is that there may be a traitor within UE. I will be personally conducting a full review of all staff and student backgrounds, as well as tearing into the records and information left behind by All for One to determine the identity of this person. We thought, Nemirai said as she sat down next to Inko, that if we kept the number of people who knew the location of the summer camp small, then we would be able to keep them better hidden. She took his mom's hand in hers and rubbed soothing circles into it. I wish that I was there, that I could have done something. But we never thought that they were in any danger, I promise you that. Inko sighed and leaned into Nemirai's side. I don't blame either of you personally. I know you all did your best, but your son still got hurt because our best wasn't enough. Nezu finished for her. I do not disagree with your sentiment, Midoriya-san. There must be drastic changes to our school. A somewhat tense silence stretched over the room after that statement. Izuku wasn't sure he wanted to know what changes Nezu was thinking of making. How are you feeling, Izuku? Nemirai asked from her place at Inko's side. I feel a little sore. My arm doesn't hurt, but it feels pretty tender, I guess. Can you tell me how everyone else is doing? Where's Kaken? Bakugo is currently being treated on another floor. Midnight cracked her knuckles once before looking to the floor. I was part of the team that picked him up and he was pretty out of it. It seems like he'd been drugged, and from what we could make out of what he was saying, they tried to convince him to turn villain. He kept muttering stupid shitty scarecrows as they carted him out. Once we got him secure, I hopped a ride with Kamu Woods to make it to you. The rest of my class. Kota. Izumi Kota had a sprained wrist and a minor case of dehydration but was overall quite healthy. Nezu answered. You did quite an amazing job protecting him. The rest of 1A and B managed to escape with minor injuries. Anyone who was put to sleep by Mustard's quirk has woken up with no lingering complications. That's good. That's really good. Izuku felt his mouth dry up. And the villain? Muscular. What happened to him? That is part of why we are here. Nezu adjusted his tie. The villain known as Muscular was sent to the hospital with a severe concussion, 3 broken vertebrae, several broken ribs and significant internal bleeding. He is currently in a medically induced coma but is expected to wake up within the next 2 days. They are unsure if there will be long-lasting effects at the moment. Izuku felt his vision blur with tears. He did that to another person. The third's quirk pulverized his own arm and almost killed the person he used it against. 𝐻𝐻𝐺 was too dangerous. He had to find a way to regulate it. Until he did, the third's quirk would stay locked away. Neither the HPSC nor police will be pursuing charges of excessive force given the circumstances. You will likely have to give a statement later on, but Kota's testimony of the events will absolve you. Thank you. Izuku whispered. The tears he had held back now ran freely down his face. I'm so sorry. Both 𝐭𝐽 and Nemurai moved to embrace Izuku. He buried his face between them and let the sobs take him. You did nothing wrong, Izuku. Nemurai whispered fiercely. You saved Kota. You protected both him and you from someone who wanted to kill you. You were a hero. Eventually his tears abated and his mother and mentor pulled back. After Izuku took a moment to clean up his face and pull himself together, Nezu spoke. There is one more matter we should discuss, Midoriya-kun, before we let you get your rest. You were seen during the fight flying and producing smoke. You awakened 2 more quirks, didn't you? 3, sir. The 7th, 6th and 3rd users. Float, Smokescreen and 𝐻𝐻𝐺. 𝐻𝐻𝐺 is an energy store, it's what let me do that too. Well, our response is going to hinge on one important question. Do you still want to keep one for all hidden? Izuku looked up in confusion to his principal. Nezu gave him a small smile and explained. All for one is locked away. You could go public with your quirk if you would like. I do not think it wise, but you have that option and I will not take it away from you without even offering it. Wouldn't that still put people in danger though? All for one probably still has allies. There is another dimension to it as well. If the world knows that you could transfer your quirk, a villain may take measures to attempt to force you to transfer it to them. Like I said, I do not believe it is the wisest option. One for all was kept a secret for a very long time for good reasons beyond just all for one. I'd like it to stay secret. Maybe one day I could share it, but definitely not now. Nezu gave him a nod. Very well then. I believe the best lie is one with some semblance of truth then. You had a quirk awakening due to the stress of attempting to save Izumi Kota. Your quirk is a rare but not unheard of triple aspect involving both float and black whip that requires your base musculature to be at a sufficient level before activation. Smokescreen can be explained as a quirk that all for one forced onto you during your captivity. Because your body is naturally adjusted to having more disparate power sets because of your original quirk, you manage to adjust to the new quirk rather than the quirk breaking your mind. This is just for your classmates and the official police report, Nemurai added. Because of the highly restricted status of the villain as well as the fact that you're a minor, the press can print your name and some basic facts that you got taken, but any report of your involvement is confidential. I think that makes sense to me. Mom, do you have any questions? 𝐭𝐽 blinked back at the group, taken aback at the decisiveness. No, I don't think so. If you do, Nezu said, handing her a business card. Feel free to reach out to me. Or ask Yagi to get into contact with me. Thank you, Nezu, sir. I think I just need to take some time to process all of this. Of course, take all the time you need. Eventually, Midnight managed to convince 𝐭𝐽 to head home and shower and get some proper sleep. Shortly after she had left, Izuku's door burst open, causing him to startle up in bed and Nemurai to flick open the collapsible WHP she kept disguised as a bracelet on her wrist. A jumble of limbs fell into the room, accompanied by the sounds of bickering. I told you I wanted to be the one to see him first. We should have knocked. What if he was asleep? Well then he's definitely awake now, Kiro. We currently have a weapon pointed at us and you are worried about whether we woke up our friend or not. This seems to be a bit much, does it not? Well, Isn't this just adorable? You're like a bunch of puppies climbing over one another to get attention. Okiko, Tenya, Zu, and Shoto looked up at midnight from the floor where they had all crashed together in a dog pile. Okiko had her leg tangled in Zu's and an elbow pushing Tenya's glasses up above his forehead. Ida had an arm around each of Shoto and Okiko. Zu managed to be pressed between Shoto and Tenya, though she seemed mostly nonplussed about the situation. An amused Momo stood behind them, badly disguising her laughter behind a hand over her mouth. Nemurai curled her WHP around her arm again with a smirk. I'll give you some time to yourselves. I'll be back in 15. She stopped at the door and turned back to Izuku with a teasing glint in her eyes. Oh, and Izuku. Group play can be very entertaining, but you did just get out of surgery, so try not to get too excited now, aichi. All 6 of the teenagers blushed as Nemurai exited, laughing to herself. Okiko managed to extricate herself from the pile first and pounce onto his left side. Deku, how are you feeling? Her voice was slightly muffled by his hospital gown as she attempted to burrow into his chest. She started rubbing her head against him like a cat as the others picked themselves up off the floor. I'm all right. Pretty sore, but happy to be in one piece. How are you guys doing? We were not the ones who got kidnapped by villains and shattered our arms. Shoto gave him a dry look. Please worry about yourself more and the rest of us less. We're fine. I think what Shoto means is that the rest of the class is all right. Bakugu's family is with him, but we're not allowed to visit him yet. Tenya broke in gently. Truth be told, the only reason we were allowed to come see you is that, your mom texted me, Okiko finished for him. She was sending me updates throughout the night. My mom has your phone number. Yeah. We talk sometimes. Izuku shuddered at the idea. His mom was great, but if the 2 most stubborn women in his life teamed up, he would stand no chance in any argument for the rest of his life. She's really cool. Why, she's awesome. I am glad to see you are well, Izuku-kun. Momo saved him from thinking about the Inko-Okiko alliance. We were all greatly concerned. We had a rescue plan in place, Shoto offered. If no one had news within 2 days, we were going to move in on our own. Well, I'm glad you guys didn't have to resort to that, Izuku said with a laugh. And I think that I owe a lot of that to you, Momo. You were the one who placed the tracker on the Nomu, right? Yes, that was me, but really you were the one who inspired me to do it. I wouldn't have had the ability to think that far ahead though. I would have ended up just fighting the thing head on and then letting it get away. Before I did, it was your words that allowed me to take action at all, otherwise I would have simply stood by. Don't say that, Momo. You would have figured something out. You're far too clever to ever just give up. That is kind of you to say, Izuku, but how long do you think they're going to keep doing that, Kiro? I give it 5 minutes. Momo and Izuku blushed from embarrassment. My apologies. Nay, all good. Okiko had managed to worm her way underneath Izuku's unbroken arm and laid fully on the bed next to him at this point. It's kind of adorable how you guys get into these like compliment battles. She let out a yawn. You're so polite. Izuku's brow furrowed at his girlfriend's slip of accent. She must have been more exhausted than he thought if she was speaking naturally in front of their friends. He leaned down to whisper in her ear. You okay? She let out a sleepy and mumbled something that sounded vaguely like tired. If his mom was sending her periodic updates throughout the night, then how much sleep had Okiko gotten? He pressed a kiss to her forehead and earned a pleased hum as she snuggled in closer. Tenya noticed the 2 of them beginning to drift off and cleared his throat. We should probably let Izuku get his rest. We can let Midnight Sensei know that Okiko will stay here. A good idea. Momo echoed. I do think there is something that needs to be addressed with the group before we leave. Shoto looked down at his hands with a desolate expression. You should probably all stay away from me for the foreseeable future. What, why? Shoto. Kiro. I'm cursed. I really am the hand crusher. Laughter filled the room. Izuku felt like his lungs were going to burst. The stress of the past days melted into his slightly manic giggles. And if a few tears fell as the outpouring of emotion came, Everyone was too overcome by the sheer relief of being alive to comment. Something was wrong with him. The quacks and nurses didn't find anything in any of the tests they had run. Everyone from his parents to the doctors was insisting he just needed time to adjust, but Katsuki knew the truth. There was something wrong. It was hard for him to describe. A subtle weight in his chest that had never been there before. Shadows flickered in the corners of his vision. His fingers would twitch, heartbeat pick up. He even felt his quirk spark once without his input. Every so often someone would play piano against his spine, a tapping against his vertebrae that could only be a product of his overstressed mind. Katsuki knew that whatever tests they were doing weren't accurate, but what could he do? If he told them what was wrong, they'd say it was just stress and trauma from being kidnapped. At best no one would take him seriously, and at worst they would assume he snapped and keep him in this hospital forever. Maybe they're right, a voice whispered. Maybe you're crazy and this is all in your head. He needed to figure this out, but he had to do it on his own. The first step to doing that was getting out of this DMN hospital. Katsuki pulled the napkin Scarface had written on from his pocket. He should have given it to the police when they picked him up. He should have exploded into scraps or stuffed it down a toilet. But he didn't do any of that. Katsuki returned the napkin back to his pockets. I can do this on my own. I don't need their help. I'm strong enough to figure this out by myself. His own clothes had never felt quite as comfortable as they did when Izuku finally was able to change out of the hospital gown. His mom had brought a change of clothes with her when she came to check him out, and Izuku gratefully put them on. A relaxed pair of jeans, limited edition All Might 35th anniversary socks based on his Bronze Age costume, his favorite red sneakers, and a plain white shirt that said winter hat in bold black font. He tossed the jacket she had brought into the bag with the workout gear he had been wearing during the training camp. His mom had gone ahead to the car, but Izuku had one more stop to make before he left. At his knock, a voice called out from inside, "Come in, my boy." He pushed open the door to see his mentor resting on his own hospital bed. Bandages wrapped around his head and snaked up from underneath the hospital gown, peeking out from the collar and the right arm hole. His arm itself was casted and tucked into a sling. "Young Midoriya, it's good to see you." "It's good to see you too, All Might. Pardon the intrusion." "Nonsense, my boy. I'm happy you would visit a wizened old man like me." "Gran Torino is old, All Might. You're experienced." All Might let out a wet barking laugh that transitioned quickly into a coughing fit. Izuku poured a glass of water for his mentor while his coughing settled. "Ah, thank you, my boy. Just don't let Gran hear you saying that." He took a drink from the cup before putting it back on the tray. "So what can I do for you, Izuku?" "One for all," he said simply. The upbeat energy of the room dimmed a little at the mention of their quirk. "It's gone from you now, right?" "Ah, one moment, my boy." All Might leaned over to the table next to him and pressed a button on a small silver disc. It looked similar to the hologram disc that had been sent in his 𝐒𝐬𝐽 acceptance letter all those months ago. The disc let out a soft orange glow. "There we are. You can speak freely now." Right. You used up the last of one for all in your fight, didn't you?" "I'm afraid so. The power is yours completely now. I could feel it when one for all started to fade in you. It felt like a star going out. There's no need for gloom, my boy. This was always going to happen at one point or another. You are the ninth bearer. You are my successor. You're going to do far more good for this world than I ever did. I just keep thinking that if I hadn't been there, if I had been strong enough to get Kaken out without getting captured as well, or if you hadn't saved me under that bridge, maybe you would still have one for all." He glanced down at his hands, crumpled into fists. "Did I kill the symbol of peace just to become a hero?" "Young Midoriya," the tone of All Might's voice brooked no argument. Izuku looked up into his mentor's steely blue gaze. There was no way that this could be avoided. "I'm almost 60 years old, my boy. Not even I can be a hero forever. The symbol of peace would fall eventually with or without you. But nothing, Izuku. Do not place this burden on yourself. Sons are meant to surpass their fathers, and you will do so many amazing things in your life, my boy. Please don't let Shoto hear you say things like that," Izuku said with a watery laugh. He wiped at the tears that trailed down his face. He's already convinced that you're my dad. I may not be your father, my boy, but I do see you as my son. The bond we share is unbreakable and irrevocable. Toshinori pressed a bony hand into Izuku's hair and ruffled the curls. My master told me that we would always meet again inside of One for All. I will always be a part of you, Izuku, just like I will always carry a part of you with me. Oh, that reminds me. I think I spoke to Nana. A surprised burst of BLD shot from All Might's mouth at the statement. Once he had cleaned himself up, he asked. Ah, what do you mean, my boy? Well, you know how I spoke to Daigoro when I awakened Blackwhip. Toshinori nodded. When I awakened Float and Fa Jin, I saw two more vestiges. One of Nana and one of the third. And then when I gained access to Smokescreen, I think I met the sixth as well. Well, this is certainly news. We have a little information on the fifth and sixth wielders and more on Nana, but we know very little about those prior to Daigoro. If we can find a way for you to intentionally communicate with the vestiges, maybe you can ask him to share information with you. Yeah. Thinking about the third user and his quirk redirected Izuku's thoughts back toward the original reason he had wanted to speak with his mentor. All Might. Did you ever want to kill All for One? To be honest, I already thought that I had 6 years ago. I didn't know he was alive until after the USJ attack. But going into this fight, did you think about killing him? What is this really about, Izuku? He thought back to Muscular and the feeling of his fist against yielding flesh. The echoing boom of a body hitting a mountain. When the third spoke to me, he asked me if I was willing to do whatever it took to stop Muscular. If I was willing to kill to stop him. And you're worried that by saying yes it makes you a worse person, his mentor finished for him. Izuku didn't answer. He stared at the floor until he felt shifting from the man next to him and a warm hand rubbed circles against his back. We are called to a violent profession, my boy. If diplomacy could stop every villain, there would be no need for heroes. But I almost killed a man, All Might. That's a little more than just the regular duties of heroics. Even villains don't deserve to be murdered. There are many reasons why someone might become a villain, young Midoriya. Out of necessity, a lack of better options, or just plain bad luck sometimes. The worst of the worst though, the true monsters that haunt our world, they do bad things because they enjoy it. They love to cause chaos and destruction and pain. I do not condone killing. It's the job of heroes to stop them from causing more violence, not to escalate it. I truly hope it does not come to pass for you again, but sometimes the only way to ensure that others do not suffer for the actions of monsters is to stop them however you can by whatever means necessary. Let's do a thought exercise. If you hadn't used that level of force against Muscular, could you have stopped him from killing you or Kota? No, probably not. Did you try first? Of course. He was just too strong. Last one. If you were forced to do it all again, would you change your actions? Izuku was forced to think about it for a long moment. He turned the problem every which way, but any solution he could come up with probably ended with one or both of them dead. Maybe he could have led Muscular off toward Aizawa, but what would have stopped him from killing Kota first? He had already proven that he could handle 100% of One for All, so anything less than maximum force wouldn't have done anything. No. He decided. No, I would do it again if I had to. Then I think you have your answer. You did what you had to. Don't let your doubts detract from that. Thank you, All Might. Of course, my boy. As Izuku left the room, a faint sense of approval radiated from the back of his mind. Heavy lies the head that wears the crown, Midoriya Izuku. A familiar voice spoke. Don't take this power lightly and you'll be fine. Can you hear me? He thought back. When nothing but silence returned, he sighed. DMN Cryptic Ghosts. Protect Tomura Shigaraki. He had a purpose. A mission. But how could he fulfill it? His ward was gone, taken by his enemies. His MSTR was gone as well. The doctor was in the wind, and without the coordinates to his location he would remain there. Tomura's associates were beginning to panic. The one had already stormed off, footsteps charred into the concrete of the warehouse in his wake. The others scattered as well. All that was left of the League of Villains was the masked man and himself. The other man pulled up his mask and spoke. The words themselves swam in and out, competing with the instinctive drive to protect and nurture his missing ward. "You don't even know who you are, do you?" The blonde man's voice was kind and soft. It resonated with something deep inside. "I hope you find something that reminds you of that. Or someone." He placed a phone on the table, a video playing on the screen. "In case you want to know what's happening with Shigaraki." The blonde man left. His eyes were dragged to the screen. Flashes of rescue efforts in the destruction left behind by All for One. A woman appeared on it. Dark hair and bright blue eyes. Familiar blue eyes. "Protect Tomura Shigaraki." The angle changed and again showed that woman, scooting Tomura's rival away from the battle zone. "Protect everyone Tomura Shigaraki." Flashes of a younger woman, with those same haunting eyes, on a rooftop. The sky stretched out behind her but no star shone brighter than her. "Protect Tomura Shigaraki everyone." He had to know who that woman was. She was a hero. She could have a clue about who he is, where Tomura Shigaraki is. A high-pitched whine was the first thing he noticed as he woke up. His eyelids felt like cement, but when he finally gathered the strength to open them, he immediately closed them against the bright lights pointed at him. He focused on his other senses. He was in a chair, something heavy and cold on his wrists. Restraints? Probably. His mouth was dry. Had he been drugged? If so, it would explain the killer headache and the vision and hearing problems. He could smell cheap beer and sweat, an undercurrent of ash. Where the hell was he? Once his headache had receded and the wine wasn't quite so ear-splitting, he opened his eyes again. It took a minute for him to blink through the haze and let the amorphous blobs of color take full shape. He was in a bar. Were those villains? He must have rattled the chains binding him to the chair because a voice called out. "Hey, you! You're finally awake. Shut the F up, spinner." A rougher voice yelled. Back, from right behind him. A hand grabbed his chin and directed his face to look at a patchwork man. His skin was barely held together with staples, burns dominated most of his features. The rancid smell of burnt flesh was enough to jolt him fully conscious. "It's nice to meet you, Bakugo Katsuki. My name's Darby. We should talk." Silence reigned over the Midoriya apartment, only broken by the gasping sobs of Inko and Nemurai's reassuring whispers. Inko clutched at Nemurai's shoulders, crying into her chest. Nemurai ran a hand over her hair, petting her head and doing her best to give the distressed woman hope. It felt slightly hollow to her, though Inko didn't even seem to be processing the words she said as she clung to her like a life raft. The other teachers were still at Central Hospital looking after the injured students and fielding the initial outrage from both the press and parents. Shouta was being treated for some small burns and Yagi had already gone to the police to begin coordinating the search efforts, so Hisashi had volunteered to go to the Bakugas and give them the news. Which left Nemurai to look after Inko. Nemurai felt numb, like her heart had stopped. The League had attacked a camp where 6 pro heroes were watching over their kids and had made off with not only their target but a pro hero as well as an additional kid. Her kid. None of this made any sense. Why the hell would the League target Bakugo? If they wanted a hostage, Yorozu or Ida came from far richer homes. If they wanted to send a message to Hero Society, why not take Todoroki, who was right next to him? This wasn't just a kidnapping, there was something far worse at play here. A bowling ball of dread settled in her stomach. Whatever their game was, Izuku wasn't an expected variable in it. This was the same group that had tried to kill the symbol of peace within the walls of Yu. If Izuku wasn't part of their plan and they didn't need him, no, she couldn't afford to think like that. They were going to find them in time. They had to. I'm sorry. Inko's voice was weak and choked with tears. "I'll make us some tea." "No, Inko, I can dash, it's all right." She smiled, wobbly with tear-stained cheeks. Izuku had given her the exact same smile a dozen times over the past semester to cover up his own pain. "I think that doing something with my hands might help. I'll be right back." She got up and made her way to the kitchen, leaving Nemurai alone in the living room. Soon enough the sounds of a kettle could be heard breaking up the silence. Nemurai's phone buzzed in her pocket. "Captain America, we have a location," Raid is tonight, be at Kamino in 2 hours, expect heavy engagement. He will be there. A smile broke out on Nemuri's face. Adrenaline flooded her system, heart kicking back in for the first time since she received that terrible phone call from Shouter. It seems like T will have to wait, 𝐒𝐭𝐴. I've got a demon to hunt. So what are we going to do about our tagalong? We should kill him. Oh, just let the kid go, Mr. Compress. Shut it, all of you. Obviously we're going to kill him. Now Tomura, there is a certain order that needs to happen here. I still have plans for the boy. But Mstr. You said I can destroy anything that I hate. In due time, Tomura. We cannot cut corners at this pivotal stage. Yeah, we're not in a speed run, this is about completion. Getting all the achievements. Exactly right. Midoriya Izuku will get what's coming to him, I promise you that. For now, bring me our other 2 acquisitions. The doctor has special plans for those 2. Kurogiri, open a portal. Compress, send them in. If I may ask, my lord, why do you keep the boy alive? The doctor trembled as All for One savored the newest quirk to join him. Would it not be more efficient to simply take one for all now and be done with him? The symbol of evil considered Shigaraki through the lens of the search quirk. The very act of questioning his MSTR had sent the coward's heart rate skyrocketing. If he hadn't proved himself so useful in creating his Nomu, he would have simply killed the doctor and moved on, but even All for One could see the value in his pawns. Do you know what Einstein's definition of idiocy is, doctor? Repeating the same actions and expecting different outcomes, my lord. I have attempted to reclaim what my brother stole from me for almost 2 centuries. I've had 2 holders of that quirk in my hand and still they resisted. Midoriya Izuku has proven himself just as stubborn as any other of my brother's BSTRD legacy and far more powerful. So do you think I would try again and fail the same way? Do you think that I am an idiot, doctor? Of course not, my lord. If he had more of his face left, All for One would have sneered at the sniveling excuse of a human. To take back what is mine, I will force Midoriya Izuku to watch as I kill his MSTR in front of him. I will break his spirit until there is nothing left to resist me. And if he still persists, my lord, then there are already contingencies in place. I will always win, doctor. Even if it takes millennia, I will crush my brother's rebellion beneath my heel. We're just going to sit here and do nothing. Is that it? Kirishima's voice echoed despite the many bodies of 1A crammed into the hospital room. I thought we were supposed to be heroes. We're not heroes, we're in training. Ojiro snapped at him. We can't just run off after them. Even if we did, we'd be acting as vigilantes. As villains. Zu's eyes were full of pain at her own words, but she forged on. We wouldn't be heroes. Midoriya and Bakugo wouldn't let that stop them from doing the right thing. Is that what you think the right thing is? Jiro asked from one of the beds. She and 𝐔𝐻𝐽 were the last to wake up of their class, and the remaining members had gathered in their room for this discussion. You want to run into an active situation and potentially interfere with the police and the actual heroes. Do you guys remember what Aizawa said to Midoriya on our first day? 𝐔𝐻𝐽 had her knees tucked into her chest, leaning into Ojiro at her side. You can't save anyone if you're just going to be a victim yourself. The league took on all those pros at the camp and won. What good could we even do? Izuku would do it for us. Shoto's voice cut through the room. He would do it for any of us. Yeah, and look where that got him. Zero interjected. He ran in to help Bakugo and got kidnapped by villains. More voices joined the argument, but Okiko stayed silent in her corner. Her heart had been ripped from her chest and stuffed back up with cotton. Ever since she had learned Izuku was taken, she could barely breathe. Kirishima and Shoto were right about one thing. If the situations were reversed, Izuku would move heaven and earth to find them. But Izuku was stronger than she was. He had this unending reservoir of strength in him to keep fighting no matter the odds, but Okiko wasn't like that. How could she be like him? Don't wait for life to hand you something, because sometimes, life will just steal it from you. And you'll never be able to get it back. Okiko felt determination begin to fill the void where her heart once was. He had been stolen, but Izuku Midoriya was hers and she wasn't going to just give up without a fight. Some villains thought they could kidnap her boyfriend. Well, they were going to have to redefine pain in the dictionary when she was done with them. There was nowhere on Earth that they could hide from her. If she had to rip the world apart and burn it down to find Izuku, then that was what she was going to do. She shot to her feet just as a knock sounded at the door. Aizawa pushed open the door, light bandages covering his hands but looking far better than he did after the USJ. He entered the room and gave the assembled members of Class A critical look over. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything." His voice was dry. Had he overheard them from the hallway? Kirishima clenched his hands into fists. "Sir, what's the plan to rescue Bakugo and Midoriya? We want to be involved." Aizawa, rather than sighing or anything that Okiko expected, nodded at Kirishima. "It's natural for you to feel that way. However, I've come with an update that will hopefully prevent any of you from concocting harebrained schemes to run off and try to save them on your own." His eyes narrowed toward Kirishima and Todoroki. "As of right now, we are not sure that Bakugo was the League's only target, so you all will be staying here until the situation is resolved. We have a police presence as well as Hound Dog and Cementos on site to ensure your safety." He held up a hand to head off Kirishima's comments. "Now, there are some who would rather I not tell you this, but I have the utmost faith in all of you not to abuse this information, and I think it will help ease some of your concerns. There will be a raid tonight, timed with the press conference you is holding. All Might, present MIC, Ectoplasm, and Midnight will all be on the ground during the raid. The rest of the faculty will be on standby, except for myself, Vlad King, and Nezu, who will be running the press conference." "Why tell us this, sir?" Ida's question broke the stunned silence. "Wouldn't protocol dictate that the raid information be kept only for the heroes involved? While Asui is correct that you are still heroes in training, each and every one of you has put your lives on the line to fight the League of Villains. This is as much your case as anyone else's, and it's only rational for you to receive updates for the cases you are involved in." Aizawa turned around to leave but stopped in the doorway. "I'm putting my trust in you all not to share this information around. Trust in your teachers and the other heroes. We will save them. I promise." The chained-up boy snarled at Darby, straining against his bindings. "What are you supposed to be, some brainless scarecrow reject? Did you lose a fight with a fireplace, or did Dorothy not come back yet?" "Something like that." Darby's hand lit up blue, the heat of it intense even from where Himiko was sitting. "Do you know how hot flame has to be in order to cremate a body? Around 1000 Celsius. I can do it in 6 seconds." The flames snuffed out, the fear on Bakugo's face confirming Darby's point was made. "But we're not here to talk about me. We're here to talk about you, kid. What the F do you freaks want with me?" Himiko sighed into her Bloody Mary. Or was it Marie? Moki? She didn't really remember which one it came from. This kid was just so not cute. He was all like, "And I'll cut your stomach out and wear it like a hat," which was just not her type at all. She had seen all the first years at U courtesy of Shigaraki's spy, and her Izuku was definitely the cutest. And they had him right here. But she wasn't even allowed to go near the marble he was trapped in because of Shiggy's MSTR and his grand plan or whatever. It was so unfair. Shiggy had promised that she could play with Izuku and talk to him, and now he was just locked up in a ball. She wanted to know what his BLD tasted like. She wanted to know why Stain liked him and called him a true hero. She wanted to know why he had that feral look on his face during the sports festival. Sure, the kid they had now had looked feral and mean during his fights, but he looked more like a seriously peeved off raccoon, all wild and rabid, and just because her quirk prevented her from getting bloodborne diseases didn't mean she wanted rabies. Izuku looked feral, like he was fighting to let something out of him. Like he was fighting for something more than just to win or just to survive. He looked like he was fighting for something that mattered. She shivered and wrapped her arms around herself to stop from stabbing something in glee. She just loved a man of focus and willpower. It was part of why she loved Mr. Staney so much. He was the most focused man she had ever seen until she saw Izuku. Mr. Staney was willing to kill for what he was fighting for, but Izuku was willing to die for it. Himiko would kill for a lot of things. Love, BLD, food, because she saw something particularly shiny she wanted that someone else had. But she didn't have anything she would die for. She thought about that girl in the forest, Okiko. She was willing to die for Izuku. Stain was willing to let Izuku live to be a true hero. Tomura-sensei was willing to give up a golden opportunity to kill him just to keep him around for some later purpose. So what was so special about him? What was so special about Izuku Midoriya that everyone who met him was so affected by him? She had to know. She had to ask him. But she couldn't because Shigi was keeping him in a freaking marble. I think you misunderstand us, Katsuki. Can I call you Katsuki? I'd rather you choke on a PP. Darby ignored him. We don't want anything from you, Katsuki. We want to help you. Bullshit. First place in the entrance exam, first place in the sports festival. And what was your reward? Darby leaned in close to his ear. They chained you like a dog and showed you off to the world. And did anyone care? Did anyone speak out about how wrong it was to muzzle and chain up a 15-year-old on national television? Kinda like you fucksticks are doing right now. How about you let me out of these cuffs and I'll consider leaving enough of you to have an open casket. See, that's exactly what we want to bring out of you, Katsuki. We want your fire. We want that rage. The heroes only care about putting up fronts and pretending like we all live in harmony, but we know the truth. They're going to try to break you. They're going to dress you up and take you out to be seen by the adoring public, but they don't want the real you. They don't want the wolf, they want a lapdog. Are you a lapdog, Bakugo Katsuki? Or are you a wolf? So what's your offer? I become a villain like you shitheads. No thanks, hot and crispy. I ain't buying it. This society is at a breaking point, Spinner said. He walked next to Katsuki and laid a hand on his shoulder. He quickly removed it again before it was bitten off. Heroes are treated like garbage men by the public they protect. They laud the fakes among them and curse the true heroes. Which do you think they'll do to you? No one will ever be able to stand up for themselves while heroes are in the way. Darby took over the conversation once more. They're enabling the public to be soft and lazy. They prop up the weak and drag down the strong. You won the sports festival, but all the media would talk about was Shoto. Or worse, him. Himiko could see a vein throb in Katsuki's head and she knew Darby saw it too. Oh yeah, we know all about your little rivalry with Midoriya Izuku. What's that name you call him again? It's Deku, right? Katsuki couldn't breathe. He felt like he was floating underwater. He was slipping away under the waves and the only thing that felt real was that voice in his head. Darby's voice. It kept pushing and grating on his mind. Don't you want to teach him his place? All the heroes adore that kid, but none of them treat you with the respect you deserve. Villains, though, they get real respect. Nobody looks down on villains. They fear us. They're so scared of us they even let us take you. How else do you think we would have known your super secret camp location? No. No, this wasn't right. Katsuki was a hero. He wasn't a villain. He was a hero. That splitting headache returned and he grit his teeth to stop from screaming out. He was a hero, 𝐷𝐴𝐴. He was going to be the best hero. He wasn't some 2-bit hack and he would never give in. But 𝐷𝐴𝐴, why was this guy making sense? The teachers wanted to put a leash on him and make him play nice with all the extras. Heroes only wanted people who would look pretty for the camera, not someone who had what it takes to do what's needed. Didn't they? A scream worked its way up from his chest, but he bit it back. None of this was right. He was going to be the best. The best hero. They wouldn't break him. They couldn't. Nothing would get in his way. He'd kill every last one of them before he worked for them. Enough, Darby, you've made your point. That raspy voice could only belong to that handyman freak, but Katsuki didn't see him in the room. Was he behind him this whole time? Get him prepped. We're running out of time before the heroes get here. All right. Darby plucked a napkin from the bar top and wrote something on it before tucking it into Katsuki's pocket. In case you change your mind and want to be a top dog in this world. Fat chance. There was a sharp pinch on Katsuki's neck and the world receded into black. Toshinori. He looked down to his mentor. 𝐼𝐧𝐿 barely resembled the man who had trained him in the wake of his MSTR's death, but the same fire was in his heart. The same steel resided in his eyes. You know, once he sees you, he won't be able to stop himself from joining the fray. This will become a war. We barely walked away from the last one. He has him, Gran. I have to go. That knowledge ate away at the sealed edges of old wounds in Toshinori. Too young to save his MSTR, too old to save his successor, but just old enough to watch his greatest enemy take them both. Regrets and what-ifs swirled in his conflicted mind. If he had just gone with them to the camp, if he had just insisted that Izuku stay and train at Might Tower for the week like Sarahiko had suggested. If only he had made sure that monster was dead the first time around. Here in the quiet space Naomasa had cleared out of the back of the Kamino Ward police precinct, he wasn't All Might. He was just an old man racked by guilt over his own mistakes. But that's not who Midoriya and Bakugo needed. That's not who the world needed from him. So once more, for one last time, he would charge into action and do what needed to be done. Because he had the power to do so. Because someone had to. Because he was here. The old man let out a sigh. Stupid, reckless fools. Nana, you, that successor of yours, the whole lot of you need a good deal more sense and a lot less brave-hearted nonsense. I guess this is what I get for letting her talk me into being a hero all those years ago. Well, kid, what's the plan? Find Midoriya and Bakugo. Get them out and finish this once and for all. Not much of a plan. I'll leave the schemes to All for One. I've beaten him once and I'll do it again. Izuku. My successor. My boy. Hang in there for a little while longer, son. I'll see you real soon. Tsukochi knocked on the door of the room before sticking his head in. The detective had certainly looked better, but not sleeping for the better part of 2 days would do that to anyone. Toshinori was sure that his BLD was half coffee at this point. 10 minutes. You ready, All Might? Toshinori felt the rush of fire in his BLD as he inflated to his muscular form. You bet, detective. Let's get out there. As he passed Tsukochi, Toshinori was stopped by a hand on his arm. Make sure you make it out of this one, Toshinori. I mean it. I know you're about to retire, but this nation needs our symbol. Your boy still needs you too. Don't worry, Naomasa. I have no plans to die today. Izuku flew through the forest. Float came far more easily to him than Blackwhip had, like he was singing the words to a song he hadn't heard in years. He knew what to do even before his mind caught up to the decision. Shoto called after him, but he didn't have time to wait for them. Kaken was in danger. He didn't know how to feel about his former friend, but damn it, he needed time to figure that out. There was a good soul in Katsuki somewhere. Somewhere inside him was that kid who adored All Might and shared his ice cream with him in the summers and helped him rehome that rabbit they found in the park with their parents. Izuku wasn't sure he could ever really forgive Katsuki for all the SHT he had done, but he couldn't figure that out if the other was kidnapped by villains for FS sake. He was gaining quickly on the magician in the yellow coat. He swore he could almost see his eyes widen in surprise beneath the mask. Izuku slammed shoulder first into the villain's back, left arm moving up to wrap around his torso. Give him back. His hand dug into the coat, tearing holes into the material. He felt one of the villain's hands grasp at his own arm. I'm afraid I can't do that, but I can interest you in a magic trick. There was a flash of blue light and the forest disappeared. Izuku found himself floating lightly in the air, magician no longer in his hand. The masked villain laid several feet away, groaning against the ruins of what used to be a wall and now was generously called rubble. His hat had been knocked off, lost somewhere, coat ripped and several blue marbles rolling loose on the ground. Izuku blinked in confusion and looked around him. The destruction was everywhere. They were in a city, one Izuku didn't recognize because half the street had been razed to the ground. Dozens of collapsed structures ringed around where Izuku stood for blocks in all directions. Slowly getting to their feet were the scattered members of the group that had attacked the summer camp. He recognized the lizard guy and the lady with the iron bar from their fight with Tiger and Mandalay, the magician villain, an unconscious Kurogiri, and he would never forget the face of Shigaraki Tomura. He was the first of them to his feet, hand affixed to his face but lacking the others that had littered their body during their first meeting at the USJ. The heavily burned man looked down for the count with a large head wound bleeding sluggishly, but a guy with a mask and is that a tape measure? And a girl in a middle school uniform both pulled out weapons. If the tape measure counted as a weapon. Seriously, how does he even use that thing offensively? Is it like garrote wire? A powerful gust of wind almost knocked everyone to the ground again. Izuku spun toward the source and felt his heart stutter. All Might was here. He was fighting someone. A monster in the form of a man with a breathing apparatus and suit. Something settled in Izuku's stomach. One for all flickered on around him. That man. Something about him sent one for all haywire at the sight of him. It's like his quirk was trying to run away. A tendril of dread shot down his spine. The man shot another blast of hurricane force wind that All Might took head on. A whisper in the back of Izuku's mind told him the man's name. Izuku wasn't sure if his fear was his own or the reaction of his quirk to those 3 words. All for one. Well, now. Isn't this special? The voice was elegant, refined. It sounded more at home in a boardroom meeting than a battlefield, but it still sent waves of terror flooding Izuku's nerves. 2 generations of my brother's legacy, here to die at my hands. Once I'm finished crushing you, All Might, it will be on to his turn. You won't lay a hand on him, monster. All Might leapt in with a vicious right hook that was countered by another blast of wind. Tomura, claim your rival for me. Keep him alive long enough to watch his MSTR fall. With pleasure, sensei. Analyze the situation, Izuku. Where are my threats? His eyes darted from Shigaraki to the magician villain. I can't afford to let either of those 2 get too close. Izuku launched forward, Black Whip trailing behind him like contrails of a rocket. Tendrils rushed forward to grasp at the villain, and Izuku pulled with all his might. He called up every memory of every baseball game he had ever seen and flung the masked villain as far away from the fight as he could. Mr. Compress, no. Haha, that kid just yeeted him. The guy with the tape measure lashed out with the corded end of it. Izuku flew up above the whipping edge of it. The rubble he had been standing in front of split apart from the force of the blow. Who makes a tape measure with razor blades at the end of it? Shigaraki lunged toward Izuku, but he kicked out and the gust of wind it stirred up knocked him back to the earth. Hi Izuku! A strong pressure forced itself against Izuku's left side, so he dodged to the right, just ahead of the knife blade that would have pierced his chest. He spun to see the blonde girl twirling twin throwing daggers in her hands. I've wanted to meet you for so long, oh yeah. Izuku flew over the next 2 knives and landed with an axe kick that she dodged. Well, the honor's mine. What's your name? Himiko. Black Whip plucked another knife out of the air. Izuku rolled out of the way of a stab from Spinner who tried to sneak up from behind. I'm Himiko Toga. I'm your biggest fan. Oh goody, my first stalker. Toga, focus. The woman with the iron bar called out. We need to capture him again, not chat with him. The girl pouted before brightening again. Izuku used her momentary distraction to dash 20 feet back out of her range. The boss man said we couldn't kill you, but he didn't say I couldn't at least cover you in pretty BLD first. Well, that's not concerning at all. 4 copies of the tape measure guy leapt out at Izuku. One latched onto his back, another grabbed at his arm while the others started to bombard him with punches and elbows. Hopefully I can still pull this off with one arm. Izuku started to spin and flew a few feet into the air, wind whipping around him in a mini-vortex. Oklahoma smash. The duplicates were sent flying splattering into mud where they hit the ground. Izuku dropped back to the ground, stumbling as he landed. This was his 3rd or 4th major fight in the last 24 hours and it was taking its toll. He was barely keeping up with 8% and that was with the new quirks he had gained. He was wary of using the 3rds anymore until he could guarantee that it wouldn't turn more of his bones to powder, but he was starting to get worn out. A lance of heat at his back had him dodging forward out of the way of a grasping hand Shigaraki. Izuku spun his weight to lash out with a punch, but their bodies glowed blue for a second before rocketing away from each other. CRP, this is that woman's quirk. What was she called? Magna. Izuku felt a tug at his center and he was pulled in the direction of a grinning Toga. You know, you really put the cut in cute Himi-chan. The girl's eyes widened from slits to almost pure black pupils, like an excited cat. I wonder if that's a secondary mutation to support her being a hunter. Does she also have a rough tongue? Bad Izuku. Fight now, think about quirks later. Toga's excited squeals made her next slash with her knife sloppy, so Izuku was able to dodge inside of it. The two of them slammed together in midair from the attraction of Magna's quirk. You called me Himi-chan. You gave me a nickname. That means you like me, right? Sure. I need to break line of sight on her quirk, but how? Oh, that makes me just want to stab you so much. Izuku felt himself sweat drop at her attitude. Okay, note to self, flirting with psychopaths just makes them crazier. Perhaps I could be of some assistance. 9. Dark smoke exploded out of Izuku. Cries of confusion and panic went up amongst the villains. Izuku and Toga dropped at the loss of Magna's quirk, Izuku managing to catch himself with float. Smokescreen is a useful quirk if you can use it wisely. You must not falter here, Izuku. Everything hangs in the balance. Yet another ghost in my head. Fantastic. Oh, but I was really looking forward to seeing you bleed, Aizu. A knife flew past his cheek, scratching a thin line across the left side of his face and ear. Right, focus on the fight and think about the voices in your head later, Izuku. You got this. That seems like a little much for our first date, Himi-chan, but maybe I can tie you up a little. Black Whip bound the girl from head to toe, leaving her breathing. Izuku couldn't see in the middle of his still-growing smokescreen, but he could feel the writhing motions of the villain within it. All right, now to deal with the other one. Izuku burst through the air, pinged back his unbroken left fist. As he broke the outermost section of the smoke, he brought his fist down on the unsuspecting Magna. The mini shockwave that sent Magna flying was dwarfed immediately afterwards by the next massive blow by the two clashing titans nearby. Izuku's smoke dissipated in the face of the winds here. Tendrils left the bound Toga in order to plunge themselves into the ground to anchor Izuku in place. Shigaraki and Izuku were the last left standing from the blow, the other villains scattered like motes of dust. I must admit, you've impressed me, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku turned toward the voice of the symbol of evil. That eyeless face contorted in an awful smirk. You're the spitting image of your MSTR in his youth. I apologize for not getting the chance to pay you my respects during your stay with Tomura. I was preoccupied with our other guests. Where's Bakugo? Izuku called out. What have you done with him? The monster in a three-piece suit chuckled. Why, I'm almost certain he's back with the heroes already. Jagged black and red spikes shot from his hand and pierced into the bodies of Magna and Kurogiri. A warp gate spawned behind a confused-looking Toga. I'm afraid, however, that I've gotten quite caught up reminiscing with my nemesis and lost track of time. Even as we now speak, insects are beginning to swarm our position, and as much fun as it is to crush heroes beneath my heel, this is a party meant for two. Tomura, it's time for you to go. The spikes tossed the limp body of Magna through the gate, and a red glow surrounded Toga. Wait, what? A blue glow emanated from the male villains in the area as all their bodies suddenly shot toward Toga and the warp gate behind her. Hold on guys, you're coming at me way too quick. The villains dogpiled into her as they tumbled into the gate beyond. MSTR? No. Let me stay. Shigaraki's hands clawed grooves into the rubble beneath him as he was dragged backwards by Magna's forcibly activated quirk. I can stay and help, please. Listen to your sensei, Tomura. Your time has yet to come. Claim this world in my place. First the left hand came loose, then the right as Shigaraki flew backwards through the rapidly closing portal. Glossy black and green tendrils dove in after him, and pulled him back out as the warp gate closed with a pop. Actually, I think he should stay. In the weeks and months to follow, that picture would circulate on every news network. It would be shown again on the anniversary of the Kamino Ward incident year after year. Izuku floating above Tomura Shigaraki where he was wrapped and bound in unbreakable black chains. Lightning crowned Izuku, his hair beginning to stand on end from the power rolling off of him. Smoke and vines of black wreathed his silhouette. He looked like a harbinger, a creature whose existence foretold the winds of change. The world would look back to this moment and point. There was the dawn of a new age of heroes. There, a symbol was born. Toshinori looked on at his successor with a mix of deep resonating pride and annoyance. Just get out of here, kid. Well now, this is a wrinkle. It seems despite your many flaws you've chosen well, All Might. Midoriya Izuku may even surpass you. Keep his name out of your filthy mouth. A massive fist slammed into Toshinori's side, causing a gout of blood to spew from his lips. He hurtled through the air until a familiar high-speed projectile caught him and redirected both of them to crash into the ground. Calm down, Toshinori. Keep your wits about you. The two of them crash-landed in a former apartment building, sending rubble spraying into the air. This is the same thing that happened last time. You can't let him get under your skin. Yes, sir. Can you still fight? It's do or die time, kid. A hero will always find a way for justice to be served. Toshinori slammed his hand into the ground, pushing himself to his feet. Gran Torino shook his head. You kids and your DMN catchphrases. All Might. Gran Torino. At his side, Gran muttered something that sounded like a curse against foolhardy meatheads and children. I can help. Izuku was floating over the rubble towards them, still almost a block and a half of collapsed buildings between them. Toshinori raised his hand to stop him. When you think you can't go on, remember your origin. This nation needs our symbol. Live for him. I have to finish this. He risked a glance at his successor, and he was struck with the resonant image of that sobbing skinny fanboy he had been when they first started training together. I couldn't be more proud of you, my boy. There's no need, young Midoriya. Just stay back and watch a pro go to work. Everything's going to be okay. Do you know why? In the distance, All for One's arm began to grow in a grotesque mockery of a human limb. The symbol of evil called out for his rival, but Toshinori was focused on the boy he had chosen. Because I am here. All Might. Izuku. He blinked at the sound of his name. He turned to the voice and saw three figures running toward him. Kamu Woods and Edgeshot trailed behind the third figure who sprinted with all-out desperation toward him. Midnight Sensei. OF. His teacher slammed into him with a hug. Oh God, kid. Never do something like that again, okay? Now come on, we have to get you out of here. Wait, what about All Might? The symbol of peace shall endure. Izuku had barely registered the presence of the number 5 hero, but holy SHT Edgeshot was right here and talking to him. He won't fall here, but you are injured and are not yet a licensed hero. You need to evacuate with the others. But what about him? Izuku pointed to the bound and snarling form of Shigaraki. His hands were trapped against his body, so there was no risk of him using his quirk, but they couldn't just leave him there. Midnight bent down and slammed a palm over his mouth. Purple mist trailed into the air between her fingers. Shigaraki's eyes rolled up and he fell unconscious. There, problem solved. We'll just take him with us. Kamu, if you would. Right. Wood replaced Black Whip and trapped Shigaraki even tighter. Now, we should go and leave All Might to it. I will go to support him, the rest of you get out of here. Edgeshot flattened into a ribbon launched into the air toward the brutal fight happening in the center of the crater that once was Kamino Ward. Endeavor had desperately started trying to buy time for All Might to gather his strength for the last stand. Let's go, kiddo. Midnight tossed Izuku's good arm over her shoulders. Izuku looked back to his mentor, his skinny form now revealed to the world. Please, All Might. I can't lose you. You're next. The devastation is immense here in Kamino Ward. The two hideouts of the League of Villains were hit late last night by a group of top heroes including Best Jeanist, Endeavor, and All Might. Much of the surrounding blocks were leveled as fighting broke out between the heroes and the League, as well as the Nomyu, which we are being told are genetically engineered creatures under the League's control. Thankfully both locations were in the less populated sections of Kamino, but as you can see, no buildings were left standing after All Might took on the League's leader. Little is known about the mysterious mastermind behind one of the most dangerous groups of villains Japan has seen in decades. Rescue operations are ongoing, but current statistics have the death toll at over 50 and hundreds more were injured, leaving local hospitals overwhelmed. Staff from larger nearby hospitals have been called in to assist, and patients with minor injuries are being transferred out to help keep space for the more grievously wounded. The city has come to a halt and public transportation has stopped for the first time in over 6 years as the fallout from the Kamino ward incident continues to ravage the people of Japan. In this time of crisis, many are looking to our nation's heroes for guidance. The symbol of peace is currently undergoing treatment for the injuries he sustained during the fight, and the hashtag #StillOurSymbol is trending on social media to show support for the injured number 1 well, Takashi. To be honest, I'm not sure we've seen a villain attack of this scope since All Might debuted. It begs the question, what are we to do now that our nation's symbol will likely be forced to retire? Can we really survive without him? 3 members of the League of Villains along with dozens of the Nomu creatures were captured yesterday. The villain known as Shigaraki Tomura, who was involved in the original attack by the League at UA's campus, the villain known as Mr. Compress, and the as of yet unidentified leader of the League were all scrayed to Tartarus early this morning, where they will be held until trial dates are announced. 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐳 shot and Endeavor were initial estimates from city officials put the property damage in the hundreds of millions of yen. Who was the boy that fought alongside All Might? Why was he there? All Might's mysterious successor and where is you during all this? They had 2 students kidnapped by the League. All Might is being forced into retirement because of their negligence. How can anyone support them after all this? Shouldn't the students of you been allowed to use their quirks in self-defense in the first place? Why are we restricting their quirks at all? These are our future saviors. If they had been allowed to use their quirks from the get-go, would All Might have retired? This is Takako Honda of Shueisha Publishing, live from Kamino. Izuku turned off the television and leaned back in his hospital bed. His mom was asleep in the chair at his side, hands still clutching at his leg. She hadn't left his side since she had arrived at the hospital, and Izuku couldn't be more thankful for it. His mom just had a way of making him feel better. She called it a mother's secret quirk, but Izuku thought it was all her. A quiet knock at the door roused Inko from her sleep. A tall man with black hair and a pair of glasses entered the room dressed in a pair of scrubs with a white coat thrown over them. Pardon the intrusion. Is now a good time for us to speak? Inko sat up and rubbed her eyes. Yes, doctor. Now is fine. Excellent. It's good to see you awake, Midoriya-kun. My name is Dr. Kyoya Otarai. I'm the head of orthopedic surgery here at Central Hospital. I was the surgeon in charge of your recovery along with Recovery Girl. You are a very lucky man, Midoriya-kun. Inko bristled. My son had to fight for his life before and after being kidnapped by villains, doctor. I would hardly classify that as lucky. My apologies, he dropped into a quick bow. I did not mean to offend. What I mean is that your son is lucky he got to us when he did. My understanding of the quirk that the villain Mr. Compress used is that it placed Midoriya-kun in a state of suspended animation while imprisoned. Because of that, his body was able to receive medical attention sooner relative to the time that passed out here. Effectively, if he had spent as much time outside of the quirk as he did inside, his prognosis would look much worse than it does now. That is not to say you are out of the woods yet, Midoriya-kun. The man adjusted his glasses and fixed Izuku with a piercing stare. Simply put, you cannot allow such an injury to occur again. You broke your arm in 16 places in addition to the severe dislocation and damage to the joints and ligaments. Recovery Girl managed to heal most of the actual breaks themselves as well as the major structural damage to the muscles, but the tendons and ligaments were weakened significantly. If you had injured it any further, we would have had to amputate it. Izuku looked down at the cast-covered arm. The third's quirk was that powerful. He would have to use it sparingly. He would also need a way to protect his arm. Maybe you'll retain full use of the limb after some physical therapy. We'd like to keep you for the next few days in case there are any lingering complications from Mr. Compress quirk. The majority of your physical therapy can be handled at UA after you return, so this will just be a precaution. You'll regain full function of your right hand after a few sessions with Recovery Girl, but I urge you to take this seriously, young man. Far too often we see young heroes with bright futures cut tragically short because they didn't take care of their bodies well enough. I'm sure the people who care about you don't want the same thing to happen to you. Thank you, Dr. Otarai. I truly appreciate everything you've done for me. It was my pleasure, Midoriya-kun. Hopefully the next time I see you will be a social visit rather than having you as my patient again. I'll do my best, sir. See to it that you do, young man. A nurse should be by in a few minutes to get you a solid meal. You used up a lot of your stamina from Recovery Girl's quirk, so it will be important you for to eat well and rest over the next few days. There are a few visitors here who would like to speak with you if you're feeling up for it. Yeah, I feel up for it. Excellent. I'll send them in then. Rest well, Midoriya-kun. And you as well, Midoriya-san. With that, the doctor left the mother and son alone in the hospital room. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 balled up the sheets in her fists. Izuku. Another knock interrupted her. She sighed. We'll talk later, darling. Come in. The door slid to the side to reveal Nemirai, casually dressed in sweatpants and an oversized knit sweater, with Principal Nezu riding her shoulder. The principal had a somewhat more serious expression than he was used to seeing on his face. Ah, Midoriya-san, Midoriya-kun. What a pleasure to see both of you. Before we get down to business, I would first like to apologize on behalf of you, high school, that this incident came to pass. We have failed you for a second time. I appreciate your apology, Nezu-san. I would like to know, however, how it has come to be that my son has twice been forced to fight for his life at a school-sanctioned event. We are investigating at the moment, though the most distressing theory is that there may be a traitor within UE. I will be personally conducting a full review of all staff and student backgrounds, as well as tearing into the records and information left behind by All for One to determine the identity of this person. We thought, Nemirai said as she sat down next to 𝐒𝐭𝐴, that if we kept the number of people who knew the location of the summer camp small, then we would be able to keep them better hidden. She took his mom's hand in hers and rubbed soothing circles into it. I wish that I was there, that I could have done something. But we never thought that they were in any danger, I promise you that. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sighed and leaned into Nemirai's side. I don't blame either of you personally. I know you all did your best, but your son still got hurt because our best wasn't enough. Nezu finished for her. I do not disagree with your sentiment, Midoriya-san. There must be drastic changes to our school. A somewhat tense silence stretched over the room after that statement. Izuku wasn't sure he wanted to know what changes Nezu was thinking of making. How are you feeling, Izuku? Nemirai asked from her place at 𝐒𝐿𝐴's side. I feel a little sore. My arm doesn't hurt, but it feels pretty tender, I guess. Can you tell me how everyone else is doing? Where's Kaken? Bakugo is currently being treated on another floor. Midnight cracked her knuckles once before looking to the floor. I was part of the team that picked him up and he was pretty out of it. It seems like he'd been drugged, and from what we could make out of what he was saying, they tried to convince him to turn villain. He kept muttering stupid shitty scarecrows as they carted him out. Once we got him secure, I hopped a ride with Kamu Woods to make it to you. The rest of my class. Kota. Izumi Kota had a sprained wrist and a minor case of dehydration, but was overall quite healthy. Nezu answered. You did quite an amazing job protecting him. The rest of 1A and B managed to escape with minor injuries. Anyone who was put to sleep by Mustard's quirk has woken up with no lingering complications. That's good. That's really good. Izuku felt his mouth dry up. And the villain? Muscular. What happened to him? That is part of why we are here. Nezu adjusted his tie. The villain known as Muscular was sent to the hospital with a severe concussion, 3 broken vertebrae, several broken ribs and significant internal bleeding. He is currently in a medically induced coma but is expected to wake up within the next 2 days. They are unsure if there will be long-lasting effects at the moment. Izuku felt his vision blur with tears. He did that to another person. The third's quirk pulverized his own arm and almost killed the person he used it against. Jin was too dangerous. He had to find a way to regulate it. Until he did, the third's quirk would stay locked away. Neither the HPSC nor police will be pursuing charges of excessive force given the circumstances. You will likely have to give a statement later on, but Kota's testimony of the events will absolve you. Thank you. Izuku whispered. The tears he had held back now ran freely down his face. I'm so sorry. Both 𝐭𝐴 and Nemurai moved to embrace Izuku. He buried his face between them and let the sobs take him. You did nothing wrong, Izuku. Nemurai whispered fiercely. You saved Kota. You protected both him and you from someone who wanted to kill you. You were a hero. Eventually his tears abated and his mother and mentor pulled back. After Izuku took a moment to clean up his face and pull himself together, Nezu spoke. There is one more matter we should discuss, Midoriya-kun, before we let you get your rest. You were seen during the fight flying and producing smoke. You awakened 2 more quirks, didn't you? 3, sir. The 7th, 6th and 3rd users. Float, Smokescreen and 𝐴-Jin. 𝐴-Jin is an energy store, it's what let me do that too. Well, our response is going to hinge on one important question. Do you still want to keep one for all hidden? Izuku looked up in confusion to his principal. Nezu gave him a small smile and explained. All for one is locked away. You could go public with your quirk if you would like. I do not think it wise, but you have that option and I will not take it away from you without even offering it. Wouldn't that still put people in danger though? All for one probably still has allies. There is another dimension to it as well. If the world knows that you could transfer your quirk, a villain may take measures to attempt to force you to transfer it to them. Like I said, I do not believe it is the wisest option. One for all was kept a secret for a very long time for good reasons beyond just all for one. I'd like it to stay secret. Maybe one day I could share it, but definitely not now. Nezu gave him a nod. Very well then. I believe the best lie is one with some semblance of truth then. You had a quirk awakening due to the stress of attempting to save Izumi Kota. Your quirk is a rare but not unheard of triple aspect involving both float and black whip that requires your base musculature to be at a sufficient level before activation. Smokescreen can be explained as a quirk that all for one forced onto you during your captivity. Because your body is naturally adjusted to having more disparate power sets because of your original quirk, you manage to adjust to the new quirk rather than the quirk breaking your mind. This is just for your classmates and the official police report, Nemurai added. Because of the highly restricted status of the villain as well as the fact that you're a minor, the press can print your name and some basic facts that you got taken, but any report of your involvement is confidential. I think that makes sense to me. Mom, do you have any questions? 𝐭𝐴 blinked back at the group, taken aback at the decisiveness. No, I don't think so. If you do, Nezu said, handing her a business card. Feel free to reach out to me. Or ask Yagi to get into contact with me. Thank you, Nezu, sir. I think I just need to take some time to process all of this. Of course, take all the time you need. Eventually, Midnight managed to convince 𝐭𝐴 to head home and shower and get some proper sleep. Shortly after she had left, Izuku's door burst open, causing him to startle up in bed and Nemurai to flick open the collapsible WHP she kept disguised as a bracelet on her wrist. A jumble of limbs fell into the room, accompanied by the sounds of bickering. I told you I wanted to be the one to see him first. We should have knocked, what if he was asleep? Well then he's definitely awake now, Kero. We currently have a weapon pointed at us and you are worried about whether we woke up our friend or not. This seems to be a bit much, does it not? Well, isn't this just adorable? You're like a bunch of puppies climbing over one another to get attention. Okiko, Tenya, Zu and Shoto looked up at Midnight from the floor where they had all crashed together in a dogpile. Okiko had her leg tangled in Zu's and an elbow pushing Tenya's glasses up above his forehead. Ida had an arm around each of Shoto and Okiko. Zu managed to be pressed between Shoto and Tenya though she seemed mostly nonplussed about the situation. An amused Momo stood behind them, badly disguising her laughter behind a hand over her mouth. Nemurai curled her WHP around her arm again with a smirk. I'll give you some time to yourselves. I'll be back in 15. She stopped at the door and turned back to Izuku with a teasing glint in her eyes. Oh, and Izuku. Group play can be very entertaining but you did just get out of surgery so try not to get too excited now, 𝐻. All 6 of the teenagers blushed as Nemurai exited, laughing to herself. Okiko managed to extricate herself from the pile first and pounce onto his left side. Deku. How are you feeling? Her voice was slightly muffled by his hospital gown as she attempted to burrow into his chest. She started rubbing her head against him like a cat as the others picked themselves up off the floor. I'm all right. Pretty sore, but happy to be in one piece. How are you guys doing? We were not the ones who got kidnapped by villains and shattered our arms. Shoto gave him a dry look. Please worry about yourself more and the rest of us less. We're fine. I think what Shoto means is that the rest of the class is all right. Bakugu's family is with him, but we're not allowed to visit him yet. Tenya broke in gently. Truth be told, the only reason we were allowed to come see you is that, your mom texted me, Okiko finished for him. She was sending me updates throughout the night. My mom has your phone number. Yeah. We talk sometimes. Izuku shuddered at the idea. His mom was great, but if the two most stubborn women in his life teamed up, he would stand no chance in any argument for the rest of his life. She's really cool. Why, she's awesome. I am glad to see you are well, Izuku-kun. Momo saved him from thinking about the Inko-Okiko alliance. We were all greatly concerned. We had a rescue plan in place, Shoto offered. If no one had news within 2 days, we were going to move in on our own. Well, I'm glad you guys didn't have to resort to that, Izuku said with a laugh. And I think that I owe a lot of that to you, Momo. You were the one who placed the tracker on the Nomu, right? Yes, that was me, but really you were the one who inspired me to do it. I wouldn't have had the ability to think that far ahead though. I would have ended up just fighting the thing head on and then letting it get away. Before I did, it was your words that allowed me to take action at all, otherwise I would have simply stood by. Don't say that, Momo. You would have figured something out. You're far too clever to ever just give up. That is kind of you to say, Izuku, but how long do you think they're going to keep doing that, Kiro? I give it 5 minutes. Momo and Izuku blushed from embarrassment. My apologies. Nay, all good. Okiko had managed to worm her way underneath Izuku's unbroken arm and laid fully on the bed next to him at this point. It's kind of adorable how you guys get into these like compliment battles. She let out a yawn. You're so polite. Izuku's brow furrowed at his girlfriend's slip of accent. She must have been more exhausted than he thought if she was speaking naturally in front of their friends. He leaned down to whisper in her ear. You okay? She let out a sleepy and mumbled something that sounded vaguely like tired. If his mom was sending her periodic updates throughout the night, then how much sleep had Okiko gotten? He pressed a kiss to her forehead and earned a pleased hum as she snuggled in closer. Tenya noticed the two of them beginning to drift off and cleared his throat. We should probably let Izuku get his rest. We can let Midnight Sensei know that Okiko will stay here. A good idea. Momo echoed. I do think there is something that needs to be addressed with the group before we leave. Shoto looked down at his hands with a desolate expression. You should probably all stay away from me for the foreseeable future. What, why? Shoto. Kiro. I'm cursed. I really am the hand crusher. Laughter filled the room. Izuku felt like his lungs were going to burst. The stress of the past days melted into his slightly manic giggles. And if a few tears fell as the outpouring of emotion came, everyone was too overcome by the sheer relief of being alive to comment. Something was wrong with him. The quacks and nurses didn't find anything in any of the tests they had run. Everyone from his parents to the doctors was insisting he just needed time to adjust, but Katsuki knew the truth. There was something wrong. It was hard for him to describe. A subtle weight in his chest that had never been there before. Shadows flickered in the corners of his vision. His fingers would twitch, heartbeat pick up, he even felt his quirk spark once without his input. Every so often someone would play piano against his spine, a tapping against his vertebrae that could only be a product of his overstressed mind. Katsuki knew that whatever tests they were doing weren't accurate, but what could he do? If he told them what was wrong, they'd say it was just stress and trauma from being kidnapped. At best no one would take him seriously, and at worst they would assume he snapped and keep him in this hospital forever. Maybe they're right, a voice whispered. Maybe you're crazy and this is all in your head. He needed to figure this out, but he had to do it on his own. The first step to doing that was getting out of this DMN hospital. Katsuki pulled the napkin Scarface had written on from his pocket. He should have given it to the police when they picked him up. He should have exploded into scraps or stuffed it down a toilet. But he didn't do any of that. Katsuki returned the napkin back to his pockets. I can do this on my own. I don't need their help. I'm strong enough to figure this out by myself. His own clothes had never felt quite as comfortable as they did when Izuku finally was able to change out of the hospital gown. His mom had brought a change of clothes with her when she came to check him out, and Izuku gratefully put them on. A relaxed pair of jeans, limited edition All Might 35th anniversary socks based on his Bronze Age costume, his favorite red sneakers, and a plain white shirt that said winter hat in bold black font. He tossed the jacket she had brought into the bag with the workout gear he had been wearing during the training camp. His mom had gone ahead to the car, but Izuku had one more stop to make before he left. At his knock, a voice called out from inside, "Come in, my boy." He pushed open the door to see his mentor resting on his own hospital bed. Bandages wrapped around his head and snaked up from underneath the hospital gown, peeking out from the collar and the right arm hole. His arm itself was casted and tucked into a sling. "Young Midoriya, it's good to see you." "It's good to see you too, All Might. Pardon the intrusion." "Nonsense, my boy. I'm happy you would visit a wizened old man like me. Gran Torino is old, All Might. You're experienced." All Might let out a wet barking laugh that transitioned quickly into a coughing fit. Izuku poured a glass of water for his mentor while his coughing settled. "Ah, thank you, my boy. Just don't let Gran hear you saying that." He took a drink from the cup before putting it back on the tray. "So what can I do for you, Izuku?" "One for all," he said simply. The upbeat energy of the room dimmed a little at the mention of their quirk. "It's gone from you now, right?" "Ah, one moment, my boy." All Might leaned over to the table next to him and pressed a button on a small silver disc. It looked similar to the hologram disc that had been sent in his 𝐂𝐲 acceptance letter all those months ago. The disc let out a soft orange glow. "There we are. You can speak freely now." Right. You used up the last of one for all in your fight, didn't you?" "I'm afraid so. The power is yours completely now. I could feel it when one for all started to fade in you. It felt like a star going out. There's no need for gloom, my boy. This was always going to happen at one point or another. You are the ninth bearer. You are my successor. You're going to do far more good for this world than I ever did. I just keep thinking that if I hadn't been there, if I had been strong enough to get Kaken out without getting captured as well, or if you hadn't saved me under that bridge, maybe you would still have one for all." He glanced down at his hands, crumpled into fists. "Did I kill the symbol of peace just to become a hero?" "Young Midoriya," the tone of All Might's voice brooked no argument. Izuku looked up into his mentor's steely blue gaze. There was no way that this could be avoided. "I'm almost 60 years old, my boy. Not even I can be a hero forever. The symbol of peace would fall eventually with or without you. But nothing, Izuku. Do not place this burden on yourself. Sons are meant to surpass their fathers, and you will do so many amazing things in your life, my boy. Please don't let Shoto hear you say things like that," Izuku said with a watery laugh. He wiped at the tears that trailed down his face. "He's already convinced that you're my dad. I may not be your father, my boy, but I do see you as my son. The bond we share is unbreakable and irrevocable." Toshinori pressed a bony hand into Izuku's hair and ruffled the curls. "My emester told me that we would always meet again inside of One for All. I will always be a part of you, Izuku, just like I will always carry a part of you with me. Oh, that reminds me. I think I spoke to Nana." A surprised burst of BLD shot from All Might's mouth at the statement. Once he had cleaned himself up, he asked, "Ah, what do you mean, my boy?" "Well, you know how I spoke to Daigoro when I awakened Black Whip." Toshinori nodded. "When I awakened Float and F.A. Jin, I saw two more vestiges. One of Nana and one of the third. And then when I gained access to Smokescreen, I think I met the sixth as well." "Well, this is certainly news. We have a little information on the fifth and sixth wielders and more on Nana, but we know very little about those prior to 𝐔𝐻𝐽. If we can find a way for you to intentionally communicate with the vestiges, maybe you can ask him to share information with you. Yeah. Thinking about the third user and his quirk redirected Izuku's thoughts back toward the original reason he had wanted to speak with his mentor. All Might. Did you ever want to kill All for One? To be honest, I already thought that I had 6 years ago. I didn't know he was alive until after the USJ attack. But going into this fight, did you think about killing him? What is this really about, Izuku? He thought back to Muscular and the feeling of his fist against yielding flesh. The echoing boom of a body hitting a mountain. When the third spoke to me, he asked me if I was willing to do whatever it took to stop Muscular. If I was willing to kill to stop him. And you're worried that by saying yes it makes you a worse person, his mentor finished for him. Izuku didn't answer. He stared at the floor until he felt shifting from the man next to him and a warm hand rub circles against his back. We are called to a violent profession, my boy. If diplomacy could stop every villain, there would be no need for heroes. But I almost killed a man, All Might. That's a little more than just the regular duties of heroics. Even villains don't deserve to be murdered. There are many reasons why someone might become a villain, young Midoriya. Out of necessity, a lack of better options, or just plain bad luck sometimes. The worst of the worst though, the true monsters that haunt our world, they do bad things because they enjoy it. They love to cause chaos and destruction and pain. I do not condone killing. It's the job of heroes to stop them from causing more violence, not to escalate it. I truly hope it does not come to pass for you again, but sometimes the only way to ensure that others do not suffer for the actions of monsters is to stop them however you can by whatever means necessary. Let's do a thought exercise. If you hadn't used that level of force against Muscular, could you have stopped him from killing you or Kota? No, probably not. Did you try first? Of course. He was just too strong. Last one. If you were forced to do it all again, would you change your actions? Izuku was forced to think about it for a long moment. He turned the problem every which way, but any solution he could come up with probably ended with one or both of them dead. Maybe he could have led Muscular off toward Aizawa, but what would have stopped him from killing Kota first? He had already proven that he could handle 100% of one for all, so anything less than maximum force wouldn't have done anything. No. He decided. No, I would do it again if I had to. Then I think you have your answer. You did what you had to. Don't let your doubts detract from that. Thank you, All Might. Of course, my boy. As Izuku left the room, a faint sense of approval radiated from the back of his mind. Heavy lies the head that wears the crown, Midoriya Izuku. A familiar voice spoke. Don't take this power lightly and you'll be fine. Can you hear me? He thought back. When nothing but silence returned, he sighed. DMN Cryptic Ghosts. Protect Tomura Shigaraki. He had a purpose. A mission. But how could he fulfill it? His ward was gone, taken by his enemies. His MSTR was gone as well. The doctor was in the wind, and without the coordinates to his location he would remain there. Tomura's associates were beginning to panic. The one had already stormed off, footsteps charred into the concrete of the warehouse in his wake. The others scattered as well. All that was left of the League of Villains was the masked man and himself. The other man pulled up his mask and spoke. The words themselves swam in and out, competing with the instinctive drive to protect and nurture his missing ward. You don't even know who you are, do you? The blonde man's voice was kind and soft. It resonated with something deep inside. I hope you find something that reminds you of that. Or someone. He placed a phone on the table, a video playing on the screen. In case you want to know what's happening with Shigaraki. The blonde man left. His eyes were dragged to the screen. Flashes of rescue efforts in the destruction left behind by All for One. A woman appeared on it. Dark hair and bright blue eyes. Familiar blue eyes. Protect Tomura Shigaraki. The angle changed and again showed that woman, scooting Tomura's rival away from the battle zone. Protect everyone Tomura Shigaraki. Flashes of a younger woman, with those same haunting eyes, on a rooftop. The sky stretched out behind her, but no star shone brighter than her. Protect Tomura Shigaraki everyone. He had to know who that woman was. She was a hero. She could have a clue about who he is, where Tomura Shigaraki is. Izuku had stood toe-to-toe with a man that called himself the symbol of evil and personally put a hole in All Might's side. He'd fought serial killers and villains and bioengineered superweapons. He wasn't sure if any of them were as terrifying as Nemurai's driving. Oh God, I'm not sure I'll ever get used to that. Izuku breathed, trying to make sure he didn't throw up on the sidewalk. What are you even talking about, Izuku? You and Hisashi, I swear. Such sensitive stomachs, sheesh. Nemurai gave him an unimpressed look from over the rim of her sunglasses. His teacher was dressed casually in a tank top and jeans and tapped her sandals against the ground outside of Spring of Youth. Alliteration. Seriously. Izuku pushed his hands off his knees to stand up. Must you punish me like this? Seriously. I soothe such sad setbacks with Schadenfreude celery head. Celery head. Spinach was right there. No more questions, young pupil. Nemurai held open the salon door to let Izuku enter first. All shall be revealed in time. What are we even doing here, Nemurai? That was a question, Izuku. And a valid one. You basically kidnapped me at 9 in the morning. I feel like I deserve an explanation here. Nemurai t-scared. Kids these days. No appreciation for the build-up of things. You all just want instant gratification. Nemurai flipped on the lights and led him over to a table in the corner. Today we're going to be practicing some self-care. If I left you alone you'd just work yourself into the ground, so I asked Inko if I could steal you for the day since I'm such a caring and wonderful big sister. I would not work myself into the ground. She shot him a disbelieving look. You got out of the hospital yesterday and you've already tried to go for a run this morning. I know you hate sitting still, but take a minute to decompress and sit down already. Izuku sat down in the chair opposite his teacher. Admittedly, he did feel a little worse for wear. The cast had come off, but the doctors had warned him that he should take it easy until his next appointment with Recovery Girl. It was just hard to sit still knowing that even now villains were getting ready to take advantage of the power vacuum left by All Might's retirement. The #1 hero was gone, and it was only a matter of time until the reverberations came back to bite them. How could he not be out there? He was the successor. He needed to be training. He needed to be better. I know you feel like you should be doing more. She rolled her eyes at the surprise that showed on his face. I have been around the block before, you know. You're a hero, Izuku. We all hate sitting still. I know Shouter tends to belabor the point, but you do need to take some time for yourself. You can't save anyone if you're not sleeping or eating or burning yourself out. You've got to pour from a full cup, otherwise you'll have nothing left. And it's my job as your honorary big sister to make sure that you're taking care of yourself, so she held up 2 nail polish bottles and rattled them. Which color? Izuku let out a sigh. It didn't really seem like he was going to be able to get out of this. Red, I guess. No. I know you love your red shoes, but really, can you wear other colors? Red nails are for the sex symbols, the femme fatale. I'm not sure you're ready for that. No, let's go with a dark blue. This one will look good. Why did you even ask me if you were just going to go with the one you wanted? Don't question your Nei-san, Izuku. It's rude. The quiet that fell was comfortable, occasionally broken by Nemurai's soft humming. Her brush strokes were precise and gentle. As she traded one hand for the other, his newly painted nails felt oddly heavy to Izuku. The color Nemurai had picked out was a dark blue, almost black in the places where the coating was thickest. Flecks of silver dotted the nails like stars. He could admit that it felt nice to take a moment to breathe. He had been moving at full throttle ever since final exams. Having someone else take care of him was a soothing change from the hectic battles he had been forced into. I know we've been working on your persona and keeping it up, but there's a time and a place for it. It's a hard lesson and I don't get it right all the time either. But you have to make sure that you have time for Izuku and Deku. Find people or spaces that you can take a break with. Get a hobby, go on some dates, do anything but train or be Deku. Okuko's laughter echoed in his head. He remembered sitting with her on the roof, lunch forgotten between them. He thought about their trip to the mall. What he didn't know at the time was to be their first date. The first time he saw her, struggling to get away from the 0-pointer. A hand squished his cheeks, disrupting his thoughts. I knew it. You're in love with 𝐒𝐿𝐵. What a no, I'm not. You are. You just mumbled her name. Nemuri let out a dramatic gasp and clutched a hand to her chest. You're in love and you didn't tell me. Maybe this is why I didn't tell you. How could you do this to your Nei-san, Izuku? You're not actually my sister, you do know that, right? So cruel. Thank you for meeting with us, Midoriya-san. 𝐬𝐽 sat stiffly on the couch, doing his best to ignore the shifting weight of All Might at his side. He itched to get rid of the stupid tie that was way too tight around his throat and go home to his cats and his husband, but he had to get this done. He was honestly surprised at how well most of these home visits were going. So far, every single parent had agreed to send their children back to you and signed off on the plans to create dormitories. Even the Bakugas had been fairly easy to convince, but 𝐬𝐽 got the sense that this conversation was going to be much harder. We will try not to take too much of your time today. We are deeply sorry for the pain and worry we have caused you and your family. Please don't. Her voice was soft and almost broken. My son is everything I have. There are no apologies that can make up for him being put in danger. I know that it wasn't your fault and I know that this is his dream, but as his mother I need to put his safety first even if he won't. I will not lose Izuku. So you need to give me an incredibly good reason to allow him to return to UA. I lost my best friend while at UA. He died while on a work-study our second year. I thought that I could protect my students from similar fates by pushing them and making them realize that the world can be cruel. But I'm starting to realize that's not what this group needs. That's not what Izuku needs. 𝐬𝐽 dropped into a bow, pressing his head to the floor. His back protested the motion, pulling at the recently healed burns and stitches on his body, but he refused to get up before his message was felt. I apologize for failing Izuku these past few months. It will not happen again, I swear it. 𝐬𝐽 felt Yagi join him on the floor. The taller man took up significantly more space on the ground and 𝐬𝐽 felt a pang of concern for his health. Despite his taller and lankier frame, Yagi's forehead also met the wooden floor. Midoriya-san, it was my responsibility as his mentor and as a hero to make sure Izuku got out before the fighting began in Kamino. It was because of my weakness that he was forced to hold his own against villains while I was fighting my own battle. I should have taken better care of him, but please allow me the honor of continuing to train him. Izuku will be a guiding light in this world with or without my input. It is more out of selfishness that I asked to continue to help mold that light. Mentor. Continue to train. 𝐬𝐽 thought. There's definitely more to his relationship with the Midoriyas than Yagi's been letting on. Please, get up, both of you. Both men took a moment to rise from the floor and settle themselves back on the couch. All Might, you are my son's idol. I asked you to live for him and you did. Even you cannot be everywhere at all times, symbol of peace. I know that hero work will be dangerous and it's my son's dream. But it's been at you that has been attacked over and over when he should be safe. He should still be learning but has been moved into situations he is not ready for and been hurt by them. How can I, as his mother, permit this to keep happening? We are using the dorms as a way to keep a better eye on students. The revamped security measures from after the USJ will also be applied to the new dorms. 𝐬𝐽 continued to explain the various improvements they had made to the security systems. Most of it had been explained to the parents in the update they had received after the USJ as well as the letter that had been sent to explain the proposed dorm system, but it didn't hurt to go over it again. 𝐬𝐽 had finished explaining the new drone systems when 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 held up a hand to stop him. He trailed off, waiting for her to speak. You remind me of my husband, Aizawa-san. Always so focused on the trees that you cannot see the forest. I am sure that the security put in place by the school is top-notch. You have given me reassurances that Izuku will be safe in the future, and if I have learned one thing over these past few months, it is that Izuku is far stronger than I have ever thought he would be. But why should I let Izuku return to you at all? Why would I not simply put my foot down and refuse to let my son put himself in these dangerous situations at all? Because he won't stop. Aizawa looked down at his hands that tightened around the cup of tea he was holding. The best heroes all share the same quality. I'm sure Yagi will agree with me. The relentless drive your son has shown, that innate need to be a hero and to do the right thing, that's rare. All of the best heroes I've ever known have that trait. They have that fire. I don't think there's anything that anyone could do to stop him from becoming a hero. Even you. Inko was quiet for a long moment. She steepled her fingers underneath her chin, lost in thought. Yagi started to shift in place next to Shouter. It was long enough that Shouter's legs began to stiffen. He was definitely going to beg a massage out of Hisashi when he got back. Eventually, she spoke again. I have not been as encouraging to Izuku as I maybe should have been. His father worked in private security after he got out of the military. I know exactly how much it takes out of you to be the one standing up for everyone else. I wanted to protect Izuku from that life, but I suppose that's no longer an option. I'll agree to the dormitories and allow Izuku to continue at UA. Once the paperwork had been filled out and returned to Shouter's bag, he and Yagi began to make their way out the door. He stopped at the exit and turned back to Inko. If I might ask, what happened to your husband? Her hand twisted the ring she still wore on her finger. He went missing 16 years ago. The return trip for Izuku was thankfully less adrenaline-inducing. As he got out of Nemurai's car in front of his apartment building, he stuck his head back in the open window. Thanks again, Nemurai, for everything. I had a lot of fun. Of course, kiddo. I had fun too. Izuku patted his pockets, making sure he had everything before turning. Izuku, Nemurai's voice called out. He stopped and turned back to the car. If you ever need to talk, you can talk to me. Or talk to Hound Dog. Hound Dog Sensei. Yeah. He's a licensed therapy dog. How that works, I truly have no idea, but that guy's got more jobs than me or present MIC. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Nei-san. Izuku ignored the squealing from his teacher as he turned to go back inside. When he entered the apartment proper and toed off his shoes at the doorway, he turned to see his mom in the living room, a glass of wine in her hand. She looked a little drained, though still popped her head up as she heard the door open. The television played some reality show that he didn't think he had ever seen his mother watch before. Mom. I'm home. Oh, Izuku. How are you, darling? How was your self-care day with Nemurai? It was a lot of fun. More relaxing than I thought it would be, if I'm being honest. I was going to grab dinner with Okako if that's okay. Sure, sweetheart. Just make sure you're home by curfew. Will do. Love you, Mom. I love you too, Izuku. Izuku shrugged off his mother's strange behavior. She was probably still worried over his health. More importantly, he had a date to get ready for. Himiko stumbled into the alley, transformed flesh melting away from her. She was alone again. The league had broken up, yet another family sundered, leaving Himiko to pick up the pieces. Darby had stormed off, twice, and Spinner said something about normal lives and wandered away, and even Magna had gone on her own. It was just Himiko now. There was a wave of darkness threatening to crash over her. Alone again, Himiko, came her father's voice. You're a monster. You deserve to be alone. You could never belong in this world. Himiko's hands curled into fists, knuckles going white from the pressure. No matter where you run, you'll always end up alone again in the end. A crack sounded from her palm. She uncurled her fingers to find a single vial, the barest traces of red swirling at the bottom. I'm not alone yet, father. She clutched the vial to her chest. She had managed to collect just a few drops of Izuku's BLD when she scratched his cheek, but it was enough to keep her company for now. Seeing him in action flying above her was amazing, but she needed more answers. She could feel whatever that something was. Whatever spark he held inside of him that drew other important and powerful people into his orbit, she had felt it. And she couldn't wait to feel it again. Wait for me, Izuku. I'll see you soon. Okako was nervous. It felt silly to be nervous just because her hand was in Izuku's. She and Deku had held hands on plenty of occasions before, but this time was special. It was their first official date and she wanted everything to be perfect. They had stopped for ramen at a stand by the park before grabbing some ice cream, and Izuku was leading her to a beach so they could watch the sunset on the water. It should have been perfect. But Izuku was being a lot more quiet than usual. That ramen place was a great deal. We should definitely go back. Izuku let out a small hum in response. Okiko desperately racked her brain to think of ways to fill the growing silence. The sounds of the city were beginning to fade behind them. The area closest to the beach was still scarcely populated despite Dagobah being clean once more. A quick squeeze from Izuku's hand in hers let her know that he was listening even if he wasn't paying full attention to her. I'm glad we finally got to do something like this. I feel like it's just been one thing after another since finals ended. Izuku still didn't respond. Okiko was starting to get worried. He had seemed fine when she visited him in the hospital, but ever since he got out he was acting more withdrawn than she had ever seen him. He still had dark circles lining the bottom of his eyes. She wouldn't be surprised if he was having nightmares. She had had more than a few in the days since hearing of his capture. He had tried to hide it, but Okiko had also noticed his hands shaking. When he held his chopsticks, and even now while he was holding her hand, his fingers would twitch every so often. As they hit the boardwalk and stood closer to the railing, Okiko figured it was time to pull out her secret weapon. She angled them towards a bench near the railing that still offered a view of the ocean. Sit. She put her hands on his shoulders and put a modicum of effort into forcing him down. He could have broken free easily, both of them knew it, but he allowed her to force him to sit. She rolled up his right sleeve. At this, Izuku started to pull away. Okiko, what are you? Sit down, Izuku. Trust me. Izuku stopped struggling and let Okiko roll up his sleeve. I've been doing this for my dad ever since I was a little girl. I just need you to let me know if it's too much, okay? She rubbed her hands to warm them up and began to press her fingers into Izuku's arm just below the shoulder. I used to do this for my dad when he would get home after a long day at work. I floated him to the ceiling a couple of times, but he said he never noticed because he was floating on cloud 9. She started to rub her thumbs in opposite circles. Both up toward the shoulder, then out, down toward the elbow and back in to meet together. With each pass she moved a little lower, making her way from shoulder to wrist. Every so often she would pause to push a little deeper into a particularly tense knot of muscle. She was careful to avoid irritating the scars that littered skin, and when she hit a patch that made him wince she leaned in to press a light kiss against it. Ever so slowly, she felt Izuku relax into her touch. His posture slumped a little and she hid a smile by pressing a quick peck to his shoulder. Midnight might not be happy that his posture was slumping, but she was sure she'd recognize it was a worthwhile cause. When she reached his wrist she trailed her fingers back up his arm and pressed her chest against his back. She placed her hands against his traps, more pronounced now that he was slightly hunched over, and began to rub her thumbs in the same pattern. Talk to me, Deku. She whispered in his ear to avoid breaking the relaxed state her boyfriend had fallen into. What's going on? She felt his back start to stiffen again before he relaxed again in her grip. I'm scared, Okiko. She almost missed the whispered confession. He mumbled it into the air, and only her experience with Izuku's mutterstorms allowed her to catch it. What if I'm not good enough? What do you mean? There are a lot of expectations on me. So many people are looking at me and they're relying on me to be a great hero. But what if I can't? I barely saved Kota. I almost died against the League a dozen times over. How am I ever going to live up to them? There was something Izuku wasn't saying. She could see it in the way he bit his lip as if to physically stop himself from letting it slip. His hands were clenched against his thighs, tension falling back into his body. Everything just keeps changing underneath my feet. She had never realized before just how much she didn't know about Izuku. For someone so open and warm, he rarely spoke about himself. He never talked about friends from middle school or his father or funny quirk accidents he had as a kid. He talked about why he wanted to be a hero, but it was always vague. He never talked about why Bakugo seemed so hell-bent on hating him, or how they knew each other, or why he had the pain tolerance to shatter his arm and then keep fighting. But she also knew it didn't matter. Okiko knew Midoriya Izuku. She knew his kindness and his bravery and the fierce determination to save people that drove him to break himself over and over like the waves on a rocky shore. She knew that Izuku would walk through hell to save someone without hesitation. She just needed him to know that he didn't have to do it alone anymore. You don't have to be a hero, not with me. Okiko came around to sit next to Izuku on the bench. It's enough right now to just be Izuku. You never have to be anything more with me. She wrapped an arm around his shoulders and brought him down into a hug. You don't have to save everyone on your own. All of us are going to be right there with you. I'm going to be right here the whole time. Izuku leaned into the hug like a man desperate for a life raft in the ocean, but Okiko didn't mind bearing his weight. Izuku was the most heroic person she had ever met. If she couldn't save him from his problems, then why was she a hero at all? I'm sorry for kind of ruining our first real date, he murmured into her chest. It's not ruined. I'm always happy to be there for you, Izuku. Silence fell between them, but Okiko wasn't worried this time. If there was one thing she could count on about Izuku, it was that he would always bounce back and persevere. She pressed a kiss to his temple and watched the sun fall beyond the horizon. A hero's instincts were their lifeline. They were often the difference between life and death in the field, and Nemuri's had been screaming at her since she left the Midoriya apartment. Someone was watching her. She had taken backroads and shortcuts and used every tool in her bag of tricks to try and throw them off, but that slight heat at the back of her neck remained. Whoever was watching her was clever, which meant they were dangerous. Nemuri drove away from her apartment. She, like many other heroines, had dealt with stalkers and crazed fans before, and she had found the best way was to let Nezu handle them. Having others nearby was always useful, and Nezu was nothing if not protective over the people and places he considered his. Yu was the safest place in the country, and that was thanks in large part to the rodent running it. Thankfully, the campus was deserted for the last few days of the summer break, so even if her stalker was dangerous, no students would get caught in the crosshairs. As she pulled into the teacher's lot, beneath the front lawn, said third principal was waiting for her. Ah, Kiyoma. I see you are too much like me today. You seem to have a tail. Nemuri hoped her deadpan expression properly conveyed how little regard she held for her boss' warped sense of humor. Do you know who it is? No. They haven't made contact, but I suspect they are still here. Some alarms blared, interrupting Nemuri. The air was rent in two by a swirling miasma of purple and black. As an arm began to emerge from the void, static electricity filled the air. A small rod dropped from the ceiling and lightning blasted the mist-like form. When the rod retracted and the electric bolt ceased to punish the intruder, the body of Kurogiri laid motionless on the ground between Nemuri and Nezu. Well now, this is interesting. It was a surreal experience to pack most of his childhood room away, and even more so to see it up in his new dorm room at Heights Alliance. He had brought most of his less valuable merch, and it was now proudly displayed throughout the room. Dozens of smiling All Mights were joined by a smattering of new heroes that he had recently gotten some pieces for. Hawks, Edgeshot, Miko, and Kamu Woods all made cameos along the crowded shelves. He had debated about adding a poster of Midnight, but he dreaded the day she learned about it and the mockery to follow. Besides, a lot of her posters were a little more scandalous than he was comfortable with now that he knew his niece, and on a more personal level. I wonder if I can get her to score me some other merch though. I'll have to think about it. The room itself was a touch smaller than his bedroom at home, though he anticipated most of his time would be spent hanging out with others in the common room or training in the gyms. The rooms each came with simple wooden furniture, including a desk, bed, and dresser, and had separate en-suites and balconies, which was a huge plus in Izuku's book. Tucked next to his desk was a mini fridge where his mom was adding the last of his protein shakes and honey. I think you're all set, my love. Yeah, I guess this is it. Izuku finished adjusting the bedspread and turned to see his mom with tears in her eyes. No, I'm okay, Izuku. You're just growing up so fast. Izuku leaned down to wrap his arms around his mom. His t-shirt got a little wet from her tears, but it wasn't the first time and likely wouldn't be the last. I'll still be able to visit. Every other weekend at minimum, I promise. I wish your father could be here. Izuku stilled even as his mom used his shirt to wipe away her tears. He'd be very proud of you, Izuku. Mom, she gave him a sad smile. That same sad smile she wore every time he had ever asked about Hisoshi. It was the reason he never pressed her, even when he grew old enough to realize that if he really worked overseas he could at least call or video chat. Part of him wanted desperately to ask her, to somehow force the answers he wanted out of his mother. A growing part of him, however, had just grown numb to the idea. Who cared about the nebulous idea of a father he had never met before? "I'll tell you everything soon, baby. You deserve to know." She reached up a hand to caress his cheek, before dropping it to his shoulder. "But let's not dwell on the past today, 𝐻M. This is an exciting day. Your first day in the dorms." If Izuku was being honest with himself, he had known that his mom hadn't been entirely honest with him growing up. But did it really matter as long as she could keep smiling? If the very memory of Hisoshi Midoriya chased away her happiness, was it even worth it to think about? He forced a smile to his face, burying the conflict deep inside of himself. "Sounds good to me, Mom." Toshinori idly scratched at the skin he could reach underneath his cast as he watched the ducks float around the pond. Had this pond always been on the campus? He certainly didn't remember it from his time at UA. Did Nezu add it? Maybe Nezu was part bear after all and he liked to go fishing. Did this pond even have fish? Was he overthinking this? All Might Sensei. Toshinori turned to see a familiar head of messy green curls running his way, frantically waving. "Nemurai said you would be here." He waited for his boy to get in range so he didn't have to shout before he responded. "I'm afraid it's just Yagi-sensei now, young Izuku. All Might is retired." His successor laughed, a little out of breath but with a levity he hadn't heard from the young man in too long. "You'll always be All Might to me, sir." Izuku's eyes shimmered with joy and admiration. Toshinori felt a wave of fondness roll over him for his successor. There were many sides to the ninth holder of One for All. His fierce battle instincts, his more outgoing and vibrant hero persona, his shy and anxious hidden self, but Toshinori couldn't help but hope he held onto this side of himself. That childlike innocence and belief in heroes and his unwavering admiration. There were far too many jaded old men in heroics. Maybe they needed someone like Izuku to come in and remind them all how to believe again. "That's very kind of you to say, young man." Toshinori ran a hand over Izuku's head, who brightened even further at the touch. "So what did you need me for, my boy?" I was actually hoping to pick your brain about some ultimate move ideas. Nemurai mentioned that we're going to be working on them tomorrow and I wanted to get a head start on idea planning." Toshinori raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you still on medical leave for the next few days?" Izuku deflated at the reminder. Toshinori couldn't help but laugh at his boy a little. Even if he had gotten rid of the bunny ears on his costume, he did remind him a lot of an overly expressive rabbit. "Well, yeah. But I'm hoping that Aizawa-sensei will let me do practicals a little early so I can get started on them." "Are we talking about the same Aizawa?" Izuku hung his head in defeat. "I just want to work, Yagi-sensei." His voice was muffled slightly, the words aimed more at the ground than Toshinori himself. "I need to keep getting better so I can live up to your legacy." There it is, Toshinori thought. There were many sides to his successor, but at his core Izuku was the same as Toshinori. They were both workaholics who needed to help. Sitting still simply wasn't in their nature. It was the fire that pushed him to save young Bakugo from the sludge villain all those months ago. The same one that was on full display in his fight against the League of Villains. The same one that burned inside of the heart of every wielder of One for All that preceded the both of them. Toshinori moved his hand from Izuku's head to his shoulder. "You already live up to my legacy every day, my boy. You're going to be a far greater hero than I ever was, I know it." Izuku snapped his head up to meet his eyes. "But you're not going to get there by making the same mistakes that I did." Toshinori lightly squeezed the shoulder of his boy, his successor, his son. "I never took breaks. Even after All for One tore my lung from my body, I refused to stop. I drove myself into the ground trying to solve every problem on my own. I never made time for myself or others or to have a life. Yagi Toshinori was largely ignored so All Might could flourish. Frankly, I'm a little jealous of you, Izuku. You're already far better at reconciling your separate halves than I ever was. I'm proud that you're doing so much to make sure both Izuku and Deku are healthy. You can't give that up. I only ever really had Sir Night-Eye as a friend, and even then our relationship was based in heroics. Maybe if I had spent more time with him as just Toshinori, things would have been different. What happened between you two? Izuku asked. His hand came up to grasp at Toshinori's wrist, holding him as much as Izuku was being held by Toshinori. I know your partnership separated a few years ago, but no one ever knew why. He smiled down at his boy even as he was assaulted by what ifs and what might have beens. Perhaps another time, my boy. I'm afraid we've gotten a little off track. This was about you making sure to take your time and not overwork yourself. You're only 15, young Izuku. Let us carry the weight of the world for a little while longer. I'm 16, All Might, Izuku said with a pout. What? My boy, I'm so sorry. It must have slipped my mind. It's okay, All Might. I turned 16 the day that the League attacked. It's not that big of a deal. I don't usually celebrate my birthday anyway. Well, this simply won't do. Toshinori took as deep of a breath in as he could and bulked up into his muscle form. I am here to wish you a happy birthday. His control popped and Toshinori deflated into a coughing fit. Do your classmates know? Izuku's sheepish rubbing at the back of his head was answer enough for Toshinori. Fear not, my boy. We'll make sure this is a birthday to remember. But I don't want them to know. Toshinori blinked at Izuku. His shoulders were hunched high near his ears, and his cheeks were a light red. His posture was reminiscent of the first time they had met. He had trouble seeing it at times through all the progress his boy had made, but this was yet another side of his boy. Toshinori had some theories about where this side of Izuku came from. He knew anti-quirkless sentiments had risen from when he himself was a kid, and as much as he played up his own brand of pure optimism, he knew it couldn't have been easy for the young man. Still, to think he's still holding this much back from his peers. I don't want them to know, All Might. Izuku repeated softer. My birthday was the day Katsuki and I got kidnapped. Nemurai and Okiko told me a little of what it was like for them, but I know they are holding back on some of the details. Everyone was so down after Kamino and everything. I don't want to make it worse for them by reminding people of that day any more than I already do. My boy, it's all right, All Might. My family isn't really big on celebrating stuff like that. Toshinori wasn't sure how to feel about the almost resigned tone to his successor's voice. It wasn't wistful of something he wanted, it was just accepting of the fact that he wouldn't get it. Besides, isn't that what heroes do? We make sure other people can keep smiling. Toshinori for a moment saw a mirror of himself. His own words echoed back at him, shouted at Mirai in a hospital. This is what heroes do. I have to be out there, so everyone else can keep smiling. Perhaps you really have taken too much after me, my boy. Here. What do you mean? Never mind. If this is truly your wish, then I will honor it, Izuku. Thanks, All Might. Izuku wrapped him in a hug. It still felt a little odd to be small enough for Izuku to lift him off the ground with the force of his embrace, but Toshinori was looking forward to getting used to it. When they eventually parted, Izuku turned to truly take in his surroundings for the first time. So what exactly were you doing out here in the first place? I was just watching the ducks. I was contemplating whether or not Nezu had put any fish in this pond to indulge in his more bear-like tendencies. His boy laughed. This one doesn't have any fish. The fish pond is on the other side of campus. I can show you if you want. Just how big is the campus, young Izuku? Honestly, I have no idea. I think Nezu has a second quirk that just expands UA whenever he needs to add something. I'm starting to think you might be right on the money with that one. Now come on. Maybe we can catch something to eat. If they really are Nezu's fish, do you think we should take any? Well, hopefully they're at least pretty fishes. By the time Izuku got back to the dorms, most of the parents had left and his classmates were busy unpacking their belongings. All Might had gone back to his apartment in the teacher dorms to rest a little, and Izuku supposed he should probably do the same. There was still a sense of restlessness that gnawed at him though. He had been forbidden from training for the past 2 weeks and he was officially stir-crazy. It didn't count as training if he was just coming up with ideas in his notebook, right? Hey, Midori Ashido waved from where she and 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 were sitting at a table, an array of nail polishes in front of them. Come here often. Hey, Ashido. You mind if I hang out in here? I promise not to disturb you guys too much. Not at all. The more the merrier. Yeah. If you want we can do your nails too. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 offered. Oh, I'm all set on that front, Izuku said, displaying the dark blue Polish Nemurai had semi-forced onto him. Whoa! Ashido squealed with stars in her eyes. Midori, who got to do a makeover for you before me? So unfair. Sorry Ashido. Maybe next time though, yeah. We totally should. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 agreed. Maybe we can do like a whole fashion show or something. I bet Ima has some great ideas. Ooh, or we could ask Katsuki. His parents are designers. Yeah but, like, would he even help? Isn't he a little too? 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 waved her arms. You know, growly. I bet I could get him to help, Ashido smirked. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 threw a cotton ball at her head. Corny jail. Izuku took their squabbling as a sign that he had been dismissed and moved to the far side of the room to settle in on one of the couches. He pulled out his notebook and pen to start brainstorming. There were a few easy places he could start. He could slingshot himself with Black Whip into a San Francisco smash, and he had managed to replicate All Might's Oklahoma smash, which was a childhood dream come true. All Might had a dozen ultimate moves that he could replicate, but wouldn't that just be falling into the same traps as before? Plus, One for All was different for his mentor. Because of his natural frame and the fact that he could use 100% immediately, All Might never had to develop particularly complex moves. But Izuku was more of a speed-type hero, at least until he could handle a higher percentage of One for All. Izuku also had Black Whip, a long-range capture option that was something All Might could never replicate. He had to develop his own style of fighting. Maybe he could. Hey! Midoriya! Izuku looked up to see Shinsu standing in front of him. His shoulders were obviously tensed, scowl affixed on his face. Mina and Toru's chatter fell silent at the rapidly changing atmosphere in the room. I'm glad that you're alright. Oh, thanks Shin-dash, but this doesn't change anything. Izuku blinked at the other boy. Shinsu's hands clenched into fists at his sides. I'm still going to beat you, golden boy. Everyone saw you fight alongside All Might. You have some amazing new aspects to your quirk. But even still, Shinsu looked up with fire blazing in his eyes. I've fought too hard to get where I am and I won't quit now. I will surpass you, Izuku Midoriya. No matter what. Shinsu turned to walk away, leaving Izuku stunned behind him. Here. Is this how 𝐿 felt? He knew that Shinsu considered him a rival, but seeing it in action was strange. He had thought they'd been getting along better because of the group chat. But the fury in Shinsu's voice was so visceral. It had to have been something he was holding on to since the sports festival. Hey, hang on. Shinsu stopped, still turned away from Izuku. I'm pretty sure I told you this once before, but it's not just me you should be watching out for. Everyone in the hero course is constantly giving it their all. You'll have to fight through all of us in order to make it to the top. I don't care about any of that. I know that no matter what I do the world will only see my quirk as villainous. So I don't care about rankings or popularity or any of that. All I really want to do is beat you. Izuku watched him walk away. A weight settled into his stomach. He wanted to help Shinsu, but how could he? It was like he had already determined the whole world was against him and was now lashing out before anyone could try to hurt him. Izuku could empathize with his feelings. He was only where he was because of incredible people around him who helped him. If he had never gotten One for All, would he have ended up like Shinsu? I can't believe that guy. Izuku was shaken from his thoughts by Mina as she spoke up. What a tool. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 nodded. He really needs some therapy and a nap, like stat. Mina's words weren't that surprising to Izuku, even he had picked up on more than a little animosity aimed at Shinsu from her, but the derision from 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 took him aback. Hey, Ashido, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿. Izuku wandered toward their table. I was wondering. What exactly don't you like about Shinsu? I've noticed that you, hate his guts. Want to punch him in his stupid face. have some strong feelings toward him. Izuku finished lamely. I'm just a little tired of his poor pitiful me routine, Mina scoffed. I mean, really, it's like he thinks he's the only one who had a rough childhood because of their quirk. Right. 𝐻𝐵 added. My quirk doesn't help me destroy robots any more than his does. But I managed to get in. And so did Koda and Masharao. If he had actually put in any effort towards training or had gotten some rescue points, he totally could have gotten in. Instead, it seems like he just wants to whine about how unfair it is instead of doing anything about it. Plus, he's always bringing up how people see his quirk like a villain's quirk. Like, does he think he's the only one? Exactly. Everyone always told me growing up how easy it would be for me to be a thief and blamed me when they lost their stuff. Right. My quirk is acid. If I don't have flawless control, I could really hurt people. Does he seriously think no one else has been called out for having a villainous quirk? Wow, Izuku looked back and forth between the two of them. I never realized how common it was to go through something like that. Yeah, 𝐻𝐵 said. People can be pretty shitty. What about you, Midori? Ashido asked. Do you have a tragic backstory too? Ha ha. Izuku's sweat dropped as both girls turned to look at him curiously. Nope, no tragic backstory here. Just your normal everyday high schooler. Right. Sure, Midori. We believe you. That wasn't suspicious at all. If it helps, I think you're getting a little better at lying. 𝐻𝐵 offered sheepishly. I mean, that was almost sort of believable, I guess. I think I'm just going to go unpack some more. Yuga fretted for a moment, fluttering from one box to another looking for the sequin top he knew had to be here somewhere. He was already going to be one of the last of his class to move in, having scheduled his time slot for early the next morning to have one more night at home before leaving for you. He didn't need to slow himself down anymore by forgetting something. Finally finding the purple garment, he carefully folded it and placed it in the suitcase nearest the foot of his bed. It wasn't as if Yuga was a stranger to packing. His parents had immigrated from France when he was just 3, chasing after the neo-fashion scene that Tokyo boasted and fleeing the more traditional cultures back home in Paris. Even after they had arrived, the 𝐴𝐻𝐼 family never stayed in one place for long before the wanderlust hit them and they'd be on the move again. His mother always told him that it was in his blood. Their family was descended from a famous magician who did tours all around Europe. Each and every one of his descendants were entertainers and globetrotters, and Yuga himself was no different. He had always dreamed of being a wandering hero like the knight-errants in his mother's stories. Gawain and Lancelot were his idols, and even when they moved to Japan, Yuga adored the stories of brave ronin who roamed the lands dishing out justice before moving on once more in their unending journeys. His dreams had wavered when he had learned he was quirkless. How could he ever live up to those knights of legend as a powerless boy in a world with people like his classmates? What was 𝐴𝐻𝐼 when compared to Izuku Midoriya, who had tamed a power so great it shattered glacier and destroyed his own body? But his parents, his dear sweet mother and father, had struck a deal with a man who exchanged power like trading cards. A man who could give him the quirk he so desperately craved and make all of his dreams come true. Everything was good for a while, until the devil came back to collect on their bargain. Yuga had lived every moment under intense stress these last few months, knowing that if he let anything slip to the heroes, he would either be arrested or killed depending on who got to him first. He was so incredibly grateful to Midoriya for ridding him of the devil that haunted his dreams. Perhaps he should get him some cheese. He often looked a little sleep-deprived, and a nice portion of cheese before bed had always put Yuga's own mind at ease. Packing this time, though, felt different. With no symbol of evil lurking over his shoulder, Yuga was free to live his life as he pleased and be the hero he had always dreamed of when he was younger. He was finally able to be the princely knight he was always meant to be. Yuga reached for the next shirt but found that the basket was empty. Odd, I would have sworn she had put all of them together, he mumbled. He padded down the stairs toward the living room where he last saw his parents. Maman, says to 𝐿 ma chemise. Mon fils, would you come in here for a moment? Yuga raised an eyebrow at his father's use of Japanese. It was a little unusual for their family to not use French while at home, but perhaps they needed to have a serious discussion. Yuga's questions died on his tongue as he drew up short in the entryway of the living room. His parents sat perched on chairs, panic-laced eyes pleading with him to do what he was uncertain. Behind them, a hand smoking lightly where blue flames danced across his fingers, was a heavily scarred and stapled man that Yuga had only seen once before. "It's good to see you again, shining hero," Darby said. "Why don't you sit down? I think we need to have a bit of a family discussion." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 tapped her fingers against her desk. Her pen bounced in her mouth as she chewed on the cap. She probably should have gone to bed an hour ago, but there was something that was bothering her too much. Izuku's quirk made no sense. Aizawa had asked them not to bother him about it while he made home visits, and she cared about Izuku enough to not press him for answers. He was clearly struggling with something, and as much as she wanted to know and be able to help with it, she would let him come to her on his terms. Midnight and All Might could handle whatever it was for now. She would support him emotionally and be a rock for him to lean on. But a lot of things were starting to come together to paint a very confusing picture. Inko had let it slip that Izuku got his quirk late. Late bloomers weren't unheard of, but 15 was incredibly late. His quirk broke his bones when he first got it, almost like his power was too big for his body to hold. She had scoured the internet for video of him fighting at Kamino because she wanted to understand better what he had gone through, and saw him using 2 other powers that they hadn't known about. Black Whip, she could somewhat believe, was a variation on his mom's quirk, but how did flying and smoke relate to super strength? There were rumors flying that the villain All For One could steal and give quirks. Which sounded crazy in theory, and yet her boyfriend had gone from quirkless to having 4 quirks that didn't seem remotely related to one another. The Nomu from the USJ had had multiple quirks. All For One in his fight with All Might looked like he had multiple quirks. Was it out of the question to think Izuku did too? She knew Izuku Midoriya. She knew that there was nothing in this world that would stop him from becoming a hero. What if he thought the only path to accomplishing his dream was to go to this villain and get a quirk from him? What if he was somehow connected to All For One? What if he was All For One's son? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shook her head to get rid of those thoughts. She was acting like Todoroki on another conspiracy binge, inventing up what-ifs and hypothetical situations that she could neither prove nor do anything about if she somehow stumbled on the truth. She knew Izuku. He was a good person to his core, he wouldn't stoop so low as to make a deal with a villain just to get a quirk. Right. The image of Muscular rose to her mind unbidden. He looked dead as the paramedics took him out on a stretcher. Izuku was laser-focused on his goals and would stop at nothing to save someone. But would he really go that far? A knock at her door cut through her racing thoughts. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 jumped at the noise, slamming her knee into the desk. "Just a second," she called out between curses. She managed to limp over to the door on her smarting knee and pulled it open to see her boyfriend standing in the hall. "Izuku. What's up? Can I come in?" She wordlessly held the door open for him to step through. She was thankful that she had the foresight to clean up all the mess from unpacking earlier, though some part of her stomach was still doing flips that she was alone in her bedroom with her boyfriend. She bounced a little as she sat on the bed, Izuku dragging the desk chair that had been knocked askew by her surprise into the center of the room. "So, not that it's not great to see you, but what's up? I thought you had gone to bed." Izuku just held up a finger to his lips in a request for silence. Her annoyance at being shushed was overwhelmed by curiosity when he pulled a small silver disc from his pocket and pushed a button, causing it to glow with a soft orange color. He placed it on the ground between them and looked back at her. "All right, we should be good." What is that?" "It's a high-frequency signal generator." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 raised an eyebrow. "Where the hell did he get that?" "It will stop our conversation from being recorded, and if Gyro or Shuji listen in, they'll just get an earful of white noise. I need to tell you something important." "That's an awful lot of work just to have a conversation, Deku." "It's really important, 𝐒𝐭𝐴." "Okay," she said, leaning back against the wall. "What do you need to talk about?" "It's about my quirk." 𝐒𝐿𝐴's heart started racing. Was he also reading her mind? Could he read her mind right now? She had to think about something that would throw him off, that she had already figured it out. Sister Magdalene in a bikini. Izuku in a bikini. Wait, damn it, now I just want to see his abs. "I told you that my quirk didn't manifest until I was 15, and that's a lie." I was never going to get a quirk. I'm biologically quirkless, with the toe joint and everything to prove it. I got my quirk from someone else. All for one, she whispered. Izuku sat up in alarm. What? I mean, it all makes sense. Okiko hopped off her bed and started to pace back and forth. You were biologically quirkless, but you're like the most heroic person in the world. Obviously you wanted to be a hero. And I know you're so determined, so you made a deal with him to become a hero. Okiko and it makes sense for him too, because then he would have a favor to cash in from a high-ranking hero one day. Or if he didn't need it, he at least had a ton of blackmail on you for if he ever needed to take you out of the equation entirely. Okiko what I can't understand is why he would risk giving you such strong quirks though. I mean, he had to know that someone like you would eventually try to come after him even if he had blackmail against you. Maybe he just wasn't prepared for you to get so strong so soon. I mean, you're like, kinda wildly overpowered now, Deku. Babe and if he had you in his pocket, then even if Shigaraki failed at the USJ, he would still have inside information about the next generation of top heroes. She let out a gasp. What if he Okiko? Izuku grabbed her hands and forced her to look at him. I did not get my quirk from All for One. But All Might gave me my quirk. She blinked at him. Izuku took it as a sign to keep talking. I inherited my quirk from All Might. He trained me for a year before I got to you and gave me his quirk before I took the entrance exam. So is All Might also All for One? No. What the hell, Okiko? What? You just dropped a bomb on me, Izuku. I'm processing. All Might is not All for One. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. Why was this so much easier to explain the first time? Okay, let me start from the beginning. My quirk is named One for All. That sounds an awful lot like All for One, Izuku. The first holder of One for All was All for One's brother. All for One forced a stockpiling quirk onto his brother, but the brother also had a secret quirk that was the ability to pass on quirks, and when those two fused together it became One for All. So All Might is All for One's brother. This might take a while. So All Might saved you from a villain? Yep. And then you saved Bakugo from that same villain? Correct. And All Might was so inspired by your recklessness - courage, that he decided then and there that he wanted to take you on as his successor. Yes. And that involved cleaning a beach, and then you got his quirk. You've got it so far. But his quirk was actually given to him by his MSTR, and he was the 8th person to hold this quirk. Right. And you're the 9th. Yeah. You do realize that your life is basically a manga, right, Izuku? Are you the love interest who's my reward for defeating the villain then? You're lucky you're cute. Izuku stumbled down the stairs in the morning, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He and Okiko had stayed up later than they had meant to, answering all her questions about One for All. He felt lighter now that she was in the know too. He had been backed into a corner when telling Midnight and his mom, and even though he was glad they knew, Okiko was the first person that he got to choose to bring into the fold. She was his best friend and the person who knew him best in the world. He couldn't imagine a future where she wasn't standing by his side. He had texted All Might and Nemurai late last night to let him know that he had told Okiko. He woke up to a gif of All Might giving a thumbs up from the man himself and a long congratulatory message for opening up to people. Nemurai sent him a simple smiley face, which made Izuku more than a little concerned that there was an imminent prank coming his way. The kitchen was fairly crowded, which surprised Izuku a little. He had expected most of his classmates to still be sleeping or getting ready for the day's training. He supposed he shouldn't have been that surprised though. Most students at UA were type A go-getters. As he descended the last of the stairs, he hit a wall of cardboard, sending a box crashing to the ground. Oh, I'm so sorry. He grabbed the box off the floor and offered it to AMR. I didn't see you there. It's fine, Mon Ami, he said. His eyes darted between the floor and ceiling, deliberately looking anywhere but Izuku. Thank you for the help, but I really must get going. Lots to unpack still. Grabbing the box, AMR bolted up the stairs, disappearing deeper into the dorms. Izuku blinked at the odd behavior of his classmate. AMR was always quirky, but he had been downright skittish during that exchange. Was he already getting homesick? Izuku made his way toward the dining room table, dodging around Tokoyami and Dark Shadow playing with Koda's pet rabbit. He leaned on the back of Okiko's chair and glomped onto her back. "Jawning. Morning, Deku. You seem awfully chipper this morning." He hummed in acknowledgement of her sarcasm and pressed his cheek against the top of her head. He hadn't grown up with a lot of physical affection, but he knew it meant a lot to Okiko to have these small moments of closeness. Anyone else notice that 𝐼𝐺 was acting a little weird? "Not really," Tenya said, cleaning off his glasses. "Do you think something's wrong?" "I bet he's just a little intimidated." Kaminari lazily waved a piece of fish that Gyro had to duck underneath. "I mean, you're kinda famous now, dude." "Kaminari," Gyro hissed under her breath. "What? He is. We all fought against villains, but he got to fight alongside All Might. I mean, that's super cool, right? Honestly, I was really scared." The quiet that followed Izuku's statement was heavy. Everyone turned an eye toward him, watching to see if he would fold under the pressure. It was a new feeling, to be the one under the microscope instead of ignored, but it was another thing he would just have to get used to, he guessed. If he really wanted to be the new symbol of peace, the media would be a whole lot less friendly than his classmates in searching for cracks in his confidence. He doubted they did it maliciously, but he still had far too many secrets to risk letting them know exactly what was going through his mind when he was brought before All for One. "I didn't even know what was happening at first. Compress quirk wore off as soon as the fighting started, so I just went from one fight to another. I didn't have any time to think, I just reacted." But he shot a smile at Kaminari. "It is pretty cool in hindsight. It was always a dream of mine to fight with All Might, I just never expected it to come true. I'm not sure it was entirely worth it, bro." Kirishima slung his arm over Izuku's shoulder. "How about we don't let anyone get kidnapped for at least a year? Does that sound good? How about never letting someone else get kidnapped? I think we've sailed past our quota." Gyro snarked. That managed to banish the last traces of gravitas from the group as Kaminari and Hagekyu broke out into snickers. "Oh, Deku, don't you have an appointment with Recovery Girl?" Okiko asked. "I'll walk you over." Sure. Sounds good. You know, you two don't have to be so obvious." Gyro called out to them as they headed for the door. "It's just rude to the rest of us single people. Kaminari's probably going to need therapy now." He and Okiko stepped through the front door to the sounds of Kaminari's affronted whines. He doubted that Okiko was planning on doing whatever Gyro was warning them away from. She had probably just tried to save him from accidentally talking about anything too close to One for All. It was a nice change to have Okiko in on his secret with him. He could afford to be a little less guarded, certainly with Okiko herself, but with her watching his back he could have someone else let him know if he was skirting a topic that he shouldn't be. Was this what All Might felt with Sir Night-Eye? Why did they split if it felt this good to not have the weight of the world alone on his shoulders? "Thank you for the distraction and for believing me last night, Okiko." She smiled at him, and he felt his stomach do flips. "Of course, Deku. I'll always believe in you. Besides, we're a team now. I can watch your back." She took 2 steps forward before she jumped into the air. "Oh, we should make code names." "No," he laughed. "No way. Last time we let you pick all the nicknames, we didn't even know who everyone else was. That was one time. And it was so obvious that Todoroki was Horizon Brave from Pacific Rim." "Okiko, I don't even know what that is." "Well, whose fault is it that you don't know about the best movie franchise of all time?" "You know what, that's it. We're watching it later. Now, come on." She grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the building. "We've got 15 minutes before your nurse's appointment and I don't want to waste a single one." "Hey," Izuku thought as he let Okiko drag him along. I guess Gyro was right after all. Nezu watched the funds transfer on the screen with barely disguised hunger. myheroacademia had been all she promised and more, and with the information she managed to acquire he now had a complete picture of his enemy's forces. It hadn't surprised him that the Hearts and Minds Party had been co-opted, or that the tendrils of this corruption leaked into the press. It was the fastest way to push an agenda, but their little revolution would pose an excellent challenge for his young symbol. His tail flickered through the air at the thought of his most important pawn. Midoriya Izuku had managed to unlock potential even Nezu hadn't known of, becoming the first specimen of quirk singularity in the modern age. A hero stronger and faster than All Might with 6 other quirks to further compound his power would become an unrivaled idol for generations to come, and he would be walking the halls of youth for 3 full years. There was a 93% chance that he would feel overwhelming nostalgia for his alma mater after he graduated, and it was a near certainty that enrollment would see a larger spike than when All Might had become number 1. His pawn would soon be promoted into a queen that Nezu would use to crush the obstacles in his path. Midoriya didn't realize it yet, but he would be the one to usher in the future of this society. And the one pulling his strings would determine what future it was. Grow, my young symbol. Evolve. Nothing will stand in the way of your progress. You've been responding to treatment well. I'd say you might even be a bit ahead of schedule, young man. Recovery Girl put down the scans of his arm and took her glasses off to let them rest against her chest by the chain attached to the arms. Does that mean I can train today? He asked hopefully. No. He deflated a bit at that, and Recovery Girl shook her head. Just because you're ahead of schedule now doesn't mean that you can be reckless and rush this, young man. Recovery is rarely linear. Being ahead now doesn't mean you won't experience any setbacks. Yes, Izuku hung his head. He understood her reasoning, he just wanted to be out there so badly. He had years of quirk training to catch up on and 3 new quirks he had to figure out how to use. How could he ever be the number 1 hero if he didn't push himself? He thought about the way his mom looked while he was in the hospital. The worried and worn faces of his friends when they came to visit him, the way his mentor looked even thinner now that he had officially retired. Maybe Recovery Girl was right. Maybe he should take it slowly, at least this once. Oh, chin up, Sonny. Nothing physical at all for today, but tomorrow you can start doing some quirk control with everything except whatever it was that did this to your arm in the first place. Just quirk control, mind you. I don't want you doing any actual sparring until your bones set a little more. Wear your compression sleeve while doing quirk training, and I'll see you again on Friday. With that, Izuku hopped off the examination table, snagging a handful of gummies that he idly chewed on while he walked. Okiko had gone ahead to the tea deal. He was pretty sure Nezu was just messing with them on the names of things at this point, so he was free to take a little more time meandering toward the gym than he would have otherwise. They were supposed to be working on ultimate moves today, but what could he do without actually training? Well, he had a start. He used an Oklahoma smash against the league and he had the San Francisco smash, but what else could he do? He couldn't keep up with the insane feats that All Might could do at his current percentage, and even if he could, his arm likely wasn't going to be fully healthy by the time he did the licensing exam. The sounds of combat grew steadily louder as he walked through the open archway into the TDL. Most of his classmates were spread out throughout the cavernous space, practicing moves or working with clones of ectoplasm to strategize their moves. He could see Okiko floating a little above the tallest structure. Eraserhead walked back and forth in between the peaks, calling out advice or warnings to his classmates. Off to the side, Shinsu was running through conditioning drills with Cementos and Midnight. Nemurai waved him over, and Izuku jogged toward her. Midnight Sensei. What should I get started with? Nice try, kiddo. Recovery Girl already texted us that you aren't cleared yet. Izuku's shoulders slumped. Worth a shot, I guess. I'm sure you've got a few ideas already, so why don't you take the day to write them down and really iron out what you want to work on over the next few days. Walk around, try and get some inspiration. Once you get the all clear, we'll start working on control for those new developments of yours. Nemurai turned back to correct Shinsu's form, and Izuku headed off toward the opposite side with a small sigh. All of his ideas for super moves were just copying All Might, and his other quirks were so new he had no idea how to start coming up with moves for them. Black Whip could help his mobility, but how did he even access the others to start with? Izuku leaned his back against the wall and slid down to sit on the floor. Katsuki had made it seem so easy growing up. He had multiple super moves by the time they were accepted, and Izuku didn't even know where to start. I have concerns, Bakugu-kun. Katsuki's eye twitched at his name. Your sleep issues are troubling, and Aizawa tells me that you seem even more on edge than usual. I'm feeling fine, he growled. Dogface let out a sigh. It's fairly apparent that your recent experiences are having a far more profound effect than you're willing to admit. Recovery takes time, Bakugo-kun. You can't rush these things. I said I'm feeling fine. Well, as your counselor, I say you're not. I am officially recommending that you do not take the provisional license exam. That's bullshit. You can't do this. Frankly, even if you were emotionally and mentally prepared to take the exam, your behavioral issues earlier in the semester would have prevented us from sponsoring this attempt at your license. You'll be able to try again in a few months. Frustration and anger welled up within Katsuki. Who were these chuckle FS to keep trying to put him on a leash? Amid the swirling frustration, something else rose to the surface, drowning out all other thoughts. Hound Dog kept talking, but his voice faded under the ocean of gray that filled Katsuki's mind. Color leached from the world, the cheery Fing blue that had sessed him off when he first walked into blanched into a pale monotone. Katsuki floated separately from the world. He couldn't feel the arms of the chair desperately clutched in his hands. He couldn't hear the white noise machine that played wave sounds in the background. Katsuki came untethered from reality. What the hell? Even his thoughts felt sluggish as they struggled to get through. The gray. What is this? Fingers danced along his spine, forcing Katsuki's back ramrod straight. His right bicep twitched, arm jolting in place. An unfamiliar feeling pooled in the center of his stomach. Unbidden, his gaze drifted to the plant in the corner. There amongst the grayscale world was a singular patch of color. A vibrant splash of green. Overwhelming fear roared in his veins. His heart lurched into overdrive, sweat starting to pour from his skin and flow down to his hands. His quirk strained against his fingers, ready to defend against whatever was causing him to feel this way. What the hell is going on? As suddenly as it started, the gray faded. Color returned to the world and sound soon followed. Hound Dog raised an eyebrow toward him. You all right, Bakugo-kun? Yeah, I'm fine. Momo twirled a staff in her hands before cracking it against the rock. It reverberated, but didn't shatter. She nodded, satisfied that she could in fact reinforce the tungsten with a carbon fiber support net without compromising the overall strength of the material. The next goal was to find a combination that would also give her an edge against electric quirks, but it was progress. She still wasn't entirely sure what she could do for an ultimate move on the level of most of her peers, but she could at least strengthen her creations. She leaned the staff against the quirk-created mountain in front of her and grabbed her water off of the ground. Her eyes drifted toward the side of the gym where Midoriya sat, scribbling notes into one of his notebooks absently. Careful, Momo. Kyoka rounded the corner of her mountain and joined Momo on her platform. Better not let Okiko catch you staring at her boy or she'll string you up by your toes. Do you think he's okay? Momo asked, ignoring the accusation. He seems sad. Nah, he's fine. Green's like a German shepherd. You've got to give him a job, otherwise he just becomes a bundle of nerves. Just you watch, once he can start training again he'll be all plus ultra in no time. Momo bit her lip as she watched Izuku taking notes. She didn't doubt there was validity to what Kyoka was saying, but she couldn't help but think there was something more going on as well. The eraser of his pencil tapped against his lips. There was an idea right in front of his face he just couldn't see. His phone buzzed, but it was just a notification for a new clip of Kamu Woods in action making the rounds on the hero forums. All Might still hadn't responded to his message. He wanted to pick his mentor's brain about where he came up with ideas, but he was still off campus for some final doctor's visits. Maybe he was going about this wrong though. Maybe. Izuku. The pencil slipped from his hand as he started at the nearby voice. Oh, hey Momo. What's up? I wanted to check in and see how you were doing. You seem a little dour, and as it is you who usually comes to cheer people up, I thought I would attempt it myself. Ah. Thanks Momo. Truth is I'm struggling a little bit trying to find inspiration for ultimate moves. It's hard to come up with original ideas, you know. I can relate. Momo slumped on the wall next to him and slid to the ground. It was odd to see the normally proper heiress relax enough to be so casual on school grounds. My quirk essentially allows me to use creations that others have already invented. All I can do is reproduce the work of others. I actually was wondering something about your quirk. Can you only make solids? Liquids tend to be difficult as the liquid will just collect on my skin where I am creating it, but I can produce all three primary states of matter. Why do you ask? Well, if you can create gases you could probably replicate Midnight's. Izuku trailed off into thought. Was it really that simple? All Might was his mentor, but Izuku could pull off far more maneuvers with his other quirks than just one for all. There was a whole world full of heroes he had studied for years that he could draw inspiration from. Izuku. I'm so sorry, Momo. I just had an amazing idea. He hopped up to his feet. I've got to go. I've got so much footage to pull up and analyze. I bet I could probably overhaul my entire fighting style. He grabbed his notebook and took off at a jog toward Midnight, leaving a slightly confused Momo in his wake. Okiko felt her stomach lurch as her gravity returned to her. The new upgrades to her costume were definitely helping to mitigate her nausea, which was a blessing. Apparently there were some issues finding the right miniature compressors for the booster system I had helped design for her, so it wasn't likely she would be flying by the time the license exam came around, but she could wait that long. For now it was enough to be getting stronger. She still remembered that feeling of powerlessness the night that Izuku had gotten kidnapped. She wouldn't ever let anything like that happen again. All Might may have been content to do it all alone, but she was going to get strong enough to watch Deku's back. She had to become strong enough to save the heroes. Even when they charged recklessly into fights they weren't sure they could win with no backup and not even slowing down enough to let anyone else come with. That's some pretty fancy flying there, Uraraka. Okiko turned to see Midnight perched on an outcropping watching her with her WHP in hand. Not quite flying yet, sensei. It's more like falling with style right now, but hopefully I'll be able to fly properly soon. Have you had any ideas for ultimate moves? Well, I have one or two. Once I get enough momentum I can give back my own gravity and do sort of a dive bomb, or I can use some improvised weapons to swing around like a bat. I would consider adding a long-range option to your arsenal as well. Your quirk only works in extremely close quarters, so you'll want to give yourself some more options in addition to improving your mobility. With your quirk even a simple slingshot would be devastating. Got it. Now that that's out of the way, let's talk about something a little more personal. Nemurai pushed off the malice-filled smile crossing her face. Sensei. I hear Izuku told you his big secret. Midnight stalked toward Okiko, WHP trailing on the ground behind her. That's a lot of faith to put into someone he's only been dating for a scant few weeks. I would never betray him. Okiko winced at the volume her declaration came out at. Thankfully, most of the gym was still absorbed by their own ultimate moves and the sounds of combat muffled her statement somewhat. Oh, I don't doubt that. Midnight prowled in a circle around Okiko. You're not the kind of person to go spilling secrets or turning on friends. But young love is fickle and fragile. Okiko shivered as Midnight spoke directly behind her ear. If you break Izuku's heart he'll probably forgive you, but I won't. I will visit such hell upon you that even the people who remember your name will feel it. Am I clear? Crystal. She's really taking this big sister thing to heart, isn't she? Good. Midnight took a few steps back and Okiko breathed out a sigh of relief. That being said, I know Izuku can be a rather energetic young man, so if you ever need any tips on handling him, feel free to let me know. Okiko slapped her hands over her rapidly blushing cheeks and watched the cackling form of Midnight grow smaller as she floated toward the ceiling. Izuku woke up his laptop and prepped his notebook and pens while he waited. Aizawa had approved of him coming back to the dorms, muttering something about problem children and working himself to death as he did. Why hadn't he seen it earlier? The answer was so simple. He didn't have to limit himself to All Might, he could take inspiration from everywhere. Most of his classmates had locked in their own fighting styles and moves because they had had years to think about them, but he was still a blank slate. Instead of mourning the work he had to do to catch up, he could adapt different fighting styles and turn them into his own. Full Cowling was derived from Gran Torino and Katsuki, his persona was a mix of All Might and Midnight, why couldn't his ultimate moves be the same? He pulled up the current hero rankings in one window and his favorite fight clips channel in another. He narrowed the rankings to the top 50 and started crossing out heroes that wouldn't work for him. All Might was out for obvious reasons, but others either had quirks he couldn't replicate, like Endeavor and Ryukyu, or fighting styles that didn't make sense for him, like Fat Gum or Wash. When he finished, he scrolled back up to the top and started categorizing the ones left. There were a surprising number of heroes he could look to as examples for Black Whip. Best Jeanist and Kamu Woods were both capture specialists that relied on tight bindings, and if he could control the size of his WHPS more, he might even be able to pull off some of the moves Edge Shot used eventually. Hawks had a different method of flight than Float thanks to his wings, but there were little details in how he took turns and dives that Izuku could replicate. Plus, with Black Whip and Float he could use a similar long-range aerial barrage as his feathers with even more close combat potential thanks to his quirk. Izuku cracked his fingers and took up a pen. Time to get to work. Several hours later, an All Might figurine, the 30th anniversary edition with misprinted gold belt instead of red, fell off his desk as Izuku let his head slam against the wood. "I'm so stupid. Use your legs, you DMN moron." On the screen, Miko rolled into a handstand and spun, lashing out with her legs to take out two criminals with ruthless efficiency. It really had been right in front of his face this whole time. Most of his training with All Might had focused on his upper body and back, but one of the first things Vlad King explained to them when they had their first session in the weight room was the importance of lower body strength. His arm had taken a beating when he used FA Jin, but that wouldn't matter if he could compensate with his legs. Miko could pull off some amazing feats of athleticism, but between Izuku's own build and the quirks at his disposal, he could probably make some of them work for him. He looked down at his notes. City names were scribbled in the margins, sketch diagrams of body positions squeezed in between descriptions. Not a bad start, now I just need to put it into practice. The mouse dragged the video back to the beginning. Green lightning flared and the figures in the video swarmed the source before being flung across the field. A knock at the door made him pause the video before calling. "Enter." Karuko stuck her head in the door. "You busy, sir?" "No." "Come in, Bubble Girl." She entered fully, closing the door behind her, and stepped up to the front of the desk handing him a file. "The latest movement patterns of the Shy Hasaikai. There's been even more activity this month than last. They're definitely prepping for something big." Night Eye accepted the folder, taking care not to let their hands brush. "Thank you. Exemplary work as always." "It's my pleasure, sir. I've also got the results of the first licensing exam if you want to take a look at them. I have my eye on a particular up-and-comer already, thank you. I trust you and Centipede to alert me if anyone interesting was in the first CRP." "Oh. Has someone caught your eye, Sir Night Eye?" "You could say that." Mirai's vision drifted to the 9th holder of One for All on his screen. He would judge Toshinori's pet project for himself, and if needed he would force Midoriya Izuku to realize One for All was safest in the hands of another. "Would you send Mirio in on your way out, Karuko?" "Sure thing. Oh, by the way, did you hear about the US student who failed math? It was because he could only plus ultra." Night Eye chuckled as Bubble Girl left. He'd drop a suggestion to Mirio to make him start thinking of adding a Kohai to the agency. He had little doubt that the power of One for All would carry even a vessel as unimpressive as Midoriya Izuku to a provisional license, and from there it would be easy to have Mirio convince him to come to the Night Eye agency for his work study. He watched it all play out as if he had already used his quirk. This was the immutable future he was working toward. One where Mirio held One for All and all Midoriya Izuku would be remembered for was an impressive viral video. "You're on your way, Izuku Midoriya. You more than any of us will change the world with your actions." Izuku floated in empty space. The dark expanse that encompassed his vision was broken at random intervals with streaks of color that flashed into vibrant life before fading out again. Gold and purple, blue and pink, green and red, orange and white all burst against the black. Izuku could have been floating in that space for seconds or years. Time felt irrelevant. It wasn't until he felt something rough against his feet that Izuku realized he had been falling this entire time. Sharp concrete bit into his skin as the world reoriented for him. Two crumbling walls made a corner in front of him, a closed door on one of the walls, and a single occupied chair in the center of the floor. I wonder what you will do now, ninth. The man in the chair was thin, sharp angles highlighting the delicate features of his face. His shirt was ragged, a long white t-shirt a few sizes too large that hung over loose breaths leading to bare feet. Long white hair fell around his shoulders, partially obscuring the vibrant green eyes that bore into Izuku. Izuku's voice echoed falteringly. He reached up to grasp at the thick smoke that covered his mouth. More of his body had been revealed than when he spoke with Banjo, but clearly he hadn't fully been accepted into the realm of the vestiges just yet. The man gave him a warm smile. I am Yoichi. I was the first to bear this quirk. In my fight against my brother I named it One for All. Something in his stomach lurched toward this man. His quirk pulsed and writhed in what Izuku could only call joy at seeing its first holder. The sense was far stronger than when he saw Banjo the first time. It's nice to see One for All so energetic in you, Midoriya. It seems happy with you. His confusion must have shown on his face because the first smile brightened. One for All isn't sentient, but it doesn't quite seem passive, no. It has lived 9 lives through each of us and it responds in ways we still don't fully understand. But it often knows what we need and provides for us. A person's quirk is symbiotic with them, and for you and Yagi that symbiosis is far greater with One for All because of your quirkless nature. It grew within your predecessors and now it blooms within you, Midoriya Izuku. The smoke that covered Izuku's body began to be pulled back toward the void as winds whipped up around him. Let One for All guide you, ninth. We'll talk again soon. The winds lifted him off of his feet and Izuku flew back in the air. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him once more was the vague outline of 8 more chairs rising from the floor. These are the results from Tartarus. Yes, sir, detective. And Central Hospital verified the information. They ran it twice, sir. The overworked detective let out a sigh. Get Nezu on the line. Make sure you tell him to stop whatever scheme he has going on. He'll want to hear this one. He pulled his phone from his pocket as he walked toward the exit. Sir, what are you going to do? I need to make a call. I'm going to be better, Oboro. Shouter brushed a bit of dirt away from the headstone. His own offering sat on the ground next to a dozen purple daisies that he knew had to have been from Nemurai. She had brought the same flowers once every few months since the headstone had been put in place. I've been lying to myself. I thought I could protect them by pushing them. If I could force them to see the realities of heroics, then maybe I could prevent them from becoming just another statistic. Maybe I was just protecting myself though. I thought it was kinder to be cruel, but was it all just cruelty for cruelty's sake? The grave didn't answer. Shouter kneeled in the dirt at its side, heedless of the stains gathering on his breathes. If Oboro saw him now, what would he think? He'd become exactly like that bitter old man that taught them their first year. He tore down people's dreams because of what he thought it meant to be a hero. Was he making the right decisions? Most of the kids he had expelled over the years had been for good reasons, at least Shouter thought so at the time. Heroics was a dangerous business. They couldn't very well make it in this world if they didn't treat it as seriously as it demanded. His eyes drifted back towards Oboro's grave. Did any of the 3 of them take it seriously when they were 15? These were kids given dangerous powers and allowed to use them for the first time in their lives. Wasn't it his job as a teacher to make them realize the gravity of the real world? Wasn't it his job as a hero to protect them from that gritty reality? Protect them so that they could keep that hope and joy for longer than he had. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Without looking, he sent the call to voicemail. He needed to talk to his husband. There were few people he knew that could connect with people on the level Hisashi did. Maybe he would have some ideas. His phone buzzed again, and this time he answered with a snarl. What? Eraserhead, I need you to come down to the station. It's important. Izuku bounced on his toes. The compression sleeve he had gotten from Recovery Girl felt odd on his arm. It was light enough that he forgot it most of the time and would startle upon seeing it when he moved his right arm. It caught in the fabric of his shirt every so often, and he resolved to just go shirtless once he was properly training. For now he was in the gym a full 15 minutes ahead of schedule, jumping in place out of excitement and an effort to warm up his muscles that were a little rustier from his forced break than he would like. He still wasn't allowed to do any live contact with his peers, that wouldn't come for another 2 days at least, but he could finally begin working with the new quirks he had unlocked. One for all stirred beneath his skin, just as eager as him to get started. "Yo, Izuku." Nomirai waved from the entrance. "Come on, kid. We might as well get started if you're here early." Izuku jogged over to meet his mentor and followed as she began to lead him away from the TDL. "So you're going to be working with me, Nomirai?" "Yep, I get to steal you for the morning, and since there's a chance your quirk goes haywire again, we're going to grab a private gym to get out of Eraser's hair. Once we're sure you can handle the new stuff, you'll be able to join your classmates for the afternoon session." "So what are we going to work on?" "That's kind of up to you, kiddo. Have you gotten a sense of what the triggers are for the other quirks?" "Not really. I haven't done a ton of experimenting. I'm also a little nervous to activate FA Jin because of the whole arm thing," he said, waving his compression sleeve. "Well, it's still good to know how to activate it so you don't accidentally do it in the heat of the moment. We'll start with that then, get you used to calling on the new ones, and then progress to the ones I can help with the most." Izuku sped up to get ahead of Nomirai and opened the gym door for Nomirai. She smiled and winked at him. I guess chivalry isn't dead after all. My mom taught me to always respect my elders, sensei." The back of his head heated up and Izuku ducked beneath the hand Nomirai tried to swat him with. "You cheeky brat. Just for that you're doing interview practice after training is done." Izuku laughed as he made his way toward the mat in the center of the gym. This was one of the smaller quirk training gyms on campus with reinforced walls and RBB mat flooring that added a bit of bounce to his steps. Izuku dropped into a series of simple stretches in the center as Nomirai fiddled with the controls, putting in the specific safety sequences needed for Izuku's suite of quirks. When he finished stretching, Izuku sat on the floor, folding his legs up into a meditative position. The first had said to trust one for all, but how did he let his quirk guide him? He let out a steadying breath. The first thing all of his mom's yoga books emphasized was control over breathing, so Izuku resolved to start with that. In, 2, 3, hold, 2, 3, out, 2, 3. On his third repetition of the pattern, Izuku mentally prodded the barrier between him and the ocean of power inside of him. One for all trickled in with his inhale. It moved sluggishly from the center of his chest out to the rest of him, pooling in his limbs. When he held his breath, his quirk held steady, and on the exhale the percentage dipped. It was a new experience, to let the percentage of one for all in him change and grow without his direct control. It was alive like a pilot light in his apartment. It flickered in and out, like a flame in the wind, but it was also steady and warm. If left unchecked it would grow and rage out of control, but like this it was bright and comforting. He was starting to see how Yoichi could describe it as being alive. When it surged, it felt almost curious. There was no immediate threat, no fight to be had, so one for all explored. It filled him from the tips of his toes to the ends of his hair in an effort to push out as far as it could. When it receded, it flowed toward his spine and his chest like it was trying to protect the most vital parts of himself. As the tides of one for all washed over him, Izuku could feel other things sliding into place as well. Black whips stretched and snaked out from between his shoulder blades to his fingers, spiraling like subcutaneous tattoos over his nerves. The pain from the first time wasn't there, but it felt impatient to free itself from his skin and let loose on the world. Something settled in his stomach. It felt like cotton, but it was also shy. It folded in on itself, ready to be used but staying out of the way otherwise. Another presence draped itself over his back like the cape of his costume. It felt cool and filled him with confidence, reminding him to stand up tall. While the other quirks took some time to settle, Float felt familiar and comforting and took no time at all to settle itself on his shoulders. And there, in between the breaths, energy was starting to build. FA Jin was storing a little bit of energy even now. "Stay down," he told the quirk. "I can't handle you yet. I have so much left to learn about you, and I will after the exam. But this is what I can do for now." A familiar warmth came from the quirk. A foreign sense of approval sparked in the back of his mind, and Izuku took that as a sign to end his impromptu meditation session. The vestiges were on board with his decision, and he had gotten a step closer to understanding one for all. Nemurai eyed him curiously from where she stood next to the controls. "You good?" "Yes, sensei, I feel good." "Okay," she said with a shrug. "Spooky quirk shenanigans aside, let's focus on your activation triggers. What sort of emotions did you feel when you first activated Black Whip for the first time?" "Anger. I was frustrated and angry with Bakugo and All Might." Banjo confirmed that when I spoke with him. "And you were able to channel that into protecting the people you care about, right?" At his nod, Nemurai started to pace back and forth. "So what did you feel when you first used float?" "Well, at first I just needed to protect Kota. I needed to go faster. And then when I was flying through the forest and in Kamino, Izuku could almost feel the wind whipping past him again. Rocketing through the air was a rush unlike anything he had felt before, like full cowling had been cranked up to 11. I felt free." More memories flooded into him. Rising above the cloud cover into a world full of stars. Racing a young Gran Torino through city streets. Floating above an unfamiliar cityscape, ready and waiting to rush into action. "Are these your memories, Nana? It looks like you're farther ahead than you think, Izuku." He blinked at the shout and turned toward his teacher, sending himself spinning through the air. Izuku bumped against the ceiling and pressed a hand against it to reorient himself. Nemurai waved at him from the floor. "Think you can drop it?" Izuku nodded. "Okay, let's do this, Izuku. Just stop flying and fall." He focused on the ground beneath him that suddenly seemed much farther away. "Just intentionally fall. Stop flying." He wobbled a bit, but when nothing of consequence happened, Izuku sighed. "All right, time to think about this logically. The key to float is to tap into the sense of freedom, and it feels like a cape." Izuku felt the cool cape at his back, the manifestation of float inside of One for All, and imagined slipping it off of his shoulders. "H." Izuku dropped toward the floor as gravity took hold of him once more. As the RBB matting grew closer, he frantically called out for float. He closed his eyes and turned to take the impact on his left shoulder instead of his injured right arm, but the crash never came. Izuku opened his eyes to see the mat 6 inches from his face. Tentatively, he reached out to the ground, and dropped to the floor from a much safer height. "Well, that was exciting." Izuku groaned and rolled onto his back to look into Nemurai's smirking face. "Maybe save that for a better padded gym next time there, Ace." "I hate you." "No you don't." Izuku begrudgingly accepted her hand and pulled himself to his feet with her help. "Ready to try another one?" Izuku let out a tired sigh. "Sure. Let's focus on something else then. Can you summon Black Whip for me?" Izuku bit back a groan and channeled a piece of his frustration into his quirk. A tendril of ink wormed its way out of his palm and writhed like a particularly angry piece of spaghetti. Nemurai watched with interest as it danced in the air before falling limply toward the ground. "Well, I can show you some moves with my WHP, but Black Whip is going to be much more versatile as both a capture tool and for maneuverability." Nemurai unfurled her WHP from where it was rolled up on her belt. "The trick to aiming is to square your hips and follow through with your arm. Power is based on leverage and the length of your weapon. A longer WHP hits harder but is more unwieldy and harder to aim with. Try hitting a few targets to get used to aiming without the help of your quirk itself. Don't destroy the targets, just snatch them up. Ready? Let's do it." Nemurai chewed her lip as she watched Izuku walk off toward the cafeteria. He had made some massive strides with Black Whip since she last worked with him, and Smokescreen was similar enough to Somnambulist that she could make him a MSTR with it in no time. She was a lot more worried, however, about his float quirk. Flying was incredibly valuable both because of its rarity and the applications for it. Aerial combat specialists like Hawks made conflict resolution much faster, and even those who could fly without enhanced speed put themselves at a huge advantage in a fight. Aerial rescue heroes were also in high demand thanks to their ability to reach disasters faster and without risking destabilizing any structures or landslides. With his speed and strength, mastering flight would put him a cut above anyone else. But she didn't know the first thing about teaching someone how to fly. They were both novices when it came to his new power. She was woman enough to admit she needed some help. If Izuku wanted to use float during his licensing exam, he needed someone experienced with flying to help him out. But who, Midnight Sensei? Nemurai blinked away her thoughts and turned to Yorozu, who was lurking near the door. Yorozu-chan, how can I help you? Well, the normally confident girl scuffed her shoe against the floor. She had changed into her gym clothes, so Nemurai assumed Shouta had already let them out to lunch. I was hoping to ask you for some advice as well as a favor. Nemurai raised an eyebrow at the meek demeanor of her student. Well, this should be interesting. You're sure about this, Naomasa? Would I have called you if I wasn't? Shouta let out an unimpressed grunt but didn't take his eyes off of the screen where Kurogiri, and if Naomasa and the doctors from Tartarus were right, where Oboro was strapped to a chair, sedated with more of Nezu's DMN shockers ready to blast him back to unconsciousness should his quirk activate. I thought you said the Nomyu were all brain dead. How come he isn't? The first one we found at the USJ was. From what we can tell, whoever did this to him went through a lot of trouble to make sure that he wasn't. What about his quirk? Oboro's quirk was Cloud, not a warp gate. The scientists at Central Hospital are looking into that now, but his quirk factor has changed. They've described it as fused with other DNA and quirk factors. The base of it though, and the physical body underneath it all, that's Oboro. Do you think we can get him out? Can we save Oboro from Kurogiri? Honestly, I don't know. The only people that know what happened to turn him into this are All for One and his doctor. The doctor's in the wind and All for One isn't saying anything anytime soon. But he came looking for Nemurai, right? So he's remembering something at least. That's why the guys over at Central asked me to bring you in. They want you, MIC, and Midnight to come by and see if you can spark something in him. Shouta nodded. His biggest regret in life was watching Oboro die. And now he had a second chance to save his best friend all these years later. It was almost too good to be true, but if there was any way he could try, he had to take it. He couldn't fail him again. Because they were running two-a-days until the next semester began, 1A had just over 2 hours of uninterrupted time to rest for lunch and decompress before the afternoon training session started. Izuku grabbed a quick lunch and spent most of the time studying film, filling his notebook with new ideas to try and replicate and make his own. After an hour though, he already found his legs starting to twitch. He knew Midnight and All Might would want him to take it easy, but he itched to get back in the gym. He needed to keep improving. He might have been able to call on the quirks of the past users, but he wasn't close to proficient with them yet. Because of his restlessness, he found himself back in the gym once more. After a quick warm-up and stretch, he started to pace back and forth, jumping at random intervals just to float in the air for a moment before landing. He could turn float on and off now, but he wasn't really flying. Not like he had done at the training camp or Kamino. So what was the difference? He couldn't just rely on instinct and dumb luck forever, right? You know, if you're so insistent on working even when you should be resting, you should probably get better about sneaking out, Deku. Izuku lost concentration and started to float up to the ceiling. He twisted mid-ear to see Okiko smirking at him from the ground. How did you know I was here? He called down. Tenya saw you leave and I managed to convince him that I should be the one to come find you. Do you need help coming down? I think I'd rather you come up here and join me. Okiko gave him a small smile and pressed her fingers onto her own arm, sending her floating toward the ceiling to join him. Hi there, handsome. Hi. Come here often. Not really, but if you're here I just might make a habit of it. Izuku wobbled a little in the air and Okiko reached out a hand to steady him. You alright? Let's just say you're making my heart sore and it's messing with my concentration. Okiko let out a little giggle that made Izuku's heart flip in his chest. You're still uncomfortable flying. That obvious, here. A little. She used his arm to spin around and latch onto his back. How about we do this? I'll keep you up with my quirk. You just focus on getting used to being weightless. Okay. He nodded and felt Okiko press her fingertips against his back. Gingerly, he let his grasp on float slip away. Being weightless was a similar feeling to flying with his quirk but different at the same time. Zero gravity removed that tether toward terra firma and left him more disoriented. He felt like a boy being thrashed around by waves outside of his control. Float felt more controlled, almost like he was a torpedo cutting through the air. Try and orient yourself with your feet pointing downward, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 advised. It helps your brain take in all the landscapes around you when you're positioned more normally. There you go. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 circled his arms to stop his momentum from sending him spiraling into flips. How do you do this so often? He looked over his shoulder at 𝐒𝐿 but quickly turned back to stop himself from rotating more. You get used to it eventually. Do you want to try moving like that? Sure. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 took a deep breath and let it go. Between 𝐒𝐿's late-night info dumps about astronauts and brainstorming combination super moves for the two of them, he felt like he had a basic understanding of what he had to do. Folding his middle finger against his thumb, he pointed at the near wall and let one for all charge up inside of him before letting loose a 5% flick. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shot backwards, rotating slightly from the recoil. Reaching back with his left hand, he shot another flick in the opposite direction. A tendril of heat lanced through his brain as he approached the ceiling, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 used a soft kick to send him racing back to the ground. Ever so slowly, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 started building up momentum, bouncing around in the air like Katsuki did with his explosions. Whoa! 𝐒𝐬𝐽, you're doing amazing. And you two should really be getting to your lessons. 𝐒𝐿 yelped and accidentally released her quirk, sending the two of them plummeting to the ground. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 desperately called on Float and lashed out with Black Whip to bring 𝐒𝐿 to him. Far slower than their previous free fall, the two of them landed on the padded ground. Standing a few feet away looking much too amused for 𝐒𝐬𝐽's comfort was Nemirai and a vaguely familiar-looking blue-haired girl. Midnight Sensei. 𝐒𝐿 squeaked. We were just, Midnight raised an unimpressed eyebrow. I believe you were just heading to your afternoon training session, Uraraka. Or should I let Eraserhead know you were in here instead? 𝐒𝐿 blanched. No, by 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Good luck. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 blinked and 𝐒𝐿 was gone, tearing off through the halls. I don't think I've ever seen her move that fast. Ooh, you're an interesting one. A field of blue filled his vision, obscuring the retreating back of his girlfriend. Hey, how are you flying back there? Is that part of your quirk? I thought it was super strength or something. How come it broke your bones at your sports festival? Weren't you the guy that fought with All Might at Kamino? I bet that was totally super scary, here. But you looked super cool up there and everything. But why didn't you do any interviews or anything? I would have definitely used that to push my brand for after graduation. But I guess you're not too worried about that as a first year, right? Ooh, your hair is so fluffy. Hey, what product do you use? Do you? Nemirai cleared her throat, interrupting the stream of questions being fired at 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Nejaya, he can't answer any of your questions if you never stop asking them. Here. But if I stop asking questions, I'll forget what I wanted to ask next. The girl backed away and 𝐒𝐽 was able to finally figure out where he recognized her from. You're Nejaya Heido. You're one of the big three. Nejaya spun around and finished with a magical girl pose, winking through double peace signs. Yup. You're looking at you as number one best girl, Nejaya-chan. Nemirai sighed. I still can't believe Shouter let you go with that name. Nejaya turned and pouted over her shoulder. But my name is so cute, sensei. Just like me. Nejaya lost her balance and stumbled, but turned it into a somersault and popped up into another pose. Nemirai shook her head at the display and turned back to 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Nejaya is the best flyer at UA right now. If there's anyone who can help you figure this out, it's her. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked toward where Nejaya was humming and dancing to herself and looked back at Nemirai, who shrugged. There's a reason she's in the big three. You can learn a lot from her. So. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stumbled forward as Nejaya jumped onto his back. I hear you need the MSTR aviatress help. Any advice you can give me would be invaluable, Heido-senpai. Peace, don't call me that. That makes me sound so old. Just call me Nejaya. Now, let's fly, 𝐒𝐽. He looked to Nemirai for help, but she just made shooing motions with her hands. 𝐒𝐿 sighed and called on One for All again. 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐫 may have been surprisingly muscular and heavy for her size, but she was nothing compared to All Might's powered-up form. All right 𝐒𝐿, focus. Put on the cape, slowly. 𝐒𝐿 rose into the air, toes dangling a few inches above the ground, and began to slowly make a lap around the gym with 𝐒𝐩𝐢 on his back. It was more difficult with his center of gravity changed by 𝐒𝐩𝐢's presence, but after a few laps he felt like he was getting a handle on it. Speed up. Try positioning yourself like you're swimming through the air. 𝐒𝐿 dutifully leaned forward at his passenger's command and pushed a little more effort into speeding up. Even a small jump in speed made 𝐒𝐿 feel overwhelmed. Half his attention was spent just making sure he was keeping float active so they didn't crash into the ground, and the other half of it was torn between determining when to turn, keeping a consistent speed, balancing 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫, and making sure he kept his body in the right position. It didn't help matters that 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 kept calling out advice and orders the whole time. Lean forward. Keep your eyes up. Keep breathing. 𝐒𝐿 wobbled through the air like a drunk paper airplane every time he tried to adjust to 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫's instructions. Flatten your feet. Round your shoulders to speed up. Cross your fingers and wiggle your toes. Wait, what? 𝐒𝐿's concentration dropped and he fell, skipping over the mats like a stone. I know I'm the only one here who can't fly, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 called over. But I don't think that's how you're supposed to do it. 𝐒𝐿 bit down the urge to throw something at midnight and pushed himself up off the mat and to his feet. Why did you fall? 𝐒𝐿 turned his attention to his senpai, who was regarding him curiously. Because I was trying to focus on keeping my balance and speed and direction, and I kept thinking about all your instructions and so stop thinking. 𝐒𝐿 blinked once at 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫. She sighed and put her hands on either side of 𝐒𝐿's head. You remind me a lot of my really good friend Tamaki. He's always overthinking things and getting in his own way, obsessing over every little detail of everything. If thinking is getting in your way, then just don't think about it. She let go of his head and took a few steps back. What do you mean? I can't just stop thinking. Sure you can. Just let your quirk do the thinking for you. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 started to pace back and forth, waving her arms as she continued. Haven't you ever noticed that quirks are kind of alive? They sort of have their own personalities. My quirk loves to get out and move, and so do I. My quirk loves to fly, so I can trust it to fly while I think about other stuff. She turned on her heel to face him again. You just need to trust your quirk to do the thinking for you. Stop backseat driving and let your natural instincts take the wheel. 𝐒𝐿's first instinct was to object. He was quirkless underneath One for All. He didn't have the instincts and the natural reactions that 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 was talking about. But the words of the first came back to him. Maybe this is what he meant, that One for All was alive. It made some sense. The first time he used float, he never really consciously thought about what he was doing. He just did it. 𝐒𝐿 took a deep inhale and stepped backwards toward the center of the gym. He did his best to clear his mind and reach out to the ocean of One for All inside of him. Please, guide me. I'm in your care. He called on float and stepped into the air. We got you, kiddo, came Nana's familiar voice. You are the culmination of all our experiences and memories. We won't let you fall. 𝐒𝐿 smiled, eyes still closed, and let his body listen to instructions that weren't quite his. His shoulders straightened, hands open and a little ways away from his side. His toes pointed down, legs spreading slightly. His eyes opened as lightning flared to life around him. Power thrummed in his heart and 𝐒𝐿 loosened his grip on the leash. Fly! 𝐒𝐿 rocketed toward the ceiling, a gust of wind left in his wake. As the padded roof of the gym grew closer, a steady heat built in his head until he kicked his legs up, causing him to turn 90 degrees. He flew along the pads, stomach almost skimming the RBB until he reached a wall and let himself drop. Wind rushed past him as his flight stalled out, but 𝐒� wasn't worried. Moments before crashing into the mats below, he slammed his legs into the wall and pushed off toward the opposite wall. A laugh tore itself from his lips. Is this what it's like for everyone else? He wondered. Is this what using your quirk at full power feels like? Having fun. 𝐒� looked to his right to see 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 flying alongside him, spiraling golden waves trailing into the air behind her. This is incredible. He called to her. I feel like I could do anything up here. I know, right? Sometimes I wish I could stay up here forever. They both banked left as they approached the next wall, Izuku rolling his right shoulder back to send him into a barrel roll. We should probably head down now though. I think Midnight Sensei almost had a heart attack when you took off like that. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 took the lead with a burst of speed back toward the entrance where Midnight was waiting. Izuku followed and landed in front of her with a thump. Not bad, kid. Nemurai said approvingly. You looked pretty good out there for a first-timer. I had a great teacher. Izuku shot a wink at 𝐒𝐽𝐽, who pet her head at him. You know, you don't really remind me of Tamaki too much right now. You're more like Mirio. Oh, are you their secret love child? I knew those two were into each other. And that's enough out of you. Nemurai grabbed 𝐒𝐽𝐽 around the shoulders and pointed her at the doors. How about you hold on to all that restless energy and redirect it towards training your Kohai, 𝐻M. I bet the flight course is open right now if you want to run it with him. Oh, can we do it with the glitter missiles? I like the glitter missiles. Izuku blanched as he followed behind the two women. This is gonna be a long day. Nemurai's good mood from watching Izuku's progress with his quirks lasted until the moment 𝐻𝐿 had started talking after she let him into her apartment. She fiddled with the charm that hung around her neck. It helped to hide how badly her hands were shaking, but she didn't doubt that 𝐻𝐿 had noticed anyway. He was annoyingly perceptive like that. Oboro's dead, 𝐻𝐿. Her voice sounded cold and distant even to her. Ice had replaced her organs. She heard what 𝐻𝐿 was saying but refused to let it take root in her mind. But Kurogiri isn't. What if he's still in there, Nem? And what if he's not? I can't, 𝐻𝐿. I won't entertain false hope. I thought you were supposed to be the logical one. Even if that is Oboro's body, it won't be him. The boy we knew died. He's nothing but a memory anymore. But we can get him back. She hadn't heard 𝐻𝐿 this hopeful in a long time. That note of optimism, a brief vision of the boy he had once been, it was all too painful for Nemurai. No, we can't, 𝐻𝐿. Oboro is dead. Whatever Kurogiri is, it's not him. But Tsukochi thinks let it go, 𝐻𝐿. She cut him off. In the best case scenario, you make Kurogiri good, but it won't be him. If you want to save someone, focus on the kids in 1A, make them great heroes. Put your faith in the future. Let the past go. Oboro died 15 years ago. Nothing we do will change that. It was quiet in her apartment for a long moment. Finally, 𝐻𝐿 placed a business card on her counter. If you change your mind. He walked toward the door, not even stopping to acknowledge Sushi mewling at his feet. She watched him walk out the door with a sigh. If 𝐻𝐿 wanted to torture himself with WHATIFs and maybes, then that was his prerogative. Nemurai refused to let the past haunt her anymore. Oboro was dead. Any alternative just hurt too much to consider. Inko spun her ring around her finger, lost in thought. Izuku was tucked away at you, and as much as Nezu gave her pause, she knew that he needed Izuku now more than ever. One for all would make him a target, but it would also make him the hero's greatest weapon, and Nezu didn't seem to be the type to not protect his allies. Still, Izuku was her baby boy. She was his mother. She couldn't just leave his safety in the hands, of another. She had to do whatever she could to protect him. Even if the number she was dialing made her stomach clench with nerves. Hello. How did you get this number? Is that any way to talk to your Nei-san? Nei-san. Holy SHT, Inko. Is that you? Yeah, it's me. Listen, Kojiro, I need a favor. All right, young man, Recovery Girl said, taking down the last of his x-rays. I believe that last healing session has put you in the clear. I am officially allowing you to return to active combat drills. Yes. Izuku couldn't help but run forward and scoop the old nurse into a hug. Thank you, Recovery Girl. You put me down this instant, Sonny. Sheepishly, Izuku returned her to her feet. Sorry. I just got a little excited. HMPH. Recovery Girl adjusted her white coat. As I was saying, you're cleared for contact, but I expect you to wear your arm brace the whole time. If you need adjustments to your costume to make sure it will fit you better, do that before the exam. Now get out. Go bother somebody else today. 𝐒𝐿 snagged a handful of gummies on his way out of the nurse's office and idly snacked on them as he made his way down to the gym. Finally, he was free to get back to training. Flying yesterday was amazing and he was grateful beyond words to 𝐒𝐻𝐼 for helping deepen his bond with One for All, but there was something he missed about being able to spar and practice real practical moves. He must have gotten addicted to the adrenaline rush over the past few months, because just the thought of sparring with his classmates sent his heart rate skyrocketing. "Hey, Deku!" Okuko's cheery voice echoed down the hall as 𝐒𝐿 jogged toward where she waited by the entrance. "You ready to get back to training?" He shot her a wink. To quote a certain appealing woman in my life, "I'm gonna do my best." Yuga slipped quietly out of the hallway and into the room, sliding his lockpicks back into his pocket. He had a limited window to try and get this done. Most of his classmates had started to make their way to the gym, but if any stragglers caught him on the 4th floor, they would have questions he didn't really have answers for. Carefully, he pulled out the devices Darby had given him and set about placing them around the room. "Hang on, Marmin. Your prince is coming back for you." As he hunted for places to plant them, he heard shuffling from the hallway. Footsteps rapidly approaching the door. Frantically, Yuga dove into the closet as the outer door burst open. "Fing, stupid Pikachu. Can't believe Fing forgot his math homework again. How Fing hard is it to remember?" After a few moments of rustling, the door slammed again and the cursing faded out. Yuga waited for a few moments before exiting through the forest of dress shirts and uniform breathes, his heart gradually slowing back to a normal pace. He felt a trickle of guilt that he snuffed out. Darby hadn't told him the exact plan to deal with Bakugo, but he had been very clear about the consequences of failing in his mission. He couldn't afford to fail. Toga took another pull from the warm neck of the commission officer that still twitched and spasmed on the ground of the alley. She had learned a long time ago that keeping BLD warm was always easier with a living donor, and a quick strike to sever the spinal cord kept him from trying to run off and get help. The man was so not cute at all and had been way too eager to follow a girl in a middle school uniform into an alleyway, so she figured 𝐒𝐿 would approve of her target. Even if he was a creep, he was a valuable source of BLD and information. There was no way she was breaking into Yua after Shigi's failed first attempt, so her best bet was to try and talk to 𝐒𝐿 while he was away from home. It just so happened that the BLD bag behind her knew when and where his exam was going to take place in a few days. Now all she had to do was figure out a way inside. What would 𝐒𝐿 like? She thought back to the auburn-haired girl in the forest, the one that smelled like her darling love. Let's go find a brunette. Sweat freely poured off of 𝐒𝐿's arms. His hair was sticking on his forehead, his back stung where he had been thrown down onto it earlier, and his compression sleeve was starting to chafe. 𝐒𝐿 wasn't sure he had ever felt quite as alive. He charged forward and rolled under Ojiro's swiping tail, feeling more than seeing the extra limb as it whipped through the air. As he gathered his feet underneath him, he used a burst of float to leap into the air. The follow-through from Ojiro's tail strike swung him back in a circle, turning him face to face with 𝐒𝐿. From his floating position, 𝐒𝐿 brought his legs up and slammed them down onto Ojiro's shoulders, trapping his head between his thighs. Ankles locked together, 𝐒𝐿 let gravity take him once more and wrenched his back and shoulders toward the floor. Ojiro yelped as he flew in an arc through the air, slamming against the mats again with 𝐒𝐿 rolling out of the way. "You know, Ojiro, if you wanted to get choked out by thighs this much, you could just ask. You don't have to keep falling for the same moves over and over." 𝐒𝐿 shot a wink to Soto, who was watching on and rapidly blushed from the attention. A low groan from Ojiro was the only response he received, so 𝐒𝐿 took the opportunity to grab some water for the both of them from the fountain. The sounds of combat and called out super moves carried throughout the gym and filled 𝐒𝐿 with the same sense of wonder he had felt at his first heroics lesson. It felt incredible to be back training again, and even if he had a long way to go before he could take over for All Might, he was making progress again. He could feel himself being rejuvenated even by the small steps he was taking in his first session back with Class A. "Hey man." 𝐒𝐿 turned to see Kirishima walking toward him with an arm raised and a wide smile on his face. "Glad to see you back in the gym, Midobro." "Thanks, Kirishima." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gladly accepted the high five and moved to the side for the other boy to fill his water bottle. It's good to be back. I've been itching to train for the past week. I bet. Kirishima capped his bottle and turned his attention back to 𝐒𝐿. He looked unusually serious, and 𝐒𝐿's heart rate picked up out of concern. So listen dude, I had a question for you. Sure. 𝐒𝐿 internally winced at the stutter and cleared his throat. What's up, Kiri? How do you do that flirting thing? 'Cause I've been trying to put out signals to this person and I don't think they're picking up on it at all. 𝐒𝐿 sighed in relief. For a second I thought Kirishima was going to declare war on me too. I wrote down a lot of tips from midnight. I can show you my notes when we get back to the dorms. Sweet. Thanks man. Yeah, of course. Can I ask who it is? Kirishima blushed a little and 𝐒𝐿 quickly backtracked. You don't have to of course. But if you know the person you want to flirt with well it's a bit easier to figure out how, you know. Oh, I know her pretty well. Kirishima turned and 𝐒𝐿 followed his line of sight to where Ashido was twirling, showing off her new Acid Man move. I guess Okako was right about all those romcoms. Always suspect the best friend. 𝐒𝐿 patted Kirishima's shoulder. I think you've got nothing to worry about on that front, friend. If you want help I could talk to Ocha and have her test the waters. Bro, Kirishima wiped a pretend tear from his eye. That would be so manly of her. I'll see what I can do, 𝐒𝐿 laughed. If you want flirting advice though, you should probably talk to Kiyomi-sensei, she's the true MSTR. Speaking of, have you seen her today? I had a question about something we did yesterday. Nah bro. I heard from Snipe-sensei that she took a personal day. 𝐒𝐿 frowned at the new information. First Aizawa took one yesterday and now Nemurai. I hope everything's okay. 𝐒𝐿 shook off his worries. Midnight was one of the strongest people he knew. If she were here she would tell him to focus on what was in front of him instead of things he couldn't control. He turned to Kirishima. Are you working on a super move or do you want to join us for some sparring? Kirishima put a hand on his bare chest. That sounds so manly. Let's do this. 𝐒� tore his gaze from Kiri's impressive pecs and walked back towards Ojiro and Soto. Want to set up teams of two? Dibs on being with Midoriya. Ojiro said from where he was still laying on the floor. Down boy, there's enough of me to go around. 𝐒� cackled at the return of Ojiro's blush. If Nemurai wasn't here to mess with people, well 𝐒� would just have to do it himself. I just don't understand him, Hisashi. Nemurai paused to blow on the top of her overpriced coffee. Hisashi had insisted that they get out of view for a little while to have this conversation and Nemurai couldn't come up with a good enough reason to say no, so here she was in a little deserted cat cafe across from one of her best friends. Both of them were dressed to avoid attention in casual clothes, Nemurai with her glasses on and Hisashi missing his patented hair swoop. You gotta understand, Nem, Hisashi swirled the sugar and caramel monstrosity he claimed was coffee in one hand while twirling a straw in the other. Oboro wasn't just his first friend, he was the one who took Sho in after his parents kicked him out. He took a sip before continuing. Honestly, if O wasn't tragically straight I think he and Sho probably would have ended up together. Leaving us two the spares who get paired, here. Hey babe, you said it. Not me. Hisashi laughed and shot her a wink. I'm a demon catch and you know it. Nemurai felt a laugh force itself out of her. It was nice checking in with Hisashi. Between the two of them they had 6 jobs, 3 cats, and a husband so it wasn't often the two of them could get together like this. She could savor it even if the circumstances for their meeting weren't ideal. So what do I do, Zashi? If I do what Shouter's suggesting, I might be just putting myself through all that pain for no reason. But... Hisashi prompted. But, Nemurai said with a sigh. If I don't, can I ever really live with myself? What if I don't go and it doesn't work? Would I just be dooming myself to WHATIFS for eternity? Nemurai's head slid down to the table. I just feel so lost. Her words were mostly mumbled into the napkin but she heard Hisashi hum consideringly. After a moment or two a worm slid onto the bench next to her and an arm wrapped around her shoulders. I don't really know if there's a right answer here, Nem. I think it's just a matter of making the choice you can live with. She sighed into the table. I'm going to have to apologize to Shouter, aren't I? Hisashi let out a laugh that nearly rattled the windows, sending any nearby cats scattering. Sorry babes, looks like it. But hey, he still owes you like 3 apologies for that parking garage incident, so don't worry too much. Hisashi rubbed comforting circles on her back, and Nemirai was grateful for his unending optimism. She figured they were all going to need it in the near future. So when are we doing this? Well, Sho's kids are taking their provisional exams on Friday, so after that's done we can figure out a time. Nemirai let out another sigh. She still didn't really want to do this. It was only in the last few years of her life that she could feel herself moving past her grief for Oboro. But if there was a chance and she missed it, it would haunt her. If you're in there Oboro, hang tight. I'm coming. Nezu Rangers, unite. You were Ravity Sue. Anything you want to tell us, Sue? The frogs were always gay, don't you dare. Dekuwu. Conspiracy realist, I've got a bad feeling about this. Dekuwu, good reference Shoto. Conspiracy realist, what reference? Nayum to Okiko. If there is anything Zu wants to tell us, she should be allowed to tell us in her own time. You were Ravity Boo. The frogs were always gay, thank you Ida Kawafi please. Zu has a crush on Kendo from class B. You were Ravity, shocked. Nayum too, how did you even hear about that? Kawafi please, you all talk too loudly and interrupt my couch naps. The frogs were always gay, say goodbye to your toes insomniac. Kawafi please, why do I hear boss music? Dekuwu Zu. That's awesome. You should ask her out. Conspiracy realist, congratulations on your impending nuptials. You were Ravity I Deku Shoto. I don't think most people get married that quickly. Conspiracy realist, they don't. Nayum too, if you are getting married just remember that our exam is in 3 days. We should all do our best to ensure that our hormones are not distracting us from this opportunity. The frogs were always gay, we are not talking about this. Kiro. A knock at his door made Izuku drop his phone, cursing. Hark, Midoriya. A portent of ill omen carves your name on its visage. Izuku turned and stared at the door for a moment, even as his phone continued to chime with notifications. Tokoyami was a great person and an excellent friend, but there were times he utterly baffled Izuku. Thanks Tokoyami, I'll be out in a second. Verily. Izuku managed to extract himself from his bed with no small amount of effort given how sore he was from his first day back in training, and made his way to the door. When he opened it, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow had disappeared, leaving a wide and short box addressed to Izuku on the floor. Taking it inside, he cut the tape with his vintage All Might's hair spike letter opener, first edition, with the original discolored blue on the handle. Inside was a letter and a pair of small metallic red wristbands. Dear Izuku, hi. I heard from Uncle Might that your quirk is going through an evolution, and while I wanted to give you these in person, my dissertation is at a pretty delicate stage, so I can't gallivant off to Japan for a weekend. But I'm still trying to help my hero in any way that I can, so I hope these new full gauntlets help. Izuku looked back in the box at the wristbands and took one out. In the light it looked similar to the original mid-gauntlet that he had worn on Island, though darker in color and slightly heavier. He turned back to the letter. They're prototypes, so try not to break them again XD. They were designed to withstand Uncle Might at full strength, so they should theoretically be able to handle whatever you put them through. I think I said that about the last ones though, so be careful. So you don't get them stuck on again. Instructions for use and maintenance are on the flip side of this letter. I'd recommend heading to your support technician to see if they need to adjust anything in your costume to make them work. I also heard a little rumor that you finally heroed up and asked out Okiko hair. Good for you. I hope I can see you guys in person next time you make it out to Island. I know you're going to be an amazing hero because you're already mine. Good luck on everything. XO Melissa Shield. Izuku smiled as he put the letter to the side. Tears started to collect in the corner of his eyes. His adventures on Island were almost forgotten in the wake of everything else that happened in the insanity of his first semester at U, but it meant so much to hear from Melissa. There were so many people in his corner, giving him their support and putting their faith in him. A familiar fire sparked to life in his chest. He was going to prove Melissa, Okiko, and everyone else right. He was going to be the greatest hero in the world. He had to start, though, by heading down to the support labs. He grabbed the box with the gauntlets as well as the letter and started off toward the main campus building. There was only one person he trusted to incorporate the new shield tech into his costume, and he knew just where to find her. He just had to follow the sounds of explosions. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 adjusted the ice pack pressed against her shoulder. Recovery Girl had given her a thorough tongue lashing earlier for falling and dislocating her shoulder, and the older woman was so angry that she made 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 spend over an hour cleaning and reorganizing the nurse's office. She had thankfully done so after healing her shoulder, but she knew the little aches and twinges would be sticking with her for at least the next day or so. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 was grateful the only stop she had to make was a quick layover at the support lab to check in with Mai about her boots before she could crawl into bed and get some much-needed sleep. The teachers had been pushing them even harder with the exam only 2 days away, and everyone was beginning to feel the pressure. 𝐒𝐿 paused as the door to the support studio came in sight, but when no explosion came she frowned. Maybe Mai isn't in. I don't think I've ever seen this door open properly. Shrugging, 𝐒𝐿 strode toward the door and put her hand on the handle. Which is, of course, when it decided to blow up in her face. She was thrown from the door, landing solidly on her back. Something warm and heavy landed on top of her, and when her eyes were clear from the smoke she looked up to see a head full of green hair above her. Hey babe, come here often. 𝐒𝐿 gaped at her boyfriend who held himself slightly above her with hands planted on either side of her head. 𝐈𝐧𝐿. The one and only, he said with a wink. He pushed himself up to his feet and began to help 𝐒𝐿 back to standing. My bad 10 million. I didn't think those were the explosive rockets, I thought they were the glitter ones. Somebody really should label those better. 𝐻𝐿, wearing rolled-down overalls and a black tank top that made 𝐒𝐿 envious of the other girl's figure, stumbled out of the doorway where smoke still spilled into the hall. 𝐻𝐿. That is the third door this semester. Powerloader's voice sounded from deeper in the support labs. You destroy one more and I'm going to resign. 𝐻𝐿 rolled her eyes at the threat. What a baby. They weren't even nice doors. Oh. I should get to work on a door baby next. 𝐻𝐿 descended into her own mutter storm as she rattled off ideas and plans for her next contraption. Hey, 𝐿𝐻𝐿. Izuku's voice pulled her attention away from the mad scientist in their midst. What do you think? Pretty heroic, right? Izuku put his hands on his hips and puffed out his chest, striking a pose in his costume that made 𝐒𝐿 want to giggle and jump his bones at the same time. Izuku's new costume truthfully wasn't that dissimilar to his old one. The green had brightened a little and lost some of its blue, almost matching the lightest parts of Izuku's hair. The green suit had a thick border of white along the knee, rising above the kneecap and meeting the lines that made the panels on either side of his torso. Below the knees were black reinforced braces with white and red patterning that mirrored the panels on his torso. The cape was slightly shorter, trimmed in red now, but the biggest change was to his arms. The suit had become sleeveless, ending at the shoulder. Spiraling down all the way to his wrists were dark red metallic braces that looked molded onto his arms. On his hands were black gloves, a splash of white on the palm with raised holes on the back of the hand that were also painted white. The gauntlets were a gift from Melissa, Izuku explained. Apparently she made bigger and better versions of the ones from the whole Wolfram thing after she heard about my arm. 𝐒𝐿 swallowed down the surge of jealousy she felt at the blonde's name. She trusted Izuku implicitly and she knew she had nothing to fear, but she couldn't help but feel jealous of the older girl. She was brilliant and appealing and could keep up with Izuku's brain, which 𝐒𝐿 struggled with at times. And, look. 𝐒𝐿 refocused on Izuku, who flipped up a hood that had been lost in the cape. The hood was white with green panels that almost looked like eyes on the top and two familiar-looking protrusions rising out the back. They are back. Oh, your bunny ears are back. I gotta admit, I kinda missed them. Wait, what? Izuku pulled off the hood and peered curiously at 𝐒𝐿. They're not bunny ears, 𝐿𝐻𝐿. They're All Might's hair spikes. 𝐒𝐿 squinted at his head. Are you sure? Wait, they're not bunny ears. Mai asked, breaking from her planning. But I specifically made them look like rabbit ears. No. Izuku blushed and 𝐒𝐿 bit back laughter. Why would they be bunny ears? Because Meko is your mentor and idol. 𝐻𝐿, All Might is my idol. Then why did you ask for bunny ears on your costume? 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 lost the battle and broke into laughter as Izuku groaned. Sorry babe, you're never outrunning the bunny accusations. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 pressed a kiss to his cheek in between laughs. I'm going to go train, he grumbled. She was worried for a moment that he was genuinely upset, but he gave her a quick kiss on top of the head before wandering off. Why is it always rabbits? She heard him say before he rounded the corner. So, anything I can do for you, Uraraka? 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 turned curiously toward Hatsune. So you do know my name? The pink-haired girl shot her a wink. No one will ever believe you. She walked back into the still-smoking support studio and 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 groaned. Why is everyone in this school so DMN weird? Toshinori leaned back in his chair, diligently flipping through channels to find something that didn't have his face on it. It wasn't something he usually had to contend with. His apartment for much of his life was simply a place to house his bed and clothes. Even then he often found himself sleeping on the couch in his office rather than going back to his apartment. He rarely had time during his career to sit and watch television, and doing so now made him realize something. He was desperately, deliriously, bored. He had a better understanding of young Midoriya now that he was a few more days into his retirement. He was simply not meant to stay still. His body was worn down and tired, but it seemed his mind hadn't gotten the memo. He couldn't help but feel that tug in his soul that called him to act. There just wasn't anything for him to do. Still, that call inside of him could not be ignored. Toshinori pushed himself up off his comfortable chair with creaking bones and made his way out the door and into the campus at large. He wandered somewhat aimlessly, following whatever direction spoke to his instincts the most. It shouldn't have been a surprise, then, that he managed to find his way to the gym where his successor was training. He idly noticed that his boy changed his costume again as he bounced along walls and buildings, switching between Gran Torino's turns and flying with float. Melissa had told him that she was sending him new arm braces to help support his limbs, but he hoped that Izuku would still continue to limit his output and not rely too much on his new tools. The hood was interesting, though he doubted his successor would wear it too frequently outside of media appearances or for blocking line-of-sight-based quirks. You're doing well, young Midoriya. Toshinori winced as Izuku nearly crashed into a building out of surprise. Within moments, though, he had recovered and landed on the street with minimal cracking of concrete. Hey All Might. Do you like my new costume? Pretty heroic, right? Izuku flexed and posed, and Toshinori couldn't help but laugh. You look like a true hero, my boy. Toshinori added to his compliment with a thumbs up. Izuku beamed at the praise, and something in Toshinori eased at seeing his successor in such bright spirits. It had been a long time since he had seemed so chipper. Your new additions from Melissa look great. Oh. Thanks, All Might. I'll have to remember to thank her the next time I'm out on Island. Toshinori raised an eyebrow. Making plans for a vacation already? No, Izuku laughed. I'm just excited, I guess. Nothing wrong with that, my boy. Toshinori plopped a hand down on his head and ruffled his hair. Just don't go looking too far into the future. Take it from an old man, today can be just as rewarding as tomorrow if you let it. You're not old, All Might. So you say, my boy. Toshinori took his hand back and gave his successor a nod. Well, since we're both out here, how about I give you a few tricks with that fancy new cape of yours? I did have quite the successful run with my own back in the day. Whoa, that would be amazing. Izuku cried with stars in his eyes. Toshinori chuckled at the fanboy tendencies even a year and a half of training together couldn't rid him of. One neat thing is using it to distract your opponent's eyes. Spins and things work well for that. And this one might be better for you than me because I've never been much of a kicker. Toshinori positioned himself across from Midoriya and mimicked the motions he was explaining. You take the edge of the cape in one hand and pull it across your body in the eye line of the villain. Spin on that leg and kick out with your leg as you get to their position. Toshinori stumbled a little, but managed not to fall. It's better if you keep your kicking leg close to your body to hide it with the cloak as long as possible. Ready to try it? Yes, sir. And you're sure? Inko, this is what I do. Of course I'm sure. Not even All Might himself could get in and out without raising hell. You have nothing to worry about. And about the other matter. I'll start putting out some feelers and see what comes back. I've got to say though, I'm a little surprised you'd come to me of all people for this. I thought you left this life behind after Hisoshi. You know I wouldn't do it without a good reason, 𝐭𝐻𝐻. That's what makes it so interesting, Nei-san. Well hey, feel free to call again anytime. The next one's not free though. I've got to make a living too, you know. And maybe next time you'll bring your boy around and I'll finally get to meet my one and only nephew. Goodbye, 𝐭𝐻𝐻. Her brother's chuckles cut off as 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻 hung up the phone. She felt a little more settled with the confirmation that her fears were unfounded, but that tendril of doubt and nervousness never quite went away. There's nothing to do now but wait, she told herself as she put on another pot of water for tea. Let's hope the reputation of Jiran isn't all smoke and mirrors. Most of his Hell class were gathered in the common room, squabbling over which movie to watch and generally causing a racket. 𝐿𝐴 listened to them from the porch where he sat watching the cars flash past. Someone, Mina by the sound of it, loudly begged for some romantic comedy that was roundly rejected by the group. Ida, his loud instructions identifiable even through the walls, tried to marshal the class into order. 𝐿𝐴 couldn't help but snort at his efforts. He would have better luck herding cats. All by yourself tonight, handsome. 𝐿𝐴 did not start at the sound of Nemurai's voice, thank you very much. He did however turn to see her smirking face standing at the steps leading to the porch. There was something hesitant about her posture, even despite the amusement she clearly felt at trying to get the drop on him. Nemurai, he acknowledged. Behind him, the volume increased once again as someone's suggestion was shot down by the group. What are you doing here? I was looking for you actually. She pulled out a gift-wrapped package from behind her back and tossed it at him. Can I sit? He nodded at her as he began to inspect the package. It was soft underneath the present MIC-themed wrapping paper, roughly a foot long on either side and heavier than he was expecting. He raised an eyebrow at Nemurai and she gave him a shitting grin. He sighed and tore apart the paper at the seams. Inside was a plush All Might holding a whiteboard. The whiteboard read, "Feel better to show the world that you are here." Really? He asked, holding up the plush. Why are you like this? They didn't exactly have one that said I'm sorry for being a D-head. 𝐿𝐴 let out a snort. I bet his marketing team would have an aneurysm. I am sorry, 𝐿𝐴. The amusement he had felt over inappropriate All Might merch faded as Nemurai's tone became more serious. I shouldn't have shut you down like that. It's all right, Nem. I don't have any room to judge people for their coping methods. I'm willing to do it. I'll go see Oboro. But 𝐿𝐴, if this doesn't work, it will, Nemurai. It has too. She sighed. Let's hope you're right. The din from Class A turned into a roar as whatever argument they were having hit a boiling point. Are you going to do anything about that? She asked him. I'll let them have their fun until curfew. They deserve a chance to just be kids. Wow! A spike of dread ran down 𝐿𝐴's back at the teasing tone in Nemurai's voice. I see the rumors are true. The big bad Eraserhead really has gone soft on us. F you, Nemurai. Only if you beg, 𝐿𝐴. 𝐿𝐴's sigh was drowned out by the voices of 1A and Midnight's cackling. I should have quit as soon as I saw All Might on the faculty roster. This school year really might be the death of me. Well met, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku found himself standing in front of a familiar circle of thrones with an unfamiliar man standing at the side of the tallest throne. His ashen hair and green eyes were similar to Yoichi's, but his most prominent features were twin scars tracing over his left eye. The scars were jagged, running over the eyebrow all the way down, cutting through the lip to the chin. I am Hikage Shinomori. I was the fourth holder of One for All. Izuku felt frustration burn in his stomach. There were so many questions he wanted to ask the past holders, so much history he wanted and needed to know, but the cloying smoke that clung to his mouth prevented him from asking. It is not fair of us to put this burden on one so young. In life I removed myself from the world in order to strengthen One for All, and while I do not regret that decision, I often find myself wondering if all I did was kick the proverbial can down the road. Hikage settled a hand on Izuku's shoulder. It felt solid and real, unlike the rest of the dream around him. My quirk will protect you as I could not. Danger sense will alert you to all manner of ill intent, but only those directed at you. You've already felt its warmth before, have you not? Izuku thought back to all the times he had just known when to move, those heats and spikes of pain. That had been a quirk the whole time. Rest now, ninth. You have a long day ahead of you. We will meet again soon. The throne room faded out into black and Izuku fell into slumber. Katsuki tossed and turned, haunted by whispers. You're so weak, Katsuki. His mother's harsh voice burned in his ears. Izuku fought for his freedom. And what did you do when you were captured? You rolled over like a dog for those villains. Like we could expect anything less, came the mocking voice of his father. The only thing he's ever been good at is waiting for Izuku to step in and help him. You can never be a hero when you're so broken. A sob tore itself from Katsuki's throat as All Might's voice, the voice of his idol and favorite hero, derided him. You should have been stronger, like Midoriya. Maybe then you would have been worth something. Now you see, little pup. They don't care about broken toys. When will you finally show them the wolf inside? Katsuki bolted upright, the rasping voice of Darby still lingering in the air. He was safe. They couldn't get him at UA. He was safe. Right. The whispering started as soon as the bus pulled up outside of the stadium. U was famous, its heroic students constantly ranked on the new heroes to watch for lists. The support industry was littered with standouts from former 3H, 3I, and 3J classes, and even the general studies students were recruited to the best universities in Japan and abroad. To most of the Japanese public, 1A was the exception that proved the rule. The attack on the USJ, the famous connections and legacies that its students held, the dramatic battles in their sports festival all served to make 1A the most famous first-year class in even UA's illustrious history. And that was before Kamino. The hushed whispers and side conversations that followed his classmates seemed to stop as Izuku stepped out from the bus. Even among his classmates, it seemed Izuku stood out. The world had watched him fight alongside the symbol of peace. His actions weren't soon to be forgotten. It wasn't quite unfamiliar territory. There had been plenty of times in his life that he had been the subject of pointed looks and whispered rumors. This time, though, he had a small sense of pride in their stares and whispers. He had their attention because of what he had done, not who he was. They didn't hate him for something he couldn't control, they were jealous of him, or at least so Nemurai claimed after she forbade him from looking at news reports of himself. He knew not all of them liked him, most of them probably didn't know what to think, but they weren't against him from the start. It was with those differences in mind that he was able to hold his head high and take the attention. The old Izuku would have crumbled. But this Izuku was ready to soar. As students from various schools began to turn to each other at his appearance, Okiko pressed herself into his side, taking his arm and pulling it over her shoulders. Shoto stood close by to his left. Tenya and Zu took up position behind him, with Kirishima and Mina taking up position in front of him. Guys. What's going on? It's simple, Mido bro, Kirishima said. He ran his hand through his hair, making the spikes go wild, and shot him a shark-toothed grin. We're your bodyguards. Bodyguards. Totally. Mina mussed Kirishima's spikes into his normal upright style. We gotta make sure nobody tries to mess with you before the exam. You're sometimes too nice, you know. There's such a thing as too nice. Your newfound fame will make you a target, Shoto said. Other students will likely see you as a target. Someone to test themselves against and aim to destroy. You would know, wouldn't you? I don't know what you mean. Izuku narrowed his eyes at his two-toned friend. It was entirely possible that Shoto didn't see the irony of his statement. Or it was intentional and Shoto's poker face was masking his snickering at the joke. It really was impossible to tell sometimes. Alright, fall in, hellions. Class 1A wandered behind Eraserhead like 18 lost ducklings, grouping up together at the front of the bus. Today is a very important day. If you get your licenses here, you'll hatch into hero chicklets. Don't, and you'll be stuck as novice eggs in our farm of life. Do you have any idea what he's talking about? Hagakure leaned over to ask Mina. Not a clue. Think someone should check to see if he and present MIC swayed bodies. Normally weird metaphors are his thing. Eraser. Is that you? Izuku watched the normally expressionless Aizawa CYCL through horror, despair, and anger before settling into resignation. A woman, clearly a hero based on the audacious green and orange-colored costume, skipped toward Eraserhead, coming to a stop just a few inches from their teacher. Hey, maybe today really is my lucky day. Let's get married, Eraser. No. Izuku was sure that Midnight would have had words with Eraserhead because of his gruff response, but the female hero simply laughed along. You're still so funny, Eraser. Have you been practicing since our last little repartee? I hate you. Aizawa turned to the class, face stoic except for the slight twitch above his left eye. All of you, give it your best. I will be watching to make sure you do. Don't let me down. You're so serious, future husband. You shouldn't scare the kiddos. Die. Sensei is right, Kirishima called out. We've got to give it our all, guys. Let's hear it, +ultra. Himiko ignored the giant oaf and his overly enthusiastic antics. His voice had nothing on the volume of the fights between Spinner and Shiggy over their little Skyrim games. He, like all these other brats, were minor distractions at best. None of them could hold her attention with her Izuku mere feet away from her. If she had passed him on the street a few months ago, she doubted she would have given him a second look. His uniform jacket was tight around his arms and shoulders, breathes a little shorter around the ankle, sure signs of a recent growth spurt, but despite his atrocious attempt at a tie he looked normal. Gone was the whirlwind of fury and cocky one-liners that had stolen her heart at Kamino, and in its place Himiko was left with something so innocent it hurt to look at. His laughter with his friends was light and airy, the soft smiles he shot toward the brunette at his side made her stomach turn. She had finally gotten to meet her love and he was just deliriously, insanely, boringly normal. The kind of normal that made Himiko's heart ache in funny ways. The kind of normal that made her fingers twitch with the urge to stab and draw BLD. The kind of normal she once wished so desperately to have been. It was his eyes that gave him away though. Even as he smiled at something the pink-skinned girl said, the innocence burned away from his eyes, leaving a searing green that made Himiko's breath catch. His eyes, all iron and fire and barely restrained power, clocked the adult heroes in the crowd and lingered over students with signs of obvious quirks. She shuddered as his gaze swept over her to land on the hairy guy at her left who had stepped in to control the giant windbag. No fresh-faced heroing had eyes like those. Those were the eyes of an apex predator, one that held a power so intoxicatingly strong that even those around him subtly leaned away from him. That was the Izuku she had been looking for. The blooded fighter that hadn't left her thoughts since that first fateful meeting. Now that the moment was here, Himiko could hardly contain her curiosity. She had so many questions to ask him and finally there was no Shigaraki to get in her way of asking them. What made him so special? What was he fighting for? Why did Stain spare him? Which of his masks were the real one? The hero or the innocent? Cammy, you ready? Himiko turned, falling easily into a smile that felt natural on her borrowed face. Let's totally crush this exam, fam. Okiko let out a breath, closing the last of her medical supplies into the pouches on her belt. It had taken a whole lot of bargaining to keep Hatsune from adding anything too crazy to her equipment, but she felt more at ease carrying some basics on hand just in case. Plus, the iron marbles she had snuck in did give her a reliable ranged option in combat. She wasn't on par with Snipe Sensei just yet, but she was getting there. She and Momo were the first to finish changing, so the two of them were left in the prep room with the mummified lump of their teacher in the corner. She had never figured out just how to tell when he was sleeping and when he was just listening in on them. Did he ever sleep in a real bed? And where did the sleeping bag keep coming from? Momo was busy scrawling away notes and strategies on the whiteboard she had produced from her stomach. She knew that Momo and Izuku had collaborated over the last few days on optimal strategies and pairings for if they were all to be separated, but most of the time it had devolved into quirk theory and potential applications of combining quirks that went over her head, so she stayed out of the way. Both her boyfriend and her friend could become a little intense when they got into discussions of their mutual passion, and she had long since learned that avoiding the conversation was the best way to keep her sanity intact. Yo, Midoriya, did you see that Shiketsu chick from earlier? Okako perked up at the mention of Izuku. Serious crazy eyes on that girl, man. From the hallway leading to the men's locker room came Izuku, flanked by Kaminari and Zero. All three were in their hero costumes, Izuku's gloves clamped between his teeth as he fiddled with his gauntlets and Zero's helmet tucked under an arm. She took the opportunity to watch Izuku as the trio filtered into the room. She knew he hadn't been sleeping well the past few nights, and it wasn't just nerves about the exam. Dark circles had taken up residence underneath his eyes, and there was a subtle jitteriness to his movements that she hadn't seen before. The way he stretched his arms was jerky, like he had to move through molasses every time he moved. She doubted that he had even noticed it in himself yet. Izuku would probably run himself into the ground before he admitted that he was tired, but Okako considered herself to be one of the foremost experts on Izuku Midoriya, and there was something just a little off with her boyfriend. I know, right? Zero said, breaking her out of her reverie, as he fit his helmet over his head. I really hope I don't run into her during the exam. She seems like the type to pull a knife on you for looking at her wrong. I mean, dude. Plus she probably has some super strong quirk on top of it. Did you see her costume? She had, like, no gear and no armor. Either she's crazy enough that she doesn't want it or she's got a strong enough quirk that she doesn't need it. Either way, no thanks. Yeah, good luck, Midoriya. She's all yours. Izuku blinked up at Zero, pulling his gloves out of his mouth. Here. What do you mean? Kaminari and Zero shared a look before turning back to him. Dude, you serious? She was eyeing you up big time, my man. Big time? Zero concurred, nodding. Really? I thought she was just looking over because of all the commotion. Oh my god, dude, no. She was like, totally focused on you. Kaminari said, slinging an arm over Izuku's shoulders. Like a lion and a gazelle, bro. Zero put his arm on top of Kaminari's across Izuku's shoulders with a sigh. Some guys have all the luck. Ochako burned a little at the insinuation. An ugly coiling sensation settled into her gut. She had seen the girl they were talking about too, a appealing tawny-haired girl with curves that made her seethe in jealousy, but she had been too focused on making sure the crowd didn't overwhelm Izuku to consider her for more than a moment. But she would tear off her own arm before she let her get close to Izuku. Wasn't one psycho blonde obsessed with her boyfriend enough? Did there really need to be another? Even if she was staring at me, it probably wasn't for that reason, Izuku said, moving to stand beside Momo. She was probably going over her strategy to take us out. Why would some random girl have a strategy to take us out? Kaminari asked. Simple, Momo answered as she drew a line connecting her name to Kaminari and Soto. We are the biggest targets in this exam. Yui is the gold standard, and because of the sports festival, our quirks and fighting styles are widely known. We are assuredly at the top of the list of logical targets to start with in an exam like this. She turned back to the boys, clasping her hands behind her back with a smile. As soon as the exam begins, every student in the arena will be gunning for us, and you will be crushed. Izuku sighed, dipping beneath a 3-meter-long tungsten nail and backhanding another volley of ball out of the air with a burst of one for all. He had to give the students from 𝐒𝐭𝐲 Academy credit. While he didn't really understand why they were all wearing the same ninja-inspired costumes in different colors and they hadn't exactly come close to hitting one of his targets yet, they were admirably persistent. Give up, cretin. No matter how fast you are, you'll never escape the long arm of justice. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 Academy will defeat you. The leader, or at least the one Izuku assumed to be the leader because he had been shouting about the glory of their school for the past few minutes, pulled another pile of nuts and bolts from underneath the folds of his red robes and threw them at Izuku. As they hurtled through the air, the hardware expanded to several meters in size, blocking out the stadium lights in the ceiling far above. Whoa, you almost got me that time. Izuku called back as he rose above one of the bolts, and shot through the center hole of a nut before stopping. He floated over the heads of the other students as the quirk-enlarged hardware crashed to the ground behind him. You're definitely getting closer, but I think your aim may need some work, Siding Institute. It's the 𝐤𝐻𝐻 Academy. Momo's plan, with some minor modifications from Izuku, was relatively simple. They disrupted the first wave of attacks with large defensive walls like Shoto's Ice Barrier and Dark Shadow, and used the chaos to spread traps out along the area that they cleared. Then the fastest members of 1A acted as bait to draw in the other schools to where the rest of the class was waiting. And thanks to float and the speed boost from One for All, Izuku made excellent bait. Truth be told, the hardest part for Izuku was holding back so he didn't get too far ahead and make those following him lose interest, and with every attack his opponents grew more frustrated and more likely to break away and find someone else to engage. He needed to wrap this up soon. The other students from 𝐤𝐻𝐻 were starting to get antsy, and Izuku caught several dirty looks being aimed at their classmate. This should be enough time for the others to have gotten set up, now I just have to lead them in. Izuku turned to shoot off toward his classmates when the world around him exploded. Dirt and earth sprayed into the air as the ground was torn asunder, chunks of rubble pelting Izuku as towering earthen walls rose around him. DMN, that's an impressive earthquake quirk. Still, I should be able to regroup with the others and help. Izuku spun behind him to see one of the 𝐤𝐻𝐻 students flailing their arms as they began to careen off a small chunk of the ground that was crumbling beneath their feet. Izuku dove toward the other student without hesitation, wrapping his arms around their torso and careening toward the ground. Ah! Help! Help me please! Oh God, I don't want to die! Izuku winced as the other student kept yelling in his ear, but he managed to land without letting anything hit the two of them. Are you alright? The student got through a single word before. Their eyes rolled up into their head and they fainted in Izuku's arms. Izuku couldn't help but sigh a little as he lowered them to the ground. You would think they were a little bit tougher with the way their leader was boasting. He laid them gently on their back, crossing their arms over their chest and checking their pulse. Probably just the shock of all the adrenaline hitting them at once, Izuku thought, trying to remember the lessons Recovery Girl had drilled into his head. Once he had them laid out comfortably, he debated about going back to find his friends before dismissing the thought. I can't leave them here. What if there are aftershocks? He turned his attention to the targets on the student's uniform and ran a finger over the ball attached to his belt before sighing. Not while they can't put up a fight. It wouldn't be right. Izuku stood up and dusted the dirt off of his uniform breathes. The student he had just saved was in the middle of the pack of 𝐤𝐻𝐻 students when the earthquake hit. If he couldn't find his friends, maybe theirs was still nearby. Izuku crouched, letting the lightning of One for All rush through his veins, ready to launch himself into the air when a voice stopped him. You're just going to leave. He turned over his shoulder to see the girl from Shiketsu, the one Kaminari and 𝐬𝐿 were talking about, slowly walking toward him. Her black catsuit seemed to absorb the light as she approached. Her hair flowed loosely down her back from where it emerged from her uniform cap. There was something off about her though. Something that made danger sense rumble in his chest. She wasn't about to outright attack him, the warning from his quirk wasn't strong enough for that, but still. You have your opponent on the ground, all three of their targets are right there, and you're just going to walk away. They're knocked out on the ground, he said, taking a step to place himself between the girl and the unconscious student. It wouldn't be much of a fair fight if I were to hit their targets now. And you're all about a fair fight, aren't you, Izuku? Izuku stiffened as she drew out his name. She had closed the distance to just a few arm lengths apart, and Izuku pulled his quirks to the surface. He didn't know what this girl wanted, but she was definitely trouble. Seeing him raise his guard, she let out a giggle. Oh, silly Izu. If I wanted to hurt you, you never would have seen me coming. She trilled out another little giggle that did nothing to assuage Izuku's nerves. I've been wanting to talk to you for so long, Izuku. Even before we met the first time, I had so many questions I wanted to ask you. And now I finally have the chance. The insinuation that they had met before made Izuku pause. He definitely would have remembered meeting another hero student from Shiketsu, but he also didn't think this girl was lying. The confusion must have shown on his face, because the girl pouted. You don't remember me, Izuku. Maybe I'll just have to remind you. A lance of heat shot through Izuku's head, as the girl took another step forward, a knife falling into her hand from some hidden sheath. Pressure rolled off of her in waves, an intent so heavy that the air chilled and Izuku's hair stood on end. Izuku had only felt a presence like this once in that alley in Hosu with Stain. This girl was definitely a villain then, but how could a villain have snuck into the exam? No one had seemingly blinked an eye at her presence among Shiketsu, so either she had a brainwashing quirk or she only looked like a Shiketsu student. Of course it was her. Shigaraki and All for One might be in Tartarus, but the other members of the League were never found. And there was only one villain he had met that both could masquerade as a Hero Corps student and was crazy enough to do it with a few thousand other heroes around. "Hey, Himi-chan. It's been a minute, here." Himiko couldn't help the squeal that tore itself from her throat. He did remember her. She knew it. Her whole body felt like it was on fire. Finally, she had Izuku all to herself. And he was all she had wanted him to be and more. Watching him fight against those heroing wannabes was like watching a hurricane. He was an unstoppable force of nature in battle, and he was effortlessly keeping up with a whole school while holding so much of his power back. But despite all that power, he was still just so good. He didn't even hesitate to save the kid that had been attacking him. He just plunged headfirst into danger to save them. Even now, he was putting himself between her and the brat. She knew he wouldn't leave. He couldn't risk running to get help and letting her kill the kid, and if he signaled for help she could just attack the kid anyway, or slip in with the crowd and transform into someone else. She had him pinned. She could ask him all the questions she wanted. She could ask him, "Why?" Izuku blinked. The crazed smile that had appeared at his recognition of her slipped from Toga's face, hair falling over her eyes as she looked down at the ground. "Why? Why did you save them? Aren't they supposed to be your enemy? Why would you save them?" Her whole body shook and trembled, voice thick with tears and pain. Izuku was paralyzed with shock. He never would have expected this. She broke into the provisional licensing exam to ask him why he saved people. Tsukochi had given him a brief rundown of the members of the League of Villains after Kamino on the justification that he was a possible target for revenge attacks now. Himiko Toga was suspected of a laundry list of crimes that included assault, murder, theft, and kidnapping. She was a violent criminal as well as a supervillain and terrorist because of her actions with the League. But looking at her now, all Izuku could see was a girl in crisis on the verge of tears. She looked sad. Because that's what heroes do. Toga's head whipped up, tears falling from bloodshot eyes. "I've never been able to just walk away from someone in trouble. I can't. I have to save them if I can, or at least try." Izuku tightened his hand into a fist, desperately trying to force his swirling thoughts into some kind of order. "I like to think that even if I didn't have a quirk, even if nobody had helped me get where I am today, I would have tried to be a hero anyway." Toga scoffed. "Heroes fight villains. They arrest people with quirks they think are ugly. They beat down the people that are different from them. Heroes don't save people, they break them." Izuku shook his head. "Maybe sometimes we fight people, but we're trying to stop them from hurting others. A hero, a true hero, they save people. Even if it means saving people from themselves." Toga stared at him with unreadably calm eyes. Her trembling had stopped and her face had smoothed itself into a perfectly blank mask. It felt unnatural to Izuku, like she had simply been frozen in time. "You really believe that, don't you?" she eventually asked in a small voice. "I do." "Then why do you think people become villains? Shiggy always said it was a cycle of violence, that the heroes create villains." Her voice gradually rose, gaining in strength with every word. "If heroes are supposed to save people, then why are there villains at all?" Izuku paused. He had never really thought about it before. Villains were just a fact of life. There were always people willing to break the rules to get what they wanted. But Izuku thought about Stain, who had killed because of his convictions that hero society was fundamentally broken. He thought about Kota, who hated heroes because of what happened to his parents. He thought about what he would have become if All Might hadn't chosen him to be his successor. "I think it's about hope." Izuku stared at his fist. One for all pulsed inside him in time with his heartbeat, filling him with resolve. Sometimes people are put in terrible situations, and they lose hope. They think that it won't get any better, that no one will come and save them, so they become a mirror. They reflect all that hurt and anger and negativity onto others and they take it out on the world. He looked up to see Toga staring at him with shock, the knife in her hand falling to the ground through her slack fingers. And I know, he rushed on, desperate to finish before she could say anything else. He felt she needed to hear this for some reason. That if he let her go without getting it all out, that something terrible would happen. I know that you probably went through hell to become who you are, who you had to be to survive. I know about your quirk and what it does, and I can only guess about the kind of things people said to you. Toga dropped to her knees in the dirt, tears returning to her eyes. Izuku took a few cautious steps toward her, and kneeled in front of her. Tucking a finger underneath her chin, he tipped her head back to look into her eyes. The face from earlier had melted away, dripping into grey sludge, revealing the true tear-stained face of Himiko Toga. Her pupils were blown wide, nearly enveloping the yellow around them, and her pale skin was blanched, making the tears stand out in stark relief. She mumbled a word to him, one that sent a shudder down Izuku's spine. Monster. But Himiko, those people were wrong. Do you hear me? They were wrong. You're not any of those terrible things. You're not, he swallowed, pushing down the memories of all the bullies he had endured. You're not a monster. You just need a little help. You need a little hope, and I can give that to you. You just need to let me. Izuku's words hung in the air, and he desperately hoped they would take root in her mind. The rest of Toga's disguise had melted away, leaving the girl bare to the world, but Izuku didn't take his gaze off her eyes. Please, he tried to convey with his eyes, please let me help you. When danger sense gave a soft ping to his right, the softest alert the quirk had ever given him, Izuku closed his eyes. He let the dirt Himiko had scooped up hit him in the face. The air around him swirled tumultuously as the girl ran away. He let a few seconds pass before he stood with a sigh, wiping the dirt from his face. He shot a strand of black whip to pick up the knife Himiko had dropped and used a few more to bind up the still unconscious student from 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐽. Come on, he said to their body. We still have an exam to pass. Izuku rose into the air, and began to search for the others from 1A when a thought hit him that made him groan aloud. Aizawa is never going to let me out of his sight again. Himiko watched Izuku rise into the air as she crouched behind a pillar of stone. She wrapped her arms around herself for comfort, mind roiling with everything he had said to her. You're wrong, Izuku. She whispered. I'm nothing but a monster. That heavy green gaze wouldn't leave her thoughts though. He seemed so sincere. Like he really believed so fervently that she was anything but a monster in human skin. But I think, maybe I'd like to be what you think I am, one day. Izuku could feel Aizawa-sensei's glare on his back as he got handed his license from the nice receptionist, but it was fine. It all ended well, right? Sure, there was a 20-minute delay between the first and second rounds while they did a full sweep of the area, and Izuku had to endure a scathing lecture from Eraserhead about calling for backup and trying not to magnetically attract all villains in a 10-kilometer radius, but nobody had gotten hurt. And he had still managed to pass the exam. Izuku did feel bad for Xiaoto for failing. He didn't really understand what was going on between him and the bald guy from Shiketsu, but Tenya had promised to take care of it. But 18 of 19 in a class passing on their first try was incredible. Especially for a group of first years. He looked down at the piece of plastic that he had worked so hard for in his hands. It was his and it was real. A real genuine hero license. His smiling face, and thank God Nemurai had made him practice how to smile for photos because he shuddered to think about how awkward he would have looked otherwise, dominated one side of the card. It had his name and HPSC ID number on the other side with a little red dot next to it to signify that it was a provisional license. Underneath it had his agency listed as Ua High School, and below that were the words he had waited to see his entire life. Hero name, the hopeful hero, Deku. 4 new messages, the almighty Dadmite. Congratulations, my boy. I knew that you could do it. I'm so proud of you. And as your mentor, allow me to give you a few words of wisdom that my mentor said to me on the day I received my license. Read more Mamadoria, My Babiyui. Excalibur's older sister, OMG. That's so exciting. How did the gauntlets perform? Any problems? Like noon but cooler. Told you could do it, kiddo. Okiko ran her thumb over the back of Izuku's hand as he slept with his head on her shoulder. The rest of 1A seemed to be divided between exhaustion and lingering excitement and adrenaline from the exam. Zero and Ojiro were seeing how many bags they could stack on top of Kirishima, who had passed out the moment they got on the bus. Tenya, Shoto, and Zu had congregated in the back and were talking in soft voices. In the seat next to her, Kaminari was excitedly giving Gyro a play-by-play of the combination move he and Momo had used to pass the first stage, while she blushed and tried to correct Kaminari's exaggerated storytelling. It really wasn't that impressive. Momo, you made a Gatling gun to shoot my pointers at a whole school. We have to do that more often. But we need a dope name for it. How about shock and awe? Gyro pointed out from the other side of Momo. Kaminari stared at her with his jaw hanging open. Dude, I could kiss you for that. Gyro blushed scarlet. Gross, dude. Go offer that to Zero or one of your idiot friends. A bright flash distracted Okiko from the budding argument. She looked up to see the smirking face of Mina with her phone aimed at Okiko and Izuku over the seatback. You two are like the cutest couple in the whole world, I swear. Okiko heated up with a blush. Thankfully, when she checked, Izuku's breathing was still steady and it didn't seem that he had stirred. If you had woken him up because of that, Mina, I swear, whoa. Down girl, chill. If anyone deserves a little snuggle time after today, it's definitely your boy here. I just wanted to get some good blackmail photos to use at your wedding. She waggled her eyebrows, and Okiko hated the way her blush deepened at the suggestion. You know, Momo cut in, leaning forward to escape Kaminari and Gyro's bickering. If Toga is going to continue to take an interest in Midoriya, we should probably come up with a way to determine if someone is masquerading as one of us. Perhaps a code phrase or something. Oh, that's such a good idea. Acedo said. But do we know if her quirk lets her get memories of the person? Or does she just, look like them and she's just that talented of an actress? Well, Momo put a finger to her lip. I'm not entirely certain. It's possible that with the BLD she ingests she gets a copy of the person's recent memories. I'm not really sure. Well, how about we wake up our resident quirk nerd and ask him? Gyro suggested. Big Green's had the most experience with her, so he's probably got an idea of her limitations by now, right? Okiko bit her lip. She really wanted Izuku to get some sleep. Between the past few weeks of harsh training and the villain encounter on top of the exam, he needed the rest. But on the other hand, this was important and Gyro was right, there really was no one better to ask about the potential limitations of a quirk than Izuku. Making her decision, Okiko shook Izuku's shoulder. Hey, Izuku, can you wake up? There's something important we need to talk about. She waited a few seconds before frowning. Izuku wasn't the lightest sleeper in the world, but he was also normally pretty easy to wake up. Okiko shook him a little again. Izuku! His head rolled off her shoulder, and Izuku collapsed to the ground. Izuku! Okiko rolled him onto his back, shaking his shoulders. Izuku! What the hell is going on? Okiko looked up at Eraserhead, tears starting to prickle the corners of her eyes. He won't wake up. Ryosuke Kira was not a good man. He had cheated and stolen his entire life, and it had gotten him nothing but a few years in prison and a rap sheet long enough that he couldn't get a real job. He had had a girl once, he had even cleaned up his act for her too. But then he had fallen into old bad habits and she took off with his daughter before he had even met the kid. After that, it was right back to it. There was a growing market for superpowered enforcers in the Yakuza, and Ryosuke was uniquely suited to the job. His metrability, stack-up let him stockpile strength and energy, so every day he woke up a little stronger than before. It wasn't much, but after nearly 40 years he was comfortably stronger than anyone without a strength-enhancing ability. Ryosuke settled onto the couch in his crappy apartment, beer in one hand, remote in the other. It had been a SHT day, even by his own standards. A job had gone sideways and everyone involved had gotten pinched, including a few grunts for some big-shot business guy the boss wanted to get in with. Because of it, the boss had decided that Ryosuke's little brother was going to be the fall guy. While everyone else got off free, his brother was doing a life sentence for drug smuggling and murdering an undercover cop. Frankly, Ryosuke couldn't care less about his half-brother. They had grown up together with the same addict mother who sold everything they owned to pay for her habits, but while Ryosuke had grown strong, his brother had just become a pushover who did anything anyone asked for the slightest bit of praise. He snorted at the thought of his brother happily sitting in jail for a man who barely knew his name, and cracked the top on his beer. And that's when the devil found him. The door exploded inwards, shards of wood and rubble covering the living room, and in walked a monster made flesh. He wore a three-piece suit, jacket undone to show the vest and tie underneath. His white hair was perfectly placed, and if Ryosuke had crossed him on the street, he would have dismissed him for just another rich businessman but for those burning, hateful eyes. His eyes were black, iris and pupil melding into one another. The hideous madness held inside of them threatened to absorb and destroy everything, like two black holes had taken up residence in his skull. Ryosuke leapt off the couch to attack him but was battered away by a telekinetic shove. He crashed into the dining table, cracking it underneath him. He struggled to try and get back to his feet as the devil entered the apartment and began to rant. He raved over the duties of an elder brother, that he had failed to protect his little brother as he should have, that justice had to be paid. That he was here to make right Ryosuke's wrongs. Time ceased to mean anything to Ryosuke as his world was enveloped by pain and screams. The last thing he remembered was the devil standing over him, blood staining his suit from chest to shoes. He remembered that terrible laughter, the mad cackling of a monster who had been left unleashed in the human world. He remembered feeling weak, like his soul had been sundered in two and what remained was only a husk. The devil leaned down to whisper to him. "Your meta ability is so fascinating. I know just what to do with it." And without another word, Ryosuke Kira died. But a funny thing happened after Ryosuke Kira died. He woke up. He was so cold. He had been cold most of his life, between his failing health and the mountain village he was born in, but at least when he used to be able to feel the sun. He could put on a blanket to chase away the wind and nap in his favorite hammock while basking in the summer rays. But the vault was always freezing. It had been hours, maybe days, since the door was last opened, and Yoichi was beginning to go insane. The last time it had opened was when his brother had forced this terrible curse into his body. He could feel it even now. His brother's gift, another stolen meta ability. It ate at his soul and sapped the strength from his limbs. He could feel it pull him inexorably towards his own demise, each heartbeat ticking off another moment before the end. "Please," Yoichi whispered, begging anything that might hear him. "I don't want to die here. Please, let me feel the sun again." Ryosuke could feel the pain of the other one, the man, boy, that the last remaining vestige of himself had been put into. He was dying, this boy. Ryosuke knew it, and it seemed he did too, because he started to weep and plead with the air as if something was coming to save him. But they both knew no one was coming, and the only one who could hear him was Ryosuke. What Ryosuke had realized that the boy hadn't yet was that it wasn't his brother that was killing him, nor some curse or illness. It was Ryosuke that was killing him. He couldn't survive with multiple souls inside of him. Ryosuke doubted anyone could, except perhaps for the devil that killed him. Ryosuke Kira was not a good man. He had cheated and stolen his entire life. He had made mistake after mistake and had sessed away every opportunity to turn himself around, to change or grow. But this boy. Ryosuke could see his past played out in front of him from this melding of their souls. He had always tried to do good, had opposed his brother and his cronies at every turn despite his weaknesses. He had battled and struggled, and where life had made Ryosuke bitter and angry, it just fed this boy's thirst for justice. No matter what it took, no matter how much pain he was in, this boy always got back up again. Ryosuke Kira was not a good man. But just this once, he resolved to do something good. "Take me." He focused on the edges where their two souls converged, where they crashed into one another before trying to retreat back into their own shells. He pushed with all his might to corral his own soul, to force it to meld into the boy's. To become one. "Take me. I'm giving it all to you, Yoichi. Take my soul, my power, as your own. Use it to live on. Stop that devil from doing this again, to someone else." Become something more, something greater. Ryosuke surrendered himself to the flood, letting his memories, his self get swept away by the tides. He poured his energy into merging his fragmented self into Yoichi until something clicked, and he was pulled into the abyss. Ryosuke Kira died a second time in that cold, dreadful vault. But with his sacrifice, something larger was given life. The fates shook, and with his death, the world was changed. Do something good with the time you have. Make your life matter. Your disobedience has gone on for far too long, little brother. Let's not drag this out for longer than we must. Yoichi pressed his back into the rubble that once was a wall, one arm slung over the shoulder of Roy, the other doing its best to stem the tidal wave of BLD that threatened to spill from the hole his brother had punched into his stomach. We need to get you out of here. Yoichi forced his eyes to focus through the BLD loss onto the face of his friend and hero. Roy was half American, a former soldier who had been visiting family when the borders had been closed as a result of the Meta uprisings. Yoichi couldn't help but feel a little guilty for all the pain he had caused him. If he had been strong enough to stop his brother, Roy might have been able to go home. He never would have been dragged into a war against an unkillable and unstoppable monster. But his guilt was wasted on WHATIFDEKU. Roy was the embodiment of all the heroes Yoichi had grown up admiring. He would have leapt into the fray to fight against injustice no matter what, even if it meant risking his own life. Even if it meant rescuing the younger brother of his mortal enemy from the vault he had been imprisoned in. Roy cursed as another blast from one of high of all for one's metra abilities. Yoichi resolutely ignored the urge to call his brother by his name. He had forfeited that right when he killed their parents. His brother was dead. All that was left was a villain with an all too familiar face. SHT. He just took out the comms center. We're flying blind now. Takashi already evacuated with the others, now we just have to get you out of here. Don't bother, Yoichi coughed out. Just go. I'll buy you as much time as I can. DMN it, Yoichi, we are not having this conversation again. Your ability is exactly what he wants right now, and if he gets it is going to be even more unstoppable. So you need to get your head out of your butt and leave. No. Yoichi straightened up, ignoring the shooting pain in his chest. He's my brother, Roy. He's my responsibility. Besides, he won't get my power. How the Hidesh Yoichi held up a BLD-soaked hand. I figured it out, my power. It can be passed on. Roy's eyes widened, but Yoichi pressed on before he could speak. I'm dying, Roy. Even if I make it out of here, even if I survive this fight, I'll be dead within a year anyway. I can't defeat my brother, I'm not strong enough. But you could be. Another explosion shook the walls, sending the ceiling lights swinging and dust falling onto them. Please, will you accept this power? Love is the only immortal thing in this world, Izuku. It lasts beyond lifetimes and binds us all together. You must hold on to that love with everything you have. You can't be serious. Roy raised an eyebrow at his second-in-command, who stared incredulously at him. Oh my god, you're actually serious. You knew Yoichi was that monster's brother. Are you actually surprised he developed a similar metra ability? Not really, but to think he gave it to you of all people. Roy snorted at that, a smile cracking to life on Hiro's face at making his commander laugh. In another life, Roy thought Hiro would have made a great doctor or something. He just had a way of making people feel welcome around him, an inner light that didn't deserve to shine on a desolate battlefield like this. I'm choosing you, Hiro. The younger man's face sombered, and Roy felt another pang of regret that he was forced to foist a burden this heavy onto a boy who had barely turned into a man. Hiro's parents had been one of the first casualties of All for One's conquest, their abilities stolen and their lives cut short when they refused to pay protection money to one of his gangs that had set up shop in Hokkaido. Hiro had found them then, all of 13 years old, fueled by anger and desperation to fight against the monster that had taken his family. The years had smoothed out his anger, tempered it into a laser focus that the rest of the rebels had rallied behind. Roy might have been the leader by rank, but he was a strategist, and even he could admit that he was a prickly but at the best of times. But Hiro was a guiding light for the rest of the rebels. He could be all the things that Roy couldn't. All for One had tracked their last few bases down, and Roy knew that it was only a matter of time before the monster caught up with them again. The odds were that this time only one of them would walk away. He only hoped he could take out a few of the BSDRD's generals with him when he went. But it would be worth it for the chance for someone else to be the leader he never could. If he could give Hero just a little more time, a half of a chance to become the man he knew he could be, it would be worth it. Roy was doomed anyway, and the others needed a leader, not just some guy with power. "I'll make you proud, Roy," Hero promised. Roy pulled him into a side hug and ruffled his hair. "You already have, kid. The people need heroes, not martyrs. You can't save anyone after you're dead." A cheer tore itself from the throats of the people, glasses clinking merrily, beer and liquor spilling all over the floor in their exuberance. Hero himself was in the center, reveling in the celebrations. Victory had been hard-won, but they had finally managed to destroy the last of the docks All for One was using to trade with Russian syndicates, and their contacts overseas were already reporting that most of the major international players were refusing to do any more business in Japan. The reinforcements from the Japanese army had been a godsend, and Hero thanked his lucky star that the government had finally pulled their heads from their buttes. All for One was being sent running from their little group, but Hero wasn't stupid enough to think he would go quietly into the night. But that was a problem for another day. Tonight was for celebrating. As the night wound on, Hero eventually was pushed to find relief from the heat, stumbling out into the cool night air of Tokyo. He found Haru there on the steps, lit cigarette in one hand, an open bottle in the other, staring at the sky like the answers he sought were written in the stars. "Hey there, stranger." Hero took a seat next to him, leg pressing into his, as he stole the cigarette from his hand to take a drag himself. "Not interested in celebrating." "What's there to celebrate?" Haru dug in his pocket for another cigarette, far too used to having Hero steal them from him to be bothered, before lighting it again. Hero was entranced by the way the flames lit up his face, dark stubble splashed across his cheeks, the scar across his eye in stark relief from the flickering light. He wasn't sure he had seen a sight quite as appealing in a long time. "We killed people tonight, Hero. And sure, they worked for that demon, but that doesn't mean they weren't people." Hero let out a small hum, taking another puff of his cigarette to buy himself time to think about his answer. It wasn't an uncommon issue between the two of them. Haru was relatively new to their cause, a former surgeon who joined up after All for One killed his daughter and stole her metrability, her quirk as they were calling them now. Hero admired Haru's morals, his stringent adherence to the idea that they should do no harm, but Hero was so caked in BLD that he knew he would never be clean again. He had fought in this war since he was 14 years old, a frontline combatant since he learned what 𝐒𝐻 could really do, and that was before 𝐒𝐻 had been boosted by Roy's gift. He knew the whispers that had been making their way throughout the underground. The scourge of All for One they called him. Hero thought it was entirely too dramatic, but he liked to think it would have made Yoichi smile to hear it. "We did what we had to, Haru. If we didn't, more people would have gotten hurt." Haru snorted a bitter and angry sound. "I've heard that one before. It still doesn't make it right." "Maybe not," Hero conceded. "But I'd take 1,000 deaths on my conscience to save 1,000,000 lives. I mean, look around us." He swept his arm out at the city surrounding them. "Tokyo is still standing. What we do lets people like this live their lives free from the pain we have. If we win, one day there might be kids born who never have to hear the name All for One. And I, for one, want to see that future." Haru looked over at him, eyes heavy with an emotion Hero couldn't name. "You're really something, you know that. How the hell do you still have that much hope?" "What we do is not who we are, Haru," Hero said softly. "Besides, if we give up hope for a better future, then what the hell do we even have left? Do whatever it takes, but don't let it change who you are." 𝐒𝐻 set the tea kettle down with a shaking hand. It had been a long 37 years, nearly 4 decades spent in isolation in the mountains, but it seemed his time was running out. The cracks had appeared slowly over time. At first he assumed it was merely a trick of his quirk, or an infection he had picked up from the last time he had gone into town to pick up supplies, but the attack last night confirmed it. One for All was killing him. The attacks, as he was calling them, had gotten worse over time, starting from small involuntary bursts of power until he had destroyed the outer wall of his house in his sleep last night. Years of isolation and training had taught him the value of meditation, and when he dove into his mind this morning, he had felt one for all straining at the boundaries of his body. He knew on a conceptual level that this was what he had wanted. When he had been given one for all by hero moments before All for One had stormed their base and massacred the rebellion, he knew it wouldn't be enough on his own. Danger Sense was powerful in its own right, but it was entirely defensive. If Hero, a man whose quirk was boosted to extreme heights with the added might of One for All, didn't think he could defeat All for One, what chance did 𝐒𝐭𝐻 himself have? So he ran. He fled into the mountains determined to build up his legacy quirk. And it seemed he did the job too well because now the quirk was almost too powerful for him to use. He took a faltering step forward before falling to a knee. His body was beginning to crash, but 𝐒𝐭𝐻 could hold on until he found a successor if he was careful. Even in his self-imposed isolation, news had reached him of a new profession, the first wave of superheroes who used their quirks to fight against injustice. Someone like that would do nicely, he thought. Hero and Roy had been his heroes, maybe his successor could be a hero to someone else. Even if they save one person, he thought as a shooting pain pierced his abdomen, it will have been worth it. Now I just have to find someone willing to take on a quirk that might kill them one day. Where the hell am I going to find someone that crazy? Sometimes, it's best to wait and let the world come to you. Some things cannot be rushed, Midoriya. Banjo never thought he would live that long. His mother had died of an overdose when he was a kid, his brother killed in a gang war that had spilled into his neighborhood not long after. He had grown up around violence and death, even during his time as a vigilante before the government offered them the chance to be licensed heroes. He figured it was only a matter of time before some punk got a lucky shot in with a knife or he came across a villain that was too strong for Blackwhip to tie down while he called the cops. And that was before the crazy old man had found him, offering him a quirk that would put a timer on his life in exchange for the chance to help more people. Banjo still didn't exactly anticipate being tortured to death by a supervillain from the dawn of quirks who had an extreme brother complex though. He snorted to himself at the dig, spitting BLD onto the floor. All for One, and wasn't that a kick in the breaths to realize that guy was still kicking around. He must have found some de-aging quirk or something had left not too long after his most recent attempts at convincing Banjo to hand over his quirk. He was tied to a chair in the middle of a warehouse, steel chains connected to a massive spike that had been driven into the floor preventing him from leaving even with the boosted strength from One for All. Dull thuds of footfalls alerted him to somebody entering the warehouse. Banjo lifted his head with an absurd amount of effort. "What's up you brother-loving bastard? Came to take another shot, here. I tell you what, I'll call you Nissan if you really want, but it'll cost YA. Banjo." He focused on the face in front of him, soft black hair and worried grey eyes coming into focus. "Ian. Well 𝐿, how's it going buddy? Better than you apparently. The villain knocked something loose in your head, man." Ian moved around to undo the chains binding him while Banjo laughed. "Nah, this one's just real obsessed with his little brother. Kinda creepy if I'm being honest." Banjo groaned in pain as Ian threw one of his arms over his shoulders, letting Banjo lean his weight on the shorter man. "You always did have a habit of picking up the weird ones, Banjo. You remember that girl with the devil wings?" "Oh man," he chuckled. "She was a real firecracker, that one." The ground rumbled, sending the two men swaying as dust rained down from the ceiling. What the hell was that? That would probably be the villain coming back for round 6. Or maybe 7. Man torture really messes up with your counting skills, here. Ian tugged Banjo toward the back exit. "Come on, man. Let's get you the hell out of here. You're in no shape to fight." "Can't do that, thing." Banjo pulled himself out of Ian's grip and settled into a fighting stance, Blackwhip emerging from his back, reaching out to pull chunks of concrete from the ground for ammo to throw. "This one's got to go down, here and now." "Are you crazy?" Ian hissed. "You can barely stand. How the hell are you going to fight?" "'Cause I'm a hero." Banjo's voice was shot with steel, his normal joking manner left behind. "A hero doesn't run from a fight. He does from fights he can't win." I won't let you just kill yourself like this, Banjo shook his head. I'm not giving you the choice here, Kin. Besides, I'm not killing myself. I'm giving you time to get out of here. He looked at his friend, concern and rage at Banjo's decision still warring on his. Banjo didn't think there was any way All For One would let him leave here alive, but there was still something he could do to pull out a win against the overpowered BSTD. There's something I need you to do, Thin. Trust your friends, kid. If you can't go on, let them carry you till you can again. Ian knew he was being hunted. Banjo had given him a bare-bones explanation of his quirk and sent him out the door. He had found the journals under the floorboards of Banjo's apartment, notes and theories compiled by 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐽, the fourth holder of One for All. And now Ian was the sixth. Ian hadn't told anyone about finding Banjo in that warehouse. They had been tracking corruption among the heroes and police and were close to a major breakthrough when Banjo had gone missing, so Ian had assumed whoever did it was also behind the corruption. He had no idea how right he was though. When he had turned on the news the next morning, it was to reports of a fire that had wiped out half the ward where the warehouse had been and no news about Banjo's death. After that he had started to have the feeling of being watched, even more than the normal paranoia he felt day to day as a hero. Buildings on his normal patrol routes had exploded, flames so hot and fierce that it took the fire department days to put out. He felt suspicious eyes on him whenever he walked into the police precinct with another arrest, the small of his back itching from lingering gazes. But every time he tried to figure out who it was, he was left empty-handed. He had spent the last 2 months piecing together the threads of All For One's empire with the help of 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲's journal. He had mapped out shell companies and likely moles within the police and hero commission, but he still couldn't help feeling like he was missing something. He had taken a walk through the park to help clear his head, a ritual that still helped even though it was something he had once done with Banjo. It was there that he saw her. She was young, only 19 or so, dressed in bold and bright colors that the newest generation of heroes favored. A dark base suit, a long white cape and bold yellow boots and gloves. She floated back to the earth, her quirk he assumed, handing a white cat to a young girl. "Thank you, Ms. Hero." The heroine laughed. "You're welcome, kiddo. Try and keep a better eye on Ms. Scruffles from now on though, okay?" "Okay." Ian smiled at the exchange. The world could use a few more people like her in his opinion. She would make a great hero one day. Pain exploded in his back. Something ripped through his back, bursting out of his stomach in a spray of red. The crack reached his ears only after the pain as the bullet lodged itself in the earth at his feet. The screams of the civilians rang in his ears as he stumbled forward, collapsing onto his knees. His quirk erupted from his skin off instinct, covering the area in thick purple smoke. He wondered briefly what All For One's plan was. A man like that wouldn't just give up on obtaining One for All. He was too obsessed, there was too much history. "Hey!" A blur of black cut through the smoke as the heroine landed next to him. "It's going to be alright, sir. I'm a hero, I'm going to get you out of here." She checked over his injury as he coughed on his own BLD, impressed over how composed the woman was despite her young age. "It seems like the bullet went through and through. It missed your spine and hit your stomach, but it doesn't look like it hit anything else. Just hold on, the EMTs are already on their way." Ah, that was his plan then. He couldn't snatch Ian off the street, so he would put him in the hospital and take him while he was hurt. He hated to admit that it made sense. The young heroine leaned down to focus on his face. "Just hang on, sir. I'm going to be right here with you." He was right, she was definitely going to be a great hero. He reached up toward her, brushing his BLD-covered hand across her mouth, making contact with her tongue as it opened in shock. "My name is In, my quirk dash," he coughed a wad of BLD up onto himself. "My quirk is called One for All." "What the hell?" "The villain who did this. His name is All For One. It's up to you to beat him, hero. Do you accept?" "Sir, I told you, you're going to be fine. Do you accept?" He stared into her eyes, trying to impress upon her the seriousness of his offer. "Please, please, don't let it die with me." After a long moment, she nodded. "Okay. I accept." "Good," he nodded. "Now get out of here. The EMTs are probably on his payroll. You can't be seen with me." He slipped a flash drive into her boot as she turned away, leaving his mission with her. "You're going to be a far better holder than I ever was, kid," he thought as darkness began to take over his vision. "I just hope it works out better for you than us. Trust your instincts, Izuku." Her heart ached as she watched Toshinori spar with Gran Torino. He was a good kid, a little on the dense side sometimes, but he had the biggest heart she had ever seen and the drive to match his lofty goals. He had a presence about him, an energy that people couldn't help but be drawn in by. She had no doubt that he was going to achieve each and every last one of his goals. Even if she hadn't given him one for all, he still would have found a way to be a quirkless hero. She knew that he looked up to her like the mother he never had, and in another life she would have been proud to call him her son. But she had given away her son 5 years ago. That part of her heart had gone darkened. Even Toshinori's light couldn't bring it back. "Sensei." Toshinori waved from where he and Tsuruhiko were waiting, towels over their shoulders, bags gathered at their feet. "Gran Torino said that we could set some taiyaki from that new place by the pier on the way back." Nana forced a familiar smile onto her face. "Sounds great, ZYGT. Let's do it." Tosh's smile grew wider but Tsuruhiko's expression grew dark. She glared at her with suspicion, perceptive as always to her moods. "What a pair we are, Gran. One of us smiles to hide the darkness and the other scowls to protect the light." She flew up to Tosh's head so she could get the right angle to run her knuckles across his scalp. "Come on, kiddo. I'll race you." She shot away from her boys, letting the rushing wind chase away a little of her worries. There was a time and place for breakdowns after all, and she couldn't let her darling successor go hungry while she wallowed in her own choices. "If I could do it all again." Protect your peace. 9. Find what you love and hold it as close as you can for as long as you can. Remember what you're fighting for. Nemuri pressed her hands against her temples, trying to restrain the headache that was blooming behind her eyes. Recovery Girl had assured her that Izuku was healthy, but she couldn't tell her why he wouldn't wake up. Their best guess was that One for All, an already spooky quirk, was doing some spectacularly spooky SHT causing him to slip into a coma. In the 48 hours since the exam ended, Uraraka had barely left Izuku's side, and Nemuri had finally managed to convince her to go to bed for classes in the morning. Inko was requesting hourly updates from the two of them as she was off on a work trip and wouldn't be back until the following week. She had wondered, when she heard that, what it was that Inko Midoriya actually did. She wasn't sure Izuku had ever mentioned his mom having a job that required travel, or any job at all for that matter. Did she just have a freelance job or something? Still, she hated how useless she felt just waiting around for her student to wake up. Every tick of the heart monitor was like another straw added to the camel's back and she was worried for when it would break. It wasn't right watching him just lie on the hospital bed. The kid she had gotten to know in training was a slightly unhealthy mixture of anxious energy and puppy-like excitement. The stillness of him now was uncanny. "Why won't you just wake up, DMN it? Don't you know how worried we are about you, kid?" Nemuri slapped her hand against the wall. "You couldn't just be another student, could you? You had to go and worm your way into people's hearts. You heartworming JK." Nemuri winced internally at the weak insult. At least Hisashi was here to mock her for it. As she cringed at her own actions, the heart monitor at Izuku's side began to beat faster. Her student stirred in his bed, softly groaning as he began to come out of his coma. "Mom." Izuku's eyes opened, immediately squinting at the bright lights in the room. What happened?" Nemuri smirked. "I'm not your mom, kiddo, but you can call me mommy if you want."